Pushing this pipe, D12 a demon, I'm running these lights. I can't believe that she fit in them tights. Buying it once, or buying it twice. Swiping this card, don't ask for the price. Texting and rich, she say I'm uptight. I got a check, but I'm earning my stripes. Cheating no pussy like that shit advice. Baby, you know I'm not good at advice. Why would I go if I don't get advice? Taking these chances, rolling the dice. Started from nothing, I'm hitting these heights. All because what I be spit on these bikes. Beat a few things inside of my Sprite. Better to sleep, you ain't my device. Thought I could trust you with my life. Can't even trust you in the night. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby, then talk to me. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby, talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby, then come where I stay. Me and the dogs, we back in the lake. Making this money and stay out the way. Take me, you text me, saying okay. Taking this shit out day by day. Don't like to dunk it, I'm shooting a J. Backing up all the things that you say. You on your knees for me, yeah. Funny because I know you don't pray. Say that you down, it's up for the bake. Said I'm on one, so you making me wait. Baby, you know that's the shit that I hate. Pull up on you, I'm in a C8. Holding my own, I'm making shit shake. Shit on my shoulders, I'm lifting this weight. I wanna come on, I grip on your cake. Loading, I'm down, I do what it takes. Bitch on that nigga, I'm not my mistakes. I'm in the cut and I'm slipping away. Niggas I know, they moving real fake. Funny how love can turn into hate. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn into hate. Funny how love. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn you into hate. Funny how love. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love. They talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. Get talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. Get talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me. Talk to me.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. #1 sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. Hakeem Olajuwon is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now I'm stable, we won't be ignored.
It's facts over feelings, you talk about Listerine. Boys, you Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You is a puppet, the ticket, that's misery. Said that you bite it, babe, boy, know your history. It's facts over feelings, you talk about Listerine. Boys, you Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You is a puppet, the ticket, that's misery. Said that you bite it, babe, boy, know your history. All in your feelings, you gotta be kidding me. Bet for respect, but you only show jealousy. Wanted some status, but you make it enemies. Talk about bro workout like you burn calories. Calling a bait, cause he come with the cavalry. Caught another L, rated, took another casualty. Now you on the 2, talking like you had a strategy.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. Might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half-court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked #1, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah 1, 2 overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. It's the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coke rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
FYF Sports, man. Lamont, man. We back. Appreciate everybody being here, man. Man, y'all got to understand, man, that this channel was brewed from research purposes only. Y'all got to understand that. Now, I made my original top 10 list probably about like 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago. And I don't remember all the criteria that went into me making that list. But what I do know is that I did not leave Kobe outside of my top 10 on accident. So obviously, with the recent live stream with Gil and Scap Attack and all the people in the comments that are just extremely glazing on Kobe Bryant, man, I had to get back into the research back. And actually, this really wasn't research at all. This is just very basic information. But when you do the research, outside of your personal feelings, if you do the research, there are literally 0 seasons out of Kobe's 20 seasons where he's the bona fide standalone best player in the NBA. He maybe has one season where he's close, but it's still even debatable then. And so when I think to myself, why do so many people have a guy who at best has one season in his 20-year career where he was looked at as the best player in the league? Why do so many people overrate him, overrank him, exaggerate the good, try to diminish and hide the bad? And then they ultimately end up doing the same thing that they seemingly complain about, which is the tearing down of players. Yeah, when Scap was on here, one of Scap's biggest talking points was the disrespect to Kobe. And it was just funny how throughout the entire stream, all Scap Attack did was disrespect Scottie Pippen, disrespect all of Kobe's teammates, Paul Gasol, Lamar Odom, Ron Artest, Derek Fisher, disrespect and try to diminish Shaquille O'Neal. For whatever reason, bring up LeBron James and make LeBron James comparisons throughout the entire stream and disrespect LeBron James. And that wasn't even part of the conversation. So it's funny how Kobe fans love to throw this respect word around, yet respect no one else. They cannot make an argument for Kobe without disrespecting anyone else. Right? What was Scap Attack's stat? Before Kwame Brown popped into the chat, y'all, one of his biggest talking points that he repeated multiple times was Kobe had Kwame Brown. Then Kwame Brown pops into the chat. And then the tune changes a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry, Kwame Brown. I didn't mean to offend you. No, don't let your tune change. Say what I said when Kwame Brown came onto the panel. No, you was a big bum. You was a bust. You was sorry. Quit coming in here trying to derail and deflect the conversation. I don't care how many times he clicks the links and hop on the panel. There's nothing I can do that can derail or deflect the fact that he was a big bum. So that's the biggest sticking point to me, is that Kobe fans have this stickler for respecting Kobe, yet like Scap Attack, have zero respect for anyone else. And salute to Scap Attack as a content creator, man. He does a hell of a job of putting out content, but even every element and every aspect of his content is disrespecting people, players. He put out a video that I've heard no one complain about. When he put out a video completely disrespecting Scottie Pippen, calling him a bum, calling him X, Y, and Z. He wasn't doing nothing to help Jordan. He was just a sidekick. Where was the uproar? We're talking about Scottie Pippen, a guy who was top 10 in the 90s. 4 to 5 times top 10 in MVP votes. First team All NBA. First team All Defense. In the DPOY conversation a multitude of times. Scap did a 30-minute video completely disrespecting Scottie Pippen. The disrespect there. I didn't see a single Kobe fan come to the forefront and say, this is disrespect. I'm tired of you disrespecting players like you disrespect Kobe Bryant. It's all fake energy. It's all fake narratives. And it seems like Kobe fans, everything that they talk about, all the principles that they say they stand on, are just as fake as the legacy that they pretend that Kobe Bryant actually has. That's the worst part about it. When in actuality, actually, when you break it down, like when you look at everything that I just looked at over the course of the day, Kobe Bryant's career more so mirrors the career of Allen Iverson than anybody. It's just when you're able to insert said player into a better system with better coaching, with better players, said player, even though very similar in stats, even though very similar in analytics, one player gets X results while the other player gets another version of results. And that's the reality that we live in today. Because just like I told you guys with the James Worthy and Dominique Wilkins, with James Worthy just getting he gets drafted to the Lakers, completely changed his career. Dominique Wilkins drafted to the Hawks. There's a cap to how good Dominique Wilkins can be simply because he was drafted to the Hawks. How do we know this? Because he was left off the first top 50 team, but James Worthy made it just because he got drafted to the right team at the right time. I know this stuff is hard to hear, and I'm not even going to get through the information that I have. What I'm going to be doing, though, is we're just going to drop the link and start bringing people up. And as we did on my last live stream, I have one significant question for everybody. You know, just like we had one primary question for the last live stream, my primary question for everybody that comes up is, what year do you feel Kobe Bryant was the best player in the league and why? And I promise you, I have significant information that you cannot refute that will tell you why he was not the best player in the league. Right? Because we know that winning an MVP, the sole MVP that he won, winning an MVP because you're on the best team, we know that doesn't necessarily make you the best player in the league because it didn't work for Steve Nash. But there are so many elements to this. And I'm going to tell you guys right now what every rabid Kobe fan is going to do. Kobe fans do not like to talk about totality. They don't like to talk about complete seasons. They don't like to talk about complete playoff runs. They like to talk about moments here, a moment there, a moment here, or a game here, or a quarter here. They don't like to talk about totality. They don't like to talk about the complete season. They don't like to talk about the complete playoffs. What they do is they isolate and segment bits and pieces here or there to try to justify certain claims when we know that to become the best player in any given season, it's about what you do for that entire season. To be the best player in NBA history, it's about what you do in your entire career. You cannot segment bits and pieces of your career off to try to paint a picture that doesn't really exist. So Kobe fans, I'm telling you now as I drop the link, do not come up here and think that your individual games or an individual series will hold weight. Because what I have and what my argument walking in the door is, there is no single season where Kobe was solely the best player in the league. And there is no stat, there is no analytic, and there are no accolades to support anything other than that. I promise you that. And I know that Kobe fans know this. We got T Perfect, he said. T Perfect saying Lamont isn't even trying to hide his anti-Kobe, LeBron, pole polisher agenda now. Anti-Kobe, LeBron. I don't know how am I anti-Kobe. You got to, T Perfect, I don't know how long you've been around FYF. I did my top 10 list over 3 years ago. Before these conversations flared up, my top 10 list was and still is the same. The only thing that can change in my top 10 list is that new players, as their careers start to subside, they start to enter the fray. That's really the only thing that can change. When I did my initial top 10 list 3 years ago and I had Kobe outside of the top 10, I honestly didn't get that much pushback. But over the last couple of years, as this Kobe narrative is starting to get pushed more and more, all of a sudden, when I say Kobe's not in my top 10, I'm getting this wild reaction. See, and the sad part about it, y'all, is this, and this is why people like T Perfect, you guys, you got to be mindful, and you have to question their basketball acumen. You guys have never heard me go to anybody, whether I agree or disagree with them. You've never heard me go to anybody and say, oh, you have an agenda. Oh, you have a clutch. You've been paid by Clutch Sports. No, I don't say stuff like that. You either are a basketball dummy or a basketball pretender, or you're not. And I believe there's a plethora of people out there that are just basketball dummies and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And then I think there's a lot of people out there just pretending that they know the game when they really don't know the game. Right? And the pretenders, and I'll give you an example of a pretender, just so you guys have an example of what a pretender is. A pretender is somebody that says, man, I wish they brought hand checking back in the league. You're a pretender. Because if you believe that a hand check ever stopped any basketball player, you are an idiot. There's no hand check that ever stopped any legitimate face-up player. But all the pretenders who run with narratives and think that a hand check will stop anybody from doing anything, man, I wish they brought hand checking back. There's no physicality, as if guys play hands off today. As if the ref doesn't allow the one hand on the player. Those are pretenders, y'all. And I don't even have to give you an example for the basketball dummies. The basketball dummies are just basketball dummies. They have absolutely no sense. And then you have the JDRs who, even before GOAT James Kingdom said this, I said this a couple years ago. These avid Jordan fans that will also come up here and support Kobe, and I've told you why Jordan fans support Kobe. Jordan fans support Kobe because they know Kobe can never pass Jordan, and they support any player that they know cannot pass Jordan. If you have an actual case, Jordan fans don't like you. Jordan fans don't like Bill Russell. Jordan fans, as I just showed you in that last stream, don't like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but they do love Kobe. They know Kobe has absolutely no case to be over Michael Jordan. They love Kobe. They love the Magics. They're going to love the Burst. They love any player that they know cannot or does not have a resume or a realistic basketball case to pass Jordan. And they love those guys. They love the Stocktons. They love the Malones and the Barkleys and the Reggie Millers of the 90s. The guys that have absolutely nothing on their resumes. They'll love those guys. And they'll applaud and they'll run around and prod these guys around as if they were the greatest thing since sliced bread, the toughest competition that the NBA's ever seen. This is what they will do. And the Jordan fans also, for whatever reason, and you guys will see this, you will see this throughout the night. The Jordan fans, like Mr. Winters, have a very odd homosexual affinity. And we got Mr. Winters in here right here. Mr. Winters says, Scap dismantle Gil. Well, Mr. Winters, you can always hit the link and try to dismantle me. What Scap did, and Scap tricked a majority of you guys because a majority of you guys are just complete idiots. What Scap did was completely derail the original argument and turn it into something that it wasn't. right? When we were in the backstage and we were talking about the actual debate, I didn't even know what their contention was. I said, what's your contention? We settled on that the contention was Kobe a number 2 option from 2000 to 2003? That's what the contention was. And out of all of the filibustering that Scap Attack did, complaining about this, talking about other years that weren't even in question, when I asked Scap Attack the one question, which was the heart of the debate, who was the best player? In other words, the number 1 option on the Los Angeles Lakers from 2000 to 2003, he got quiet and he says, I don't know. You have all this information about Kobe, about everything else, but the root of the debate, the real question that he completely derailed, he never answered. That was the debate. Those were the years that Gil was referring to. Gil is somebody, unlike me, that has Kobe number 3 all time. I don't. But when he came in there trying to delineate and try to explain what a number 1 and number 2 option was, he tried to lie and say that the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Magic Johnson were 1A, 1B when they weren't. Magic was a 3rd option when he came into the league. The only difference between Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Shaquille O'Neal is ego. When Kareem got old and past his prime, he gracefully passed the mantle onto Magic and allowed Magic Johnson to be the number 1 on that team. And he took a lesser role, as opposed to Shaq. As his fitness and skills waned, he never passed the torch to Kobe and said, Kobe, it's your time to be the number 1 and lead this team. And he never passed that torch. So they clashed. They clashed so much so that in 2004, when Phil Jackson met with Kobe, Phil Jackson said, and I quote, I'm tired of being a sidekick. If Kobe was not a sidekick during those specific years, then why would he tell Phil Jackson in 2004 that he was tired of being a sidekick? That was the root of the conversation. But if you guys are too stupid to understand that he was able to derail it with the plethora of Kobe facts that were completely irrelevant, which is why I was laughing the whole time, that's on you guys. And there's only one significant portion of that debate that even matters to me. It's when I asked him that one single question: who was the best player or the lead option on the Lakers from 2000 to 2003? And he said, I don't know. That in and of itself answers the question for you. The man who told the camera, I don't have to Google anything. I got all of this memorized by heart about Kobe. And when we ask him that one simple question, you don't answer it. So again, I mean, I love the debates because everybody can have their own opinion about it. That's just my opinion about it. And sometimes a great debate strategy is to come into a debate and completely derail it with things that don't necessarily even have anything to do with the debate, like bringing up LeBron James, like Scap did a multitude of times, like bringing up Kwame Brown, like he did, which had nothing to do with the debate. And sometimes if you can muck up the debate and get people to forget what you're actually talking about, maybe you can sneakily win a debate in that particular matter. So if you want to say he won because of that, I'm fine with that. But if you get to the merit of the conversation, he essentially conceded, and by not even answering the question. Because in all honesty, anybody with a brain knows that from the years 2000 to 2003, Shaq was the most dominant force in NBA history that we've ever seen. And there is no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But that's the debate thing. So that's why we're going to be bringing the debates back. That's why we got to bring the debates back, because I think a lot of you guys forgot that. Just Think says, drop the link. I will be dropping the link. David C says I'm a liar. No, I'm not a liar. Everything that I said is on video, David Lee. You don't realize I was there for the entire live stream, but I was also there before the live started. And I had a conversation about what the debate was before the live started. And as it progressed on, I saw how Scap derailed the entire conversation, and he tried to make it into a Gil hates Kobe thing, which is why when Gil said at the end of the debate, I have Kobe at number 3, it was really a monkey wrench in Scap Attack's entire logic, because you spent the entire stream trying to convince everybody that he hates Kobe, but he has Kobe at number 3 all time, which is significantly higher than most people. And Mahari, please don't block anybody, y'all, right? Unless they're spamming or unless they are like, talking about family or just getting really out of line. We should not be blocking people. That's not what the wrenches are for. The wrenches are really just to show appreciation for y'all being long time listeners of FYF Sports. Young Fortune, Gil Capper. I mean, look, y'all have your opportunity to come up here and address all of that. But at the end of the day, no matter what you want to say about the debate was about one single thing. Who was the best player or the number one option on the Lakers from 2000 to 2003? And if you say anything other than Shaquille O'Neal, you are a complete idiot. This is why Gil had the clips queued up of Shaq getting double teamed within that time frame. He attracted the gravity. He was who they gave the ball to first. He queued these things up to show examples. The reason why he had the quotes from players who played during that time frame, because he had 1 point to prove that teams were queued up as far as stopping Shaq because he was the Lakers' number one option. He was the most dominant player in the NBA. But y'all let Scap derail that and turn it into something else. Rap Guy Reloaded says Gil created lies. That's a new one right there. He created it. Dan Morgan says Shaq couldn't close games. He could not close games. Dan Morgan. This is where I will give you a pass, Dan Morgan. Because this is just you being a basketball dummy. Dan Morgan, I'm gonna key you in on something. You just basically told everybody what Kobe's role on that team was. Kobe was the closer. That was his role. Very different from being the number one option. And we've seen throughout NBA history, the closer not be the number one option or the best player. We watched Kyrie Irving be the closer to LeBron. We watched Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker be the closer for Tim Duncan. We've watched a plethora, even D Wade at times, for LeBron James. We've watched a plethora of players who were not the best player or number one option be the closer. Closing games does not make you the number one option. It makes you the closer. The basketball is defined by roles. He says the closer is not really considered a sidekick, though. Magnus, Opus, you not liking the term sidekick is just your emotions. If you don't want to use the term sidekick, then just stick to basketball terminology, which means Kobe was the second option, because that's the true basketball term for his particular role during that small time frame. Shaq was the number one option. Kobe was the number two option, and he was the closer for that team. No one's going to debate that Kobe was not the closer, because when we go to the video, we see Kobe, he's the primary player that's closing games. But for people to pretend as if Shaq was not the number one option, as if he was not the leading scorer, as if he was not the most dominant player in the NBA, that's just you being stupid. These are roles, y'all. Yeah, and see that's the thing. People like Dan Morgan, he will literally tell you he knows Kobe's role, but he'll try to change it. So now he wants to turn the closer into being the number one option all of a sudden. When did that change in basketball history? Shaq is the most swept player of all time. What does that have anything to do with being the first or second option? This is what Scap Attack was doing, bringing up stuff that's completely irrelevant. I don't care how many times Shaq was swept. He was still the number one option. I mean, would I be right to say that Kobe wasn't the number one option because he got ran down 3-1 by the Phoenix Suns? What is this? So as I drop the link and you guys come up here, I have one question. What year was Kobe the best player in the NBA and why? Just like the last stream. Don't play dumb. Please come with much more significant arguments than Scap Attack did. Like I said, I laughed because when you cannot fool me by bringing up stuff about Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I've studied that. I know that Magic and Kareem was a clear 1 and 2 option. There was no 1A, 1B. I have the footage of Steph Curry saying that he was willing to sacrifice statistically to play behind Kevin Durant. They allowed Kevin Durant to be the number one option so that that team could flourish. Basketball does not work when you don't have clearly defined roles. And every time in NBA history, you have a team where the roles are not clearly defined, I can show you a loser. When Shaq and Kobe ultimately clashed, they lost. When LeBron and D Wade couldn't figure out who was the number one on that team, they lost. And what did D Wade say he had needed to do that next year? I need to let LeBron James lead this team and be the number one. And they won. You don't win in basketball without clearly defined roles. And when y'all pretend that this 1A, 1B option thing actually works, that's just y'all stupidity. That's just you not wanting to put that number 2 next to Kobe name, even if it's just for a short amount of time, even if it's just for a little 2 to 3, 4 year stretch. Y'all can't pretend with me. And you're also talking to somebody where, see, the best thing about me is now coaching at the collegiate level, I can't just run my mouth about half this stuff. I actually have to take some of the philosophies that I say, and I actually have to make it actually work on a real basketball court. A lot of you guys say this random mumbo jumbo in your head about hand checking, about 1A, 1B, and you just get on 2K. And you don't have to, in real life, use your basketball knowledge to actually work on any basketball court. Because like I said, I've given you guys challenges. I've given you guys the hand check challenge. Please, if you are in the state of Arizona, come over to Grand Canyon University. I got a plethora of guards, including myself, where you can try the one hand check, the two hand check, and I'm going to videotape you getting embarrassed. It don't work. I've given you guys challenges. None of you guys take me up on it, but y'all just like to talk and run with narratives that basketball dummies have regurgitated to you. All right, we're going to get this link ready. I'm going to get y'all up here, man. But before we drop that link, you guys, we definitely got to give a humongous shout out to one of our new partners of the show. You know, when I first got in contact with this company, I was kind of confused about what they were, what it was about. You know, I was thinking to myself, oh, this is just another parlay company or gambling or betting site. And when I did my research into what they, I sat down, I had a Zoom call with some of the guys. And when we sat back and looked at what all they had to offer, I saw that this isn't betting. This is it's actually valid. And it's a combination of two different things. It's a combination of being able to sports bet to a certain degree with the parlays. We love putting together parlays, even no matter how unrealistic or realistic that they are. We love putting them together. But there's always a risk when you put together those parlays. You'll lose $5, $10, or $20 or whatnot. But see, y'all see it right above me right here, Layup. It's a new company out here. It's called Layup, y'all. I'm going to put the link in the chat. I need you guys to download this app because this app does two things. It allows you to get the thrill of the parlays, but you don't have to risk anything. Imagine that, y'all. You can play parlays, but you don't have to risk your money. And you can still win money if your parlays hit. It's the first app, is one of a kind, right? The co-founders are some extremely smart guys. Put together an app that allows you to save money in a savings account. And that money just sits in a savings account. And the only thing that money can do is just grow. I want you guys to check this out. I'm going to play a short promo for Layup. I'm going to drop the link in the chat as well, but I definitely want you guys, to download this app, Android or iPhone. Doesn't cost you a dime. There are no registration or sign up fees. All you got to do is sign up, link your checking account, put money into your Layup account, $5, $10, $20, and then just let it grow. You can withdraw at any time. It's just a savings account that you can always pull out at any time. Man, it's a hell of a app. I want you guys check out Layup. Ever had a moment where you thought, why did I even make those picks last night? That was a mistake. Or maybe a parlay seemed like a good idea, but now I'm rethinking it, similar to how I did with the Boston Celtics losing to the Philadelphia 76ers at home the other night. What the fuck? Well, maybe it's time to switch everything up with Layup, the smarter, risk-free way to play. So what's Layup? Layup lets you win money on sports by saving. That's right, no more losing your sleep or whatever cash you have in your wallet. Here's how it works. Layup sends you 3 daily picks, simple, easy, and fun. Get all 3 picks right, and you score a payout. Keep hitting picks across multiple days in a week, and that payout keeps growing. Layup isn't just about playing. It's about actually building something that's worthwhile. The more you save, the bigger the reward. For me, I like the chance to go big. So what do? I save a little bit more. Your savings are always secure. As long as you don't withdraw, you're essentially in the game for life. Layup gives you the excitement of sports without the downside of always losing those parlays. Want in? Use my referral code in the link of this video. Layup is fun, safe, and it's rewarding. It's not about luck. It's about smart choices and getting rewarded for saving. Don't wait. Download the Layup app now. Make sure to use my referral code and start. There it is right there, y'all. I'm gonna drop the link for Layup in the chat. I had dropped it earlier, but if you do want to download the app, and great one. I saw you in the chat. You said I just get paid to talk about them. No. Because, even when I bring the, hopefully my goal is to bring some of the founders of the app onto the show. Right. I converse with them a lot back and forth. That's one of the first things I told them. I said, we've turned down a couple of different companies. But then when I actually used it, when I looked it over, then I agree. This was a back and forth that I had with them over a couple of months. So Again, it's on you to whether if you want to try it or not. It's just a new way to save money that still allows you to play parlays. If not, keep dumping your money in the FanDuel Sportsbook and keep losing them parlays and just give them your money. I'm fine with that. I'm not tripping. Just lose your money. If you want to save money, new ways to save money, then go ahead and do what you got to do. Save money with layup. That's all it is. All right. Make sure you check it out, man. He said FYF skip. Nah, Herm, no, it's not. This is FYF. This is facts. Everything I'm saying is facts. Y'all don't like the facts. It's not on me. So, see, hey, Bob the Builder, you're right. Don't gamble. That's especially why layup is not gambling. You're not gambling nothing with layup. You don't risk anything. You don't lose anything. It's a new way to save money, Bob the Builder. So I appreciate that. Yeah, guys, don't gamble. Just use layup. All right, he says, y'all be respectful. They don't have a choice, Herm. What you mean? There's no choice to be respectful. They're either going to sound sensical or not. All right, I put the link in the chat, as the loaf will be in the chat. All right. If you have any messages or anything that you want me to address to the panel, or if you have anything you want me to address directly, topics, just let me know. PayPal or Cash App, I'll get to it, man. Or if you just want to show appreciation. But don't be like some of y'all. See, some of y'all is wild, man. You know, one of y'all, I don't know who it is. I'm not even going to put him out there like that because that's the homie. But y'all got to stop sending me Cash App and PayPal requests because it's your birthday. You know, I'm looking down. I get a PayPal notification. I'm thinking somebody, you know, then watch the video and they want to support with $1 or $2. Man, I'm getting $400 and $200 request. Hey, it's my birthday. No, we're not doing that, man. Now, if you want some free merch or something, you want some FYF gear, I got you, man. We can do that. Come on, y'all. Don't be using the information, man, to send me money requests and whatnot, man. That's crazy. That is wild right there. You said what's the Cash App? It's in the chat, y'all. Come on, it keeps dropping. If you miss it, you know, just wait a minute or two. It'll pop back up in there. We got a couple of people in the backstage, man. All right. And when I bring you up on the panel, we're going to bring people up one at a time. But when I do bring you up, you are welcome to stay. And then I'm going to bring the next person up for their question as well. But we got to get to it. Let me start with Herm, man. One of the OGs of the channel.
Man, what's good, my brother, man? You causing the ruckus, man. You got these people going crazy. They want your head, bro.
All right, I just got look, and we got to start it off. And you know, if you want to pass on the question, you want to pass it to the next person, I'm fine with that. But the question of the day: what year do you feel Kobe was the best player in the NBA, and why?
I'm gonna give it a couple years.
Well, let's just stick with one. Like, let's not go with a range. Just pick one where you know in your mind, unequivocally, definitively, he is, with no argument, the best player in the league.
I'm gonna say 2006. I know this gonna be used against Kobe fans.
2005, 2006, or 2006, 2007?
I'm gonna say 2006, 2007 to me.
So why was he the best player in the league in 2006, 2007?
It just was the individual dominance, his scoring prowess, how he was just, you know, being relentless throughout that whole year. I don't, because I'm thinking on top of my head, I think he had a numerous amount of 40-point games within that span. I could be mixing it with the year before, but I think Kobe Bryant just was a dominant player individually, in which that it goes against a lot of the Kobe Bryant fans' logic because they base it on team success when it comes to arguing with LeBron. But I think individually, he was dominant scoring the ball. He was dominant defensively, and he was just relentless, man. We knew his team was still building. They still was trying to get back into form, being a championship contender. But individually, though, on both ends, to me, for his scoring ability and what he did defensively and the intensity that he brought in night in and night out, I thought in that regular season he was the best player in the NBA.
Now, do you have any I mean, we know what his points per game was that year. He averaged 31 points per game. We got that. We know he could score. He was a scorer. When I look to that particular year, right? If I'm looking through any particular year, Herman, I'm trying to identify the best player in any particular year.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of different factors I'm looking for, and there's a couple of different factors that and you most certainly can attest to this, especially when we talk about other players and the standards that we hold them to. Even when the roster around them is kind of nasty and it's kind of ugly.
Yeah.
We've seen LeBron James have to play through some of those years in Cleveland with some nasty rosters around him, but you still galvanize the troops and you get it done. Kobe in this year, where you say it's unequivocally he's the best player in the year. If I told you he didn't come close to leading the league in PER, VORP, win shares, his team was 42-40. Complete trash. That he did not do any galvanizing or uplifting. It was all just individual. So his team was hot trash. But and because of the 50-point games that year, because he could score and the optics, he played well on the optics for the people that love to turn around fadeaway. There's a couple really good players that year who actually dominated the league that just got looked over and forgotten. For example, a case could be made that year for a guy like Dirk Nowitzki. His team had won 67 games, complete dominance during the regular season, 24 points per game. He led the NBA in PER. He led the NBA in win shares. He was second in the league in value over replacement, right? He was the league MVP that year, or he wasn't, So, why does Dirk get looked over and he accomplished all that in the same year?
It just like for instance, like to compare a scenario, it just like we knew when Stephen Curry won MVP, he had a great season. I think that this was his first MVP that he won. We knew that was a great season for him. What the Warriors were doing was great, but we still knew deep down that LeBron James was the best player in the league. Despite of what Curry did, despite of the effect that he had on his team, I think that's the example that we could use. Cause the same way with Dirk. Dirk had all the team success, had all the numbers. He was looking. The Dallas Mavericks had the best record in the NBA, doing all that. But we knew at that time though, Dirk still wasn't. We
Herm,
still want to put
but
Dirk
what you're
over
saying, Herm, is you're saying I feel Kobe was better. But see, the problem is when you start to feel too much, then you start to look over guys like Dirk. Dirk didn't feel – see, Dirk did, in fact, lead the NBA in PER. He did, based on analytics, which shows your impact and consistency.
I thought D-Wade led it that year. I thought D-Wade led it that year.
No. He was number one in PER. He was number two in value over replacement. He was number one in win shares. He led the Mavericks to 67 wins, and he was the league's MVP. And this is not even to mention, there were other players that also had a significant case. You can go to LeBron James that year, who close to Kobe in points at 27 a game. He was number one that year in value over replacement. He was number two behind Dirk in win shares, right? So even Bron had a case, and you can even, guys who might have had a lesser case, if you want to include the playoff runs, were guys like Tim Duncan, based on what he did in the playoffs. But again, that year, there's a multitude of players who far significantly outperformed Kobe Bryant as far as individual and team and impact. Yet Kobe, because he passes the eye test, because he scores all the points, right? Because his game is really easy on the eyes, and we love the footwork, and we loved it because it mirrored that of Jordan's. We overlook the 42-40 season. We overlook the lack of impact. We overlook the out of all the four players that I named, Kobe had the worst efficiency. So when we overlook all of this, from the accolades to the analytics standpoint, the only thing that Kobe did better than all of the other three guys that I mentioned was score a few more points. But outside of those few extra points, he only got those few extra points because he shot the ball way, way more at a less efficient rate. And this is no shade on Kobe, but when we're comparing him to guys in that moment, in that particular year, we say if we're going to say he was the best player in the league that particular year, and we sit there and because as Scap would say, are we going to disrespect Dirk Nowitzki like that? And we just going to act like he wasn't in the league at that time? He had one of the greatest individual seasons that we had ever seen, not just from an individual standpoint, but from an analytic and a team standpoint with 67 wins. But we gloss over that to glorify a guy that won 42 games and was 42-40. Can you guys imagine what these same people would say about LeBron James if people was running around saying he was the best player in the league, walking around with a 42-40 record? We know that everybody in the chat will be vilifying him, killing him for that. So let's not change that standard for Kobe just because we like Kobe. But Herm, that was a good point. I want you to stay on the panel. We are we're gonna get some more of this. Let's get to Just Think. Just Think was in the chat, said you wanted to be up here. Let's get your thoughts on this. What was Kobe's best year in the NBA to you?
His best year in the 35
not best year. When he was unequivocally the best player in the NBA to you.
The best player in the NBA? From the second championship up until
I just need 1 year. I just need one season.
Oh, you said one season. I said the 35 season when he averaged 35 to 81 year. That's the best Kobe I've seen.
What year was that?
I want to say that was like
2005,
06. Yeah, 05, 06. That's the best Kobe I've ever seen.
Okay, let's go to 05, 06. And you're right. We go to 05, 06. Okay. We go to 05, 06. He averaged 35 a game. He was first in the league in PER. But that's it. Did you ever consider the other players that had a better case than him?
No one had a better case than Kobe Bryant that year. It wasn't really close. That year was about Kobe.
No.
I remember that year very vividly.
That year was only about Kobe because that was the year where he scored a ton of points and he had a whole bunch of memorable
It was historical.
No. Y'all only say, why do y'all only say things are historical when it relates to scoring?
Come on, bro.
I've never heard y'all say
points.
I've never heard y'all talk about anybody's defense being historical, but y'all will.
I mean, he has 12 all. He has 12 all defensive teams and 9 all first teams.
Out of all his 20 years, because I did tell you when I started this, I said of all his 20 years, he has 1 year that does stand out where he has slightly more of a case. That's really you really can't argue too much. And if there was any year you would say Kobe was the best player, it would have to be this year, but there are still other players in that conversation, probably a bit more distant than other years. So it's harder to make a case for Dirk.
The year was about Kobe. You remember the year. We're at the.
I got you right there. I'm just refreshing you because you remember Kobe, but you don't remember everybody else in the league. You don't remember what Dirk did that year because you're all about Kobe, right? Because even though Kobe was first in PER, he was also tied first in PER with Dirk Nowitzki for another year. Like, so Dirk was still right there. Dirk was still averaging 27 points per game that year, right? So let's not gloss over that, right? His team was still better that year, right? He was also first that year in win share, so he still had.
I'm not going to attribute team success to an individual.
No, we're not. Right? But what we're saying is we're not going to
15
pretend.
People on a team.
We're not going to pretend like
it matters though.
We're not going to pretend like we don't punish players or penalize players when your team success doesn't start to level out with your individual success.
I personally don't do that.
If Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was doing what he was doing right now, but his team was 5-28, do you think he would be in the MVP conversation? Hell no. Right? Because your individual success isn't an amount in the team. Because one of the signs of a great player, especially if we're going to say you're the best player in the league, is that your talent should correlate to something being impacted on the winning side with your team. Somebody
you have to have a great coach. You have to have a great GM that puts a great team together, veterans on your team. You got to have a great supporting cast.
Now you just admitted
I personally don't do that.
So you're saying Kobe needed Phil? Because me and Herm, we've seen players.
Jordan needs Phil.
We've seen players.
Magic needed Pat Riley.
We've seen players even in unperfect situations still, if it's just for one season, galvanize their troops and exceed expectations?
It's going to be one season.
What expectations did Kobe outside? Because I know in that particular year, y'all are enamored by the 81-point game. That's what really got into y'all head.
The 50-point streak, the 40-point streak. I mean,
the scoring streaks. And see what I'm saying, Herb? It's the scoring streaks. He's caught up in the scoring. But what were they winning games? Were they dominant winning?
There's 15 other players on the team.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
15 other players on the team.
Were they a great team?
There's 15 other players on the team.
I'm asking you one
question. You got to talk
to
those guys.
These are were they a great
team? I'm not going to blame a guy averaging 35 points a game.
I'm not blaming them either. I'm just asking you a question. Were they a great team?
Are we talking about Kobe Bryant or the Lakers?
Okay, I'm confused.
So we're talking about the Lakers now. We switched topics.
Just think.
But it worked hand
Remember,
in
hold
hand.
on, Jeremy. Because right now, what we're doing is we got to stop people from being stupid. I just told you, great players. If we're going to say you're the best player in the league, one of the elements, especially in any given season, one of the elements is that your greatness elevates your team to a certain degree. And if you're telling me Kobe was the best player in the league on an average to below average team, well, I'm questioning your measurement of actual greatness. So again, great in any individual season, greatness, because Dirk, when he was great in that one individual season, his team won a whole bunch of games. He was the league MVP. Herm didn't even want to give him the label of best player, even if it's just for that one particular year. The love for the 81-point game is what y'all fell in love with. The 50-point games is what y'all fell in love with. Y'all did not fall in love with real basketball. A guy scoring 81 points in a basketball game is not good basketball. I don't care how you slice it. It's bad basketball. It's losing basketball, which is why they were a bad team.
Were Dirk won MVP the year after?
Y'all fall in love. You've fallen in love with the spectacle of him scoring, which is what Kobe fans fall in love with. And then the players that are boring, y'all kick them to the wayside because their game isn't as flashy or as real, even though they have just as strong of an argument. And then you try to completely separate how they were able to elevate their team. You're acting like Dirk was walking around with a star-studded all-star team. He was not.
Was that the year they lost to the Warriors?
Dirk was not walking around with a star-studded all-star laden team.
They just let Steve Nash walk. Remember?
So when we talk about Dirk and his ability to elevate his team, and then the analytics also support with Dirk.
How are you elevating your team if you lost to the Warriors in 6?
Hold on. I'm talking about just think. Don't go to stupid narratives. I'm talking about regular season. We're talking about the season in totality. The season in totality, Dirk's impact is shown in his analytics. Dirk's impact is shown in the team's success. A roster, in a sense, could be comparable to the Lakers because it was not star-studded either. Statman. But see, that's the thing. And I was talking to one of my players. I was talking to one of my former players yesterday, and I said this. At the end of the day, as much as you want to pretend that stats don't matter, they do matter. I remember I had a player, and I took him to a coach. I was trying to get him at the D2 level. I said, man, he averaged 5 points a game, but he's a hell of a player. Man, he can shoot the three. He can drive. He just needs the opportunity. You know what the coach told me? He said, at the end of the day, that's a 5-point per game player. Why the hell should I give him a scholarship? 5 points per game is 5 points per game. Why the hell am I giving him a scholarship just because you say so? Off your eye test. Your eye test can be wrong. You might just like him. You might just want to help him get a scholarship. I need to see some tangible results. So all of a sudden with Kobe Bryant, tangible results don't matter.
35 points a game is not tangible results.
Y'all. No. What did it lead to? Was the team any better?
Your team have 15 other players. You need a coach. You need a great owner. You need a GM. We're going to the
next person. Just think, you're in love with Kobe. You're not in love with basketball, my guy. You love Kobe. You sound like a traditional Kobe fan. You're enamored by the points per game. You haven't even talked about any other element of his game. You haven't talked about his ability to play make. You didn't talk about his ability to even defend. At least Herm brought that up. You've only talked about
he averaged 5 assists a game.
Hold on, your outbursts don't help you. You are a Kobe fan. You love Kobe scoring. You are a basketball dummy that just loves scoring. Outside of scoring, you don't understand the game. I see this. The 35 points per game, like I told you guys, what is the number one when teams really get nice? You're not going to, especially in this era from the 2000s on up, it's rare that you just have one individual guy doing all the scoring. Great players know how to get others involved. You didn't talk about how he got others involved. Best players in the league know how to galvanize teammates. You never talked about how he galvanized any teammate. All he did was demonize and villainize all his teammates and call them scrubs and ask for trades.
The month, I'm gonna tell you the year they.
Let me get King Rowe up here. King Rowe. What was Kobe's best year in the NBA and why?
Are you asking me what was his best year?
Yeah. No, not best year. When was he to you was the best player in the NBA?
Well, I got to preface this. I was a Kobe hater, completely a Kobe hater, like literally hated him. Like, and I won't say hated him, but I disliked him. I didn't root for him. But I objectively speaking, I had him as the best player in the league from 2004 or 5, pick a season, until 2011. Basically, until LeBron won his first round.
Okay,
and then I gave the crown to LeBron.
So you said in the 2004-2005 season, Kobe Bryant was the best player in the NBA to you.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, best player at the time. Best player, best individual player. I understand what his team was. I understand that the argument for that.
Team Road. That don't filibuster. You said he was the best player in 04-05.
Drop the link.
I'm about to drop the link. I'm gonna drop it real quick. We're gonna go here. Kobe in 04-05, he averaged 27 points per game. He has the scoring that all Kobe fans love. He was all NBA third team in 04-05. And his team was 34-48 in 04-05. Yet he's the best player in the NBA. Let's talk about players like Tim Duncan, who was first in value over replacement, who was second in PER, who was first in win shares that year. He led his team to the finals. He was finals MVP, right? He was the best defensive player in the league, arguably, it could be said. How does a guy like Tim Duncan, a guy like Tim Duncan, who was far more efficient, averaged a double-double on the year, shot well over 50%, right? His impact was felt on both ends of the floor as a facilitator and as an offensive player. His team had success, not just in the regular season, but success in the playoffs as well. How does a guy with a horrendous record of 34-48, all he did was score points and complain about his teammates? How is that guy better than a guy like Tim Duncan or even a guy like Steve Nash? Right? Even Steve Nash had a hellified year that year because a lot of people don't like Steve Nash in the conversation because Steve Nash averaged 15 points per game, but Steve Nash's impact was felt based on how he galvanized and uplifted his teammates, which is why he was the league MVP that year.
KG was better.
You completely gloss over and look over guys like Steve Nash and Tim Duncan, who had far more success. The only thing Kobe did better than those two guys that year was he scored more points. It led to nothing better. It didn't have better impact. He did not have better analytics, and analytics is just your individual impact. So when we talk analytics, it is individuality. It is your impact on the team winning games. Kobe was not top 10 in PER. He was not top 10 in value of replacement that year. He was not top 10 in win shares. He was all third team NBA. But you're telling me in 04-05 he was the best player in the league over guys like Tim Duncan and Steve Nash.
Can I tell you where you kind of just contradicted yourself?
No, what I want you to tell me is why you got Kobe as the best player in the league in 04-05.
Well, because when I personally judge best player in the league, I do look at their body of work, meaning that Kobe was at that time was a 3-time champion. Now I understand he was on a non-playoff team, but at that point you're going to the quality of his team. We understand that Nash won the MVP that year.
That's not what I said, King Rowe. I did not say nothing about the quality of the team. I said as far as him as an individual player, how his stats translated to winning and affecting the team, right?
But then you're going to the quality of team.
He was not top 10 in PER. He was not top 10 in win shares. He was not top 10 in value over replacement, which value over replacement is the number one individual measurement based on your individual greatness. How are there 9 other players with a higher value over replacement than you in that particular year? Your team is shit water, 34-48, missed the playoffs, and yet we completely, because Tim Duncan averages 7 less points, because he has a boring game, because his game is quiet, because the Spurs were boring to watch as a team, we go to the fancy fadeaway master, Kobe Bryant, and say he's the best player in the league, right? When you can't tell me, if you're 34-48, you can't be playing that good at defense, which is why he didn't make a defensive team. So he wasn't defending like that year. They out there just getting barbecued and torched every single night. What made him the best player in the league other than you just being enamored by him scoring 27 points?
So can I speak now?
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, so when you go to things like win shares, you're also going to value of the team. He's not going to have a lot of win shares if his team is not going to win a lot of games, right? And the value of replacement,
he's the best player.
Okay, but value of replacement.
I know what all these analytics are. We don't need an explanation of what they are. We just know he wasn't first in the NBA in them, just like Tim Duncan consistently was, just like Dirk was consistently, just like Nash was a few years, just like Shaq was first in all 3 of those categories from 2000 to 2003. Because when you're the best player in the league, you're generally first or second in those same categories. Why is Kobe never first or second in those categories like most of the best players in the league, like the Jordan, like the LeBron? How is Kobe the only guy that could be the best player in the league, yet he's never first in analytics that all of the best players in the league are usually first or second in?
But as Scott pointed out in his debate, he was first. Oh, he was actually first on the Lakers in 2002.
No, and Scott pointed out. Hold on. If you're gonna quote Scott, quote him correctly. Scott did exactly what Kobe fans do. He said he was first in the finals. He said his win shares in the finals.
No, the playoffs, the entire playoff run.
Okay.
Now it's the finals.
At the end of the day, King Road, just stupidity got to stop. We are talking about not just one portion of the season, which in that particular season, Kobe wasn't even in the playoffs. So all we have to judge him by is the regular season. His value over replacement in the garbage can. His PER, garbage can. His win shares, garbage can. His team success, garbage can. Everything's in the garbage can. The 27 points per game meant nothing. No impact on winning. No teammates were galvanized. Everybody else was blamed but Kobe, just like what you're doing. And we look over a guy like Tim Duncan, who did everything, sacrificed points for the team's success, best defensive player in the league, averaged a double-double, finals MVP, and Steve Nash, league MVP. Both of these guys, and Tim Duncan, first and second in PER, win shares, and value over replacement. But yet, we got to give it to Kobe. He's on a hot garbage team, losing, doing all this stuff. Why do we just got to give this stuff to Kobe? Because you like the look of his fadeaway. This is crazy.
I gotta mention this too. I know we ain't had none but a couple of other people come up, but I'm surprised.
We're about to drop the link again.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody mentioned 2007, 2008 yet. I didn't mention that on purpose. Hold
on. Let me say something to Pride by P. He says Lamont hate player's choice, but copying their style. I've been doing this before player's choice, and what makes you think I hate player's choice? Them is all the homies. Why would I hate them? Why do y'all say dumb stuff? And this Pride by P, you would be the same one to take this same comment over to player's choice and say it. Why do you say stupid stuff like this, Pride by P? I don't hate no channel. I wish them all the success. Them is all the homies. They all welcome over here. And I'm sure if I wanted to go over there, they would welcome me back with open arms. I just don't have time. The hell am I hate player's choice for? That's one of the best sports channels out here. But y'all say stupid stuff. You got to be a Kobe fan, Pride by P. Pride by P. We got Kobe 824 says, stop ducking Scap, set it up. Kobe 824. Kobe 824. No, hold on. First of all, I'm live. If y'all stupid enough to think that Scap don't know I'm live when I added him on IG, stop it. Y'all say this stupid stuff. How about this, Kobe 828? How about you hit the link and speak for yourself? Y'all be wanting all these other people to speak for you. If Scap want to come up here, see, the thing is with Scap is I'm not going to let him derail the argument, but I'm also not going to argue things that don't need to be argued. I'm not going to argue Kobe's greatness after Shaq left. Anybody with a brain knows he was great after Shaq left.
So Lamont, you're going to throw out 2004-05. That's fair enough. Let's go from 05-06.
No, hold on. I didn't throw it out. That's the year you selected.
No, I actually said you could. I consider them the best from 04 to 2011.
All right, but
that's what I said.
You don't get no redos. You can't get no redos because you picked the wrong year. You know. But now after we go through the other people, I'll let you get another year, and we'll go through that year. You know,
we can go to 08 as MVP here.
That don't look good either. Don't.
If you have a consistent, he was the MVP.
But King Rowe. Y'all, if you don't concede that Steve Nash and his MVP was the best player in the league, why should I concede that Kobe was the best player in the league as the MVP?
Because he also won a championship and finals MVP. Oh no! I'm sorry. He got his team to the finals. He got his team to the finals that year.
We know they didn't win.
But you wanted to put Dirk in 07, and he got knocked in the first round.
King Rowe. Don't try to choose a new year. You said he was the best player in 04-05. You can get a redo, but we know 04-05. You can't tell me a guy that was on an all-NBA third team was the best player in the league. That just makes no sense.
All right, so let me just get this in. The reason why I had it, because he had at that point in time. Hold on.
We got to get to Dre, man. We got to get to Dre, man. They've been waiting, man. I got all these people.
All right, go ahead.
You're going to be on the panel. We're going to open it up. It's going to be, it's going to be.
I got you.
Royal Rumble here in a minute. Dre, man. Kobe's back. Kobe was the best player in the NBA. What year? Everybody needs to be saying the same year. If you're not saying, there's only one year you should be saying. If you're not saying that year, you're gonna get barbecued.
I think the year that you could say he was the best in the league was from probably.
I just need one season.
One season. I'm gonna say. The last year they won it was, what was that? 9 or 10. The last year they won it.
So you got Kobe as the best player in the NBA in 2009 and 2010.
What was that? That was the last year they won it, right? That was the last year they won back to back, right? Was it 09 or 10 or was that?
They beat Boston in 7 games. Yes, they beat Boston in 7 games.
Should have did 08, 09 to be real.
Right. So in that year, Kobe had the team success. We give him that. But see, you know what's funny about this particular year, right? Because there's a lot of people in the chat that are being heavily reliant on what Scap Attack said, right? Scap Attack's the one that said his teammates were just average. Gasol was the only one that was slightly above average. He basically trashed the whole team. So hold on, but he trashed the whole team. So how did this team?
Meta World Peace was on that team, wasn't he?
Kobe did what he always does. 27 points per game on about 44% efficiency. That's Kobe. That don't change. It's very Allen Iverson-like numbers. But Scap Attack is the one. What people like Scap do is they credit all of that to Kobe Bryant, and they try to minimize every teammate. They say LeBron fans do it. Scap did it to the next level by basically trying to tell us that Paul Gasol was just a journeyman. That's how he was trying to put it. But in this particular year, the one thing that stands out, which Kobe does have an argument for that year. So I'm not going to say you picked a bad year. When you win a championship and you're the best team on a championship team, I got to at least admit that you have an argument. But one thing that stands out that year to me is that Kobe was 10th in the NBA in PER. He was 10th in value over replacement, which is significant for your individual impact. And he was 10th in the league in win shares on a team that won an NBA championship. So that tells me right there, if you're that low in win shares as an individual player, if you're that low in value over replacement in PER, you have significant help around you that helps elevate you. And so when I look around the NBA, I'm looking that, in that same year, there was a player in the league by the name of LeBron James, which it could be argued this might be one of his best years too as an individual player. He was number 1 in the league in PER. He was the number 1 in the league in value over replacement. He was number 1 in the league in win shares. He was the league MVP. He was all NBA first team. And he averaged more points per game, points that y'all love. He averaged more points per game than Kobe that particular year. They fell short in the playoffs. They did get in the playoffs, so they didn't have as much winning as Kobe. But when you look at every other metric, impact on winning, number 1 in all 3 major individual analytics that account for your impact, league MVP, all NBA first team, points, assists, rebounds, and he did it all at a more efficient clip than Kobe, 50% shooting 50% per game. Kobe shot 45% per game that year. It's hard for you to tell me that Kobe's a better player, especially when LeBron James is really hitting his prime. And then you also got to look at a guy by the name of Kevin Durant, who was starting to peak. He averaged 30 a game that year, third in the league in PER, second in the league in value over replacement, second in the league in win shares. He was the scoring champion. He was first team All-NBA. So when you look at LeBron and KD, unfortunately, it ain't his time to be the best player in the league no more by that time. Yeah, he had a hellified team, and he had the greatest coach in NBA history, but it's hard for me to believe he was the best player in the league at that time when I'm looking at other guys whose individual impact far, far outweighs Kobe's individual impact towards winning. And Kobe had great numbers, but his case for being the best player in the league, it was gone by that time. It was gone. Bron and KD had already usurped him by this time.
Yeah, and I think that's the major thing that really hurts Kobe on like a lot of guys' list too, though, Lamont, though, is the fact that his dominance as quote unquote being the best player in the league wasn't as long as some of them other guys. So I think that's what kind of hurts him when it comes to getting in that conversation that everyone tries to put him in. Which I mean, me personally, I got Kobe as the third best player of all time on my list, just because I go by off of guys I see.
Though, is I don't think Kobe, outside of maybe 1 year, can be said to be the best player in the NBA.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I mean, I can't fault you on that, because I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I don't think Tim Duncan gets enough credit that he should. Because, like,
but when you look at the numbers and the analytics combined, but we know why Tim Duncan got overlooked, because he's boring and he was on the Spurs and nobody cared about the Spurs.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I mean, we all got to admit, it's arguably easy to be argued that he was the most winningest player of the era. So, I mean, like, it's kind of hard to underrate a guy who you can argue is probably the most winningest player of that era. Because, I mean, how many losing seasons did he have?
0.
So, I mean, what else do we got to talk about? I mean, I know you can say that's the team, but I mean, we got to at least appreciate his greatness, bro. I mean, just think about that. Never having a losing season in the NBA, bro. That's unheard of, bro.
But that's why I'm breaking it down into seasons. I'm breaking it down into particular seasons. So you said the year you gave Kobe was the last time he won a championship was 09-010. That same year, LeBron James was easily, to me, the best player in the league. He was first in every major analytic. He scored more points than Kobe. His team won 61 games. He was the league MVP. I think it was hands down LeBron James the best player in the league at that time.
Are you gonna fall LeBron for getting out in the second round?
No.
Oh, so you're not?
No, because you don't have to win a championship. What I looked at is when I say impact towards winning, King Rowe. Unlike a lot of the basketball dummies, they think winning means winning an NBA championship. Winning is having a 60-win season. Winning is making a run in the playoffs. Winning is not always just winning a championship. In that same year, LeBron James and the Lakers did a lot of winning. LeBron James' impact towards winning was the best in the league. This is why he was first in PER, first in value over replacement, first in win shares, why he was the league MVP and first team All-NBA. His impact towards winning was higher than anyone else's in the NBA at that particular time. And his team won 61 games. Winning.
How many did the Lakers win? I don't remember
offhand. The individual analytics. The Lakers won. Let me see right here. I don't have it written down for that particular year. They did.
It had to be high 50.
It was 50. It was either 53 or 50. It was like 53.
I think they won 57.
50. So high 50. So 4-game difference, but a 2-series difference.
No,
so that doesn't balance.
Yeah, but hold on. But don't harp on that. But there's a significant difference in the stat lines. There's a significant difference in the individual analytics. Kobe, 10th in the league in PER, 10th in the league in value over replacement, 10th in the league in win shares. LeBron, number 1 in the league in PER, number 1 in value over replacement, number 1 in win shares, league MVP, all NBA first team. That's a humongous difference. That's a big gap. That you got to tell me where. And this is it. What y'all do is what y'all will do as Kobe fans is y'all will make it seem like they won that championship right in the coattails, and guys were just riding the coattails of Kobe, when really that was a great team. Because even if you go to the NBA Finals that year, it could be argued
that the team carried them through that NBA Finals. Because there's a lot of questionable moments in that series where Kobe wasn't coming through, where Paul Gasol and some of the others made
Derek
big plays
Fisher.
and did things to help them win.
Game
Derek
7,
Fisher came a
yes.
big
Game
one
7,
in that
yes.
series.
But the thing is, I'm not going to hold that against Kobe because, again, that's just a moment. But if we start breaking it down into moments, we can easily see. I'm not going to be like Scap and say, "Oh, the team was trash," and pretend as if the team didn't. If he just carried the team by himself, he did not.
But Lamar, a few weeks
how
ago,
was
I
that team
debated
trash,
you on
bro?
his help in 2010 as well. Like you said that was not a championship team.
You did not debate me on that.
Yeah. You brought it up and you was like, let's go by the roster. And remember when I said Anthony Parker was the shooting guard and you kind of laughed? And they had traded for Jameson that year, who was 21-9 on the Wizards.
You're talking about the Cavs team. I'm talking about the Lakers team.
Yeah. But if we're gonna go by team, like
I didn't say this is not a LeBron conversation. We're not talking about LeBron James and the Cavs.
He's talking about
you
the
brought
Lakers
up his value over replacement and everything to say that he's the best.
I was talking about how Scap said the Lakers roster was trash. He essentially called Paul Gasol mid. He didn't talk about the impact of the others, the Ron Artest, the Andrew Bynums, and guys like that.
Bynums.
Odom.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't agree with that anyway. Yeah, he had good players.
He strategically did not mention, if y'all listen to the whole debate, I want y'all to listen how strategic he is. He strategically did not mention Ron Artest and Lamar Odom. I want you to ask yourself, how do you not mention, when you're talking about Kobe Bryant, especially after Shaq, how do you not mention Lamar Odom and Ron Artest? And then your whole argument is harped around tearing down Paul Gasol, trying to get us to believe he's just some random all-star that anybody could have came in next to Kobe and won with. And then you start bringing up the marginal guys that really couldn't score a lot of points, like the Derek Fishers, and he even brought up Luke Walton. But yet, when we're talking about help, you don't bring up Ron Artest, who before joining the Lakers was averaging 20 points per game with the Houston Rockets, one of the best scorers in the league, on a tear, going toe-to-toe with Kobe and them, and Lamar Odom, who's one of them, looked at, he's the most versatile player in the NBA, could do it all.
Well, if I'm going to segment the teams, once I just start listing names, that's the stupidest way to analyze a team because everybody has roles and all of that. You know, if you're just judging teams by all stars, that's really a stupid way to judge teams. So I don't get into that. I really get into how they played, the who coached, what the strategy was, because there's multiple roles on a team that needs to be filled. Like who's the best rebounder, right?
Let me go to Mahari real quick. Let me get to Mahari real quick. Mahari, what you got on this, man? What year you got Kobe as the best player in the league, man?
Mahari, all right. Yeah, Kobe Bryant was undoubtedly the best player in the league in my personal opinion. In 2006 and 2007. The only guy you can, I guess, make an argument for that was better than Kobe in 2006, 2007 was maybe Tim Duncan, but at that time his offense wasn't really the same that it was in like 2004, 3, 2, and 1. And then obviously Dirk Nowitzki, but Dirk Nowitzki was a very flawed basketball player. Very bad defender, very bad rim protector, very bad passer and playmaker, all-time great scorer. Very bad rebounder as well. So I don't really think you can make an argument for Dirk Nowitzki being a better basketball player than Kobe Bryant. Like Kobe Bryant that year in 2006, 2007 was showing some of the best floor raising ability, not just in that particular season, but in NBA history. Like if I was to list you off that 2007 Lakers team with
you said
Parker,
floor raising?
Yeah, with Smush Parker. Yeah, with Smush Parker,
Kwame Brown. He didn't do much raising.
Huh?
They won 42 games. He didn't do much raising.
Yeah, but without Kobe Bryant, without Kobe Bryant was such an elite offensive player, not just only with his passing and playmaking and his all-time great scoring and his all-time great shot creating in the mid-range to create advantages for his teammates to score. And that was the year he was really capitalizing on those on his scoring ability and developing fully as a passer and playmaker that year. And also defensively, he still was one of the best perimeter defenders in the league. He still was one of the best screen navigators in the league. He was a very good prober. He still had great lateral quickness. He still was physical and strong on the perimeter.
He was a screen navigator. Hold on.
He was a great screen navigator.
Hold on. He was great. Hold on, Nahari. I'm just trying to. These are terms that nobody that's touched the basketball court have ever heard it in history. So I'm trying to figure out. He said a screen navigator, and he's a great. Now I know what probing is, but when I think of probing, I'm thinking of the Chris Pauls as the great probers.
He was a great prober.
Okay, all right.
Oh, but
okay.
let me. Can I finish Lamont? Then you can rebuttal because I really want to like I want to know the players that you want to argue over Kobe before you start like trying to bash.
We've already talked about this year. You just missed it. Somebody
else.
Oh,
my fault. I didn't know that. But
it don't look good for Kobe.
Oh, okay. But yeah, though, when I talk about floor raising, I'm talking about his just overall offensive ability paired with his defense. He was able to floor raise that. He was able to floor raise that Lakers offense to a top 7 offense in the league. Second best player was Lamar Odom, who was great.
Hold on. They didn't lose games that year because of offense. They lost the games because of defense. They couldn't defend. They were one of the worst.
I understand. I mean, yeah, it was just overall bad roster. But the reason they were even above 500 was because of their offense. And if I was to ask you who was the anchor to the offense and who was the clear-cut best player on the offensive player on that team, you would say Kobe Bryant. Now, obviously, Kobe Bryant doesn't get all the credit for anchoring one of the 10 best offenses in the league. But you telling me right now, if you take Kobe Bryant off that team, they would be a top 10 offense? Absolutely not. They would be one of the worst offenses in the league when we just look at the personnel that they had on that team. So the floor raising, the passing and playmaking, his ability to create advantage for teammates with his ability to create shots in the mid-range and drag play out and be one of the most versatile scorers we've ever seen. And that was also one of the years his three-point shooting was very decent as well, very above average as well. Very solid pull-up three-point shooter as well. With his defense still being some of the better perimeter defense in the league at the time. He was the best player in the world.
And he was top 5.
Okay, so Nahar, you said a lot. You repeated yourself a lot there. But let's get to the truth of the matter, right? Because you essentially basically repeated over and over that you liked his offense. You liked his abilities. So Nahari, I bet when you go to the YMCA, do you say Kobe when you shoot jumpers? Do you do that? You have to, Nahari, because when you look at this same year, 06, 07, there's a problem there, right? You talked about floor raisers, right? Because I think there's another player that has a better case. But when you go to 06, 07, we can start with the guy that has the second best case to be the best player in the league. And that's LeBron James that year. He averaged 27 points per game. He was first in the league in value over replacement, second in the league in win shares. He led his team to the playoffs, and that was the year where he had the iconic performance versus the Detroit Pistons when he went ballistic on them. So he had the moments in the playoffs. He had the moments in the regular season. When you talk about floor raising, right? LeBron James at that time did not have the greatest roster around him. So when you talk about floor raising, you talking about he raised the shit out of them that particular year. So he raised the bar for them so much so that they were able to make a deep run in the playoffs. So the winning is there as well. But I don't even think he had the best case that particular year, even though LeBron with a crazy stat line that year, he better field goal percentage, 27 points per game, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists. Hell of a year for LeBron James, who could easily have been said the best player in the league that year, and regular season and obviously in playoffs. But I think the guy that had probably the best case, again, you got to give it to Dirk Nowitzki. When you talk about a guy who led his team to 67 wins, right? No matter what you say, but you say he's the worst defender, no matter what you say about his game, there was something about his game where his impact towards winning was much higher than Kobe's because he was first in the league in PER. He was second in value over replacement. He was first in win shares, right? And like I said, you're also not talking about a stellar star-studded team around Dirk. So Dirk had to do a lot of real floor raising to get that team to 67 wins. He had to do real floor raising to get them into the playoffs. Now, they were upset in the playoffs, so we can hold that against them, but at least they were there, and they had one of the best one of the best seasons that we've seen, right? So, yeah, you can vilify him on defense. He wasn't a perfect player, but I can also say the same thing about Kobe. He was not a perfect player.
Yeah, but he was a better player than Dirk, though.
When you talk about his impact, everything that you said about his impact, the best way to judge your impact is to look at your individual analytics towards and your impact towards winning. All this stuff that Kobe did with the turnaround fadeaway, with the wristbands everywhere in places you shouldn't even have wristbands. It only led them to 42 wins. And we're talking about all the players that we're talking about, they don't have stellar star-studded rosters. Dirk did not have a stellar star-studded roster, so we can't say he was carried with a whole bunch of stars. Same with LeBron. Yet those guys were able to do far more and have far more impact towards winning. And we can measure this in the analytics. When you go to Kobe's analytics that year, he is third. When you go to analytics that year, he was third in the end. He was behind LeBron and Dirk in all of those categories. third in PER, fifth in value over replacement, and fourth in win shares. He's behind Dirk and LeBron in both those categories. Both those guys have far more team success, far more impact towards winning, far more complete games, far more efficient. But yet we want to say Kobe was the best player in the league, even though he did not live up to the standard that we generally set.
What's the standard for Kobe Bryant? What standard?
Hold
on.
You guys said he was the best player in the league. I don't.
But Dirk, hold on. So Dirk definitely didn't live up to the standard for one, because he got bounced out the first round by the We Believe Warriors. But here's the thing.
What did I say at the beginning? Nahari, just I want you to always reflect back to what I said in the beginning.
Yeah, you said he lost in the first round.
Segment stuff.
Okay.
Look at the season.
I'm just going off what you're saying.
Look at the season in its totality. And when you look at the season in its totality, out of Kobe, Dirk, and LeBron, who had the highest impact towards winning?
How do you judge impact towards winning?
With the individual analytics, value over replacement, win share,
value over replacement. Here's the thing about those stats.
Hold on. Now, don't try to.
Oh, you gotta let me talk, man. You gotta let me explain.
We've been using these stats for. It seems like y'all only want to use these stats when they favor Kobe, because when
I don't use them stats at all.
He had the highest value over replacement or win shares in the playoffs. Y'all was fine with him using it to vilify Shaq. Let's not try to.
Who is y'all?
Okay, well maybe you don't. Let's hear you out.
Yeah, I don't use analytics because a lot of analytics take away the nuances of the game and the hows and how these players. A lot of it does, because those same analytics on the defensive side, would say Nikola Jokic is one of the better defenders in the league, which we all know he's not. So that's why I don't really take analytics too seriously. I like to actually go back, watch these players' game, and see the true impact on the game, how they're shifting the defense, things of that nature, how they're impacting their defense individually. So when you talk about Kobe Bryant and you brought up his teammates, even though Dirk didn't have some crazy super team or anything like that, he still had a very great, well-rounded team that was clearly superior than Kobe Bryant's team. You just don't win 67 games.
Who was on Dirk's roster that made
hold on.
You cannot tell me his roster was superior, but then not be able to tell me the roster. Who made his roster that much more superior? Because just like you said, if you take Dirk or LeBron off those teams, you're looking at lottery teams. Just like if you take Kobe off his team, they're a lottery team. So all three of them, if you remove that player, they're all lottery teams. So we're not talking about far significantly better rosters. Take off Dirk, they're lottery. Take off LeBron that year, they're lottery. Take off Kobe, they're 42-40 or worse, lottery. So why are you trying to pretend like these rosters are just far more significant? Kobe's impact toward winning because of his style of play, which is what's geared towards him getting his numbers up and nobody else really being able to contribute towards winning. Because of that, he had less impact towards winning, because the other guys could function more in the team setting, because they weren't as hard-headed, because they played a winning style of basketball. They ultimately just had better results. And it showed in the individual impacts. It showed in the individual stats. The only thing Kobe has over both those guys that year is he scored more points. You guys are in love with his scoring, but y'all don't care about the rest of the game. And then when you talk about Kobe's defense, well, you forget to tell us that he was on one of the worst defensive teams in the NBA. So his defense could not be that good because he's not doing anything. You're not stopping anybody. You're not galvanizing the team defense. You're not elevating anybody on defense. You're just pretending. You're not a good team when you're 42-40. Don't pretend.
Nobody said they were a good team.
And it's very few times in NBA history where we run around saying the best player in the league is on a mid team. That is not acceptable. We ain't.
Are we not? Who do you have as the best player in the league right now?
The best player in the league right now is Shai.
It's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yes.
What makes Shai a better basketball player than Jokic and Giannis?
Listen, we're not talking about.
I mean, no, this is just a very weird. Hold on.
All right, no. Don't ask me a question that you don't. If you don't like my answer, I'm telling you why. Shai's impact towards winning. What is he doing? The one thing where Shai elevated his game is defensively. When he elevated his game defensively, what did it also affect? Now they are the best defensive team in the league, on top of him being one of the best offensive forces in the NBA. You just talked about Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jokic has struggled on the defensive end, and he cannot galvanize that Denver Nugget team that cannot stop anybody. He can't get them to play defense to save their life, which is why they're struggling so much. So when you're talking about this year in particular, give Shai Gilgeous-Alexander his credit because he got better on the defensive end, and his defense is now translating into a better defensive unit because he's actually a real floor raiser, and we can see the results on the court because the team is the best defensive team in the league, and he's still doing his thing on offense. He's looked at as one of the best offensive players in the NBA. He's killing in the mid-range. You should love him because he's a mid-range master like Kobe. So the fact that you're running to a guy that you just said can't play defense and you going to a guy that actually plays both sides of the floor and he's elite on both sides, you killing your own logic right there.
I'm not killing my own logic because Jokic was not the only player I said. That's the one. I said, Lamar, can you stop muting me too, Lamar? I'm trying to get it off. But what I'm saying is your argument makes no sense because you're going to say Shai's a better player or Dirk Nowitzki was a better player or LeBron was a better player than Kobe Bryant because of quote unquote team success and impact on winning.
Well, it's not because
you're judging impact on winning going.
Hold on, Nahar. What did I say about OKC's teams winning? I didn't say anything about winning. I said
but you said they were the best defense in the league.
No. Listen, because when you get better and when you're actually a floor raiser, it correlates to winning. I didn't have to talk about winning because when you get better at those things, it naturally just trends toward impacting wins. That's the first thing I said about Gilgeous-Alexander. He's a better defender. But when his defense got better, it raised the level of defense of everybody around him. So even without Chet Holmgren, they are the best defensive team in the NBA. Even without their rim protector, now he has everybody on that team playing defense because he's elevated his level of defense. And he's still the great offensive force that we've seen over the last couple of years. We haven't given him the title of best player in the league because there were certain things he needed to elevate. Now that he started to elevate, it's only fair for me to ultimately give him credit for that elevation. He's elevated his defense. He's elevated his offense. The impact now has elevated their ability to win games. I have to give credit where credit is due.
You give credit. Yes, you do give credit.
I'm not going to hold on to the old. I'm not going to run around saying Jokic is the best player right now because of what Jokic did 3 and 4 years ago. Right now, today, if you're not saying
I'm not talking about 3-4 years ago.
The best players in the league, you are just smoking K2.
I'm not talking about Jokic. I'm not talking about Jokic 3-4 years ago. I'm talking about Jokic and Giannis now. And this goes back to the Kobe Bryant argument in which it makes no sense. Yes, Shai has been a great defender this year. He's been a very good defender, but he has not been a better individual player than Giannis or Jokic. Lamar, you play basketball, you coach basketball, you understand. I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain it because you're talking about how.
All right. I got to get to Phil real quick.
My God.
I'm going to let you go. You just about to get to a long diatribe, and now we're talking about OKC and not Kobe.
No, I'm just saying it doesn't. The logic doesn't make any sense.
Stuff that makes no sense.
You can't sit.
Kobe fans.
You can't sit there and say Jokic and Giannis.
Hold on. I told you who I thought the best player was, and you know what? Shai's analytics, Shai's defensive output, Shai's offensive output, and Shai's winning output right now exceeds Jokic right now. That's consistent. So, if you're telling me otherwise, well, go find the metrics and prove otherwise, but you can't.
Well, Jokic leads in the. Well, first of all, it's not even about metrics because I'm not using metrics to have for my argument. But your argument is purely metrics, and it's taking the nuances out the game. When you say, but hold on, you gotta stop muting me and let me explain.
No, because don't lie. Kobe fans, now y'all turning into Jordan.
I'm not even a Kobe fan. I'm not a Kobe fan.
No, well, don't lie.
Kobe, not even my top 10. But listen,
I'm just keeping it straight face that all I used was analytics.
No, you did not all lose analytics, but a lot of your arguments is based off analytics. When you say things like
y'all got to stop with the stupidity. Don't run from the analytics just because it doesn't favor the player that you like. Analytics always are much better than your eye test. You know what? The funniest thing about this is when I saw analytics that said Nikola Jokic was a much better defender than we thought. You know what the first thing I did was? I said, maybe I need to reevaluate his defense. And when you actually do, because I did a video on this, when you look at his defense, it's actually not as bad as what people pretended to be. So at the end of the day, analytics are far more consistent and accurate than your eye test. Your eye test has you trying to tell me that a guy on a 42-40 team, less impact towards winning than guys like LeBron and Dirk are the best player in the league. That's what your eye test tells you. A guy on a 42-40 team did not make any imprint on the playoffs that year, didn't do anything historic in the regular season, did not elevate his guys the same way LeBron and Dirk elevated their mid teams. Yet you're trying to pretend that Kobe was a better player in that particular year because he scored a few more points. Y'all got to stop falling in love with points, man. Y'all fall in love with.
Can I have a turn, Lamont?
And hold on, we got Anthony in the chat. He said, I'm an idiot. Y'all come up here and talk basketball. I keep telling y'all, all y'all doing is telling me about how he scores more points than these guys. He is not doing anything better. His impact's not better. His winning's not better, right? His overall numbers aren't better. His efficiency isn't better. Y'all just telling me he scores more points. You got Nahari talking about his footwork in the paint, his turnaround jumper. He's a better prober. He's a better screen detector. Whatever. What did he say, y'all? What do you call him? A screen movement detector or something? A smoke detector on defense or something? What the hell is you talking about? Y'all making up stuff for Kobe. I be hating y'all pretend like basketball, all these new terms, man, y'all making up stuff. Because if you go to probing, Chris Paul was the best prober in the league, if you even know what probing is. Kobe wasn't probing. The only thing Kobe probed to do was to get his elbow jumper off. Probing is for playmakers, not for guys that's trying to shoot the ball every damn time. Jesus Christ.
All right, Lamont, you gonna let me finish now with the whole Kobe Bryant thing?
Hold on. All I want is for Mahari and Phil to get their takeoff, and y'all can go into Royal Rumble. That's the only reason why I'm trying to stop. I'm trying to go to Mahari and Phil because they've been waiting. And then we got Breland. We got Beasley in the chat. That's
yeah,
it.
I'm not gonna be fast, Lamont, because you capping, Lamont. You capping.
Can I go to Mahari, please?
All right, go ahead, man.
I didn't cap on nothing. Everything the facts.
You didn't even let me finish, man, because I was right.
Hey, Mahari,
your analytics, you're going off analytics, and you just said Shay's a better player than Jokic and Giannis.
Okay.
Because of his team
all right.
defense.
You're right. I'm going off all analytics. You're right. Let's just pretend I'm going off all analytics. That's just what you want to hear. And like I said the other day,
and you want to hear the only argument Kobe fans is making is points per game, which that's not the only argument I made.
Hold on. Nahari, can I please go on to Mahari and Phil? I'm not saying nothing. You said Kobe was the best this year. Unfortunately, Bron and Dirk were far better, superior.
They were far better, even though LeBron James was heavily flawed as a half-court scorer, heavily flawed as a free throw shooter, and Dirk Nowitzki literally was a terrible rim protector, terrible passer and playmaker, all-time great scorer, all-time.
Did Kobe not have no flaws? Are you pretending?
Every player has flaws. That's not That's not the argument. Kobe Bryant was a better basketball player than Dirk. He was a clear better defender.
No, he wasn't.
He was a better offensive player. He was a clear better passer and playmaker.
Mahari, can we go to Mahari, please? We got to go to the next person. I'm gonna come back to you. He was not better. The numbers don't lie. You do. Mahari, what you got on this, man?
The numbers say Jokic is an elite defender.
Okay.
Right.
Can I have a turn?
Like I said, if any analytic doesn't support your eye test, you need to reevaluate what your eyes are telling you.
So if the analytics say Jokic is an elite defender, would you agree?
Can I have a turn, brother?
Analytics don't say he's an elite defender. The analytics just say he's a much better defender than people give him credit for.
No, the analytics say he's one of the best.
What analytics?
Just go look at it. Go look at analytics. Listen. Lamont.
No, you cannot lie.
I'm not about to sit up here and act like I am like some super. And I've heard arguments again. You can go look it up yourself. You can go look it up yourself. Because you probably don't argue with Jokic fans. But I'm telling you right now, I've heard Jokic fans argue. And don't act like you haven't heard.
All right, Mahari, we're going to Mahari right now. Go ahead, Mahari. He just he's stuck on this. He's stuck on these analytics because Kobe ain't got it. And the analytics,
it's not about analytics.
I know it's not.
Let me have a turn.
Kobe fans can't make it about analytics. You know why? Because Kobe analytics is in the garbage can. So Kobe fans can't make it about analytics. His analytics is always going to be behind Bron. His analytics are always going to be behind the best players. And the unfortunate part about it is that when you look at guys that were labeled the best player in any given season, they are almost on every time you look at it.
So
hold on, Nahari. No, shut up. Well, you just got to start listening. If you go to PER, win shares and value over replacement, why does Michael Jordan always number one in those categories throughout the 90s? Why during those 3 years when Shaq was dominant, why was he number one in the NBA in all three of those? Why does those three stat categories always just happen to translate to who we claim is the best player in the league, except for Kobe Bryant? All of a sudden, you can just be bottom of the barrel in all those three categories. Your team can be 34 and all 48. You can be 42 and 40. And you can be labeled the best player in the league all of a sudden. Y'all moving the bar too much, man. That's all it is, man. Y'all trying to change stuff for Kobe. Hell no, he was not the best player that year. Nothing supports it other than your feelings. Go ahead, Mahari.
All right. Let's calm it down for a moment. Okay. I'm surprised nobody has touched the 2007-2008 season, the year that he won MVP.
For real.
I'm surprised nobody has touched that because to me, that's when he was at his true apex in my view. But I'm guessing that the analytics are going to prove the otherwise. But to me, that's when he's at his apex.
Everything is
okay. Let's hear it. Okay, let's hear it. Go ahead. Okay, let's hear it.
So hold on.
Hold up, Lamont.
Hold on, Pete. Hold on, Phil. This is Mahari's logic. Right. We'll come to you next. You said Kobe's MVP year made and I'll give you credit. MVPs are significant, but what we do know, especially from Kobe fans, is that they definitely give them to the wrong player, because just like we say that Nash is MVP, he wasn't really truly the best player. When you really look to the 2007-2008 season, Kobe was a great scorer, 28 points per game, 6 rebounds, 5 assists. But if you just stick to the stats, and this is just statistically, he was not better than LeBron James, who averaged 30 points per game, 7.9 rebounds, 7.2 assists on a way higher field goal percentage. Then we can go to the analytics, your individual impact towards winning. LeBron James was number one in the NBA in PER, number one in value over replacement, number one in win shares. Kobe was fourth in PER, third in value over replacement, third in win shares.
But how many games the Cleveland Cavaliers won that year in 2008?
And that's just your individual impact. So the analytics just basically tell me how your stats translate to winning. How impactful are your stats towards winning? LeBron James's stats had a far more significant impact towards winning than Kobe's did. Now, we have to give Kobe his just due. Irregardless of what we might feel about his impact towards winning, the one thing he does have over LeBron James that year is he does have the winning. His team was better in the regular season. They won 57 games.
Okay.
Right? Even though they faltered in the end. LeBron James' team, just like Kobe's that year before, wasn't as good. That we talked about, 45 wins, right? Statistically across the board. There's also a couple other players that also had another case. But you might not like these players because, again, they're not the flashy names with the frill, or nor do they have the 30 points per game. A guy like Chris Paul, because Chris Paul that year might have had arguably his best year in the NBA, one of his best years, because he was right behind LeBron James in PER at number 2. He was right behind LeBron James in value over replacement. He was right behind LeBron. He was right. He was tied with LeBron James for win shares that year at number 1. Right. He averaged a double-double, far more efficient, shot close to 50% from the field, averaged a double-double, 21 and 11. Right. And he was also second in MVP voting, right behind Kobe. He led his team to 56 wins as well, so they had the winning. So Chris Paul had a case that year. I believe it belonged to LeBron James. I don't think it was close. But again, this is another one of those years where it's arguable, but the years I'm looking for where it's not even arguable. I believe LeBron James had the best case. Statistically, he was better. Impact towards winning, he was far better with the analytics. The only thing that Kobe had was he ultimately just had a far better team, and they won more and they got to the NBA Finals.
Okay. That's what you see. All right. So, but let me ask you this. Who was the best player in 2000? But let me ask you this question. Who was the best player in 2009? LeBron, correct?
Hold on. In 2000, what? 2008, 2009, 2009, 2010?
Yeah. Now I'm talking about 2008, 2009, the year that LeBron won his first MVP. Was he the best player statistically in terms of the analytics?
Who? LeBron?
Yeah, LeBron.
LeBron. If you're comparing him to Kobe, yes, he scored more than Kobe. He averaged more rebounds than Kobe that year. He averaged more assists than Kobe that year, and he had a better field goal percentage. He also that year LeBron James won the MVP. He also was first in the league in PER. He was number one in value over replacement. He was also number one in win shares. He was MVP and first team All NBA. He led the Cavs to 66 wins. So he was winning. He had the accolades with the MVP. He had impact towards winning, was number one in all three major individual analytical categories, and he had a better stat line than Kobe across the board in every major statistical category.
Okay.
Kobe that year was 26.8, 5 rebounds, 4 assists on 45% shooting from the field. He was 5th in PER. He was 6th in value over replacement, and he was 6th in win shares.
Okay. Could you argue that 08, 09 MVP year of Kobe was better than his MVP year? Could you argue that? Oh, what the hell?
What the hell?
Hold on, I don't know who that is. Somebody got
That's G right there.
No,
okay, here we go.
No,
that was crazy.
I'm saying, if you're taking me to another year, because this is the second year you brought me to. You brought me to another year where LeBron James not only has more impressive. Not only does LeBron James have a more impressive stat line, but LeBron James' impact towards winning in every major analytical category, he's number one in the league. He's number one in PER, value over replacement, and win shares. In 08-09, LeBron was the MVP, first team All-NBA. So, and he led his team also to 66 wins. He has the winning, he has the individual impact, and he has the individual stats to be the best player in the league. He has all three. He meets all barometers, and he did all three of those better than Kobe. Kobe was not the best player in the league in 08-09. It was LeBron James. No matter what you say or how much you like LeBron, it was LeBron that year. I'm sorry. I'm not a LeBron fan. People say it, but he has the case. He has the better case. Even in 08-09. In 08-09, D Wade had a better case than Kobe.
Did those guys made the finals?
Hold on. D Wade in 08-09, D Wade averaged 30 points per game, more than Kobe, more assists at 7.5, more rebounds at 5. He was second in the league in PER, right behind LeBron. He was second in the league in value over replacement, right behind LeBron. He was third in the league in win shares. So and then he also had the winning, because that was one of D Wade's best years in the NBA. So if you talk about winning, individual impact towards winning with the analytics and stat line, D Wade and Bron that year were both better than Kobe.
Okay. So here's what
was not a good year for Kobe. Can I
have a chance to speak, sir? Can I have a chance to speak, sir? All right. See, I do agree with you with the analytic parts, because the analytics speak the truth. But I think what you fail to realize here is that I agree with you that those guys made a huge impact in terms of their winning individually for their own respective teams. But you also neglected the fact of what was their impact during the postseason. Kobe's impact in the postseason was far greater than LeBron and D Wade combined. The championship years proved it. So that's my argument. But go ahead. I'm done. Are you there?
No, all I'm saying is at the end of the day, if we're talking about the complete season, if you want to segment off the playoffs and say Kobe was the best player in the playoffs, go run with that. But if we're talking about the entire season of 2008, 2009,
and I didn't disagree with you. I'm just making sure I'm not disagreeing with you. Go ahead.
If we're not selectively targeting certain aspects of the season that favor your logic, if we take everything in totality from 2008, 2009, LeBron James and D Wade were the two best players in the NBA. Now, if you want to segment off the playoffs because Kobe had a hell of a run in the playoffs, okay, segment that off and say he was the best player in the playoffs. But we're not talking about best player.
And that's where I draw the line. And that's where I draw the line.
Best player in the NBA.
In the regular season.
No, the best player in the NBA. Playoffs and regular season. Because you cannot
combine both of them.
You cannot erase.
You can't combine both of them.
Smart. That to you can't. The season doesn't end until the playoffs is over with. It's all part of one season. It's not separate. It's not my fault that Kobe just does not measure up to these guys as individual players in those years. It's not my fault that Kobe had a hell of a team and the best coach in NBA history helping him out when he was deficient in certain things, when he was not efficient, right? When his impact towards winning was lower than these guys. It's not my fault that he just had far, like y'all talk about help. They're at this particular time in their careers, Kobe had more help. I just don't hear people running around with that narrative. But you hear people like that running around talking about, oh, Paul Gasol wasn't that good. Lamar Odom was just a role player. Ron Artest was just.
Well, you know, hold on. With the guy with Scap, he don't know nothing about basketball, bro. When he said that, he don't know nothing. He don't know nothing.
What I'm saying is, if we stick to how we traditionally judge who the best player is, let's judge it off that. Right? If a guy just gets farther because I have a better team, just say that. But let's not pretend like Kobe in this run, his impact towards winning was equatable to what D Wade or LeBron was doing that year. It's not even comparable. It's not equatable. Those two had far more. They not only were better statistically, their impact towards winning was better. Just is what it is.
So Lamont, got a quick question for you, Lamont.
Go ahead.
So when you're talking about, are you done? My fault. Let me know if you're done or not.
No. I'm just saying. I'm done. You can have somebody else talk. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go to Beasley real quick. I got Khalil. I gotta go to Beasley and Khalil real quick, and then
hold on, man. I ain't even gone yet, bro. What's
Who's
going
that?
on here?
Who's that?
Phil. This is my first time.
Oh, Phil, my bad, Phil. Go ahead and cook.
So look, man, I don't know what that other dude was talking about. He brought up 07, 08, but he didn't really stick on it. Personally, I think his MVP season was, you could probably say he's the best player in the NBA that season. I mean, I know you went into the analytics. I believe he was top 5 in most of the analytics that you had brought up. Second in win shares, top 3 in value over replacement. And then, I mean, if you add in the playoffs into that, he was number 1 in playoff win share. He was second in playoff PER. He had the team success, 57 wins that season. And then, I mean, people don't want to talk about it in that 07, 08 season, but like getting Paul Gasol really stepped up his playmaking. In my opinion, I think that Paul Gasol pick and roll, I mean, outside of probably Steve Nash and Chris Paul and a couple, that was probably one of the best pick and roll duos you could find in the NBA. So I'd say that also give a little edge to Kobe in there. You got the scoring, of course. I mean, I didn't even really bring up the scoring because that year LeBron led the league in scoring, but Kobe had the most total points simply because he played more games. Even though totals do matter, you know, watching this channel, that showed me one thing. Totals do matter. And if it don't, you could tell me otherwise. So totals do matter. He led the NBA in points, total points. His team was, I believe he was top 5. The Lakers was top 5 in offensive rating. Him being the person that averaged the most assists on the team, he was running the offense. And I really think that, I mean, I'm not one of these Kobe fans who going to come up here and disparage Paul Gasol and none of these other guys. I really think that Paul Gasol coming in middle of that season really like made Kobe's playmaking take off. And then the defense, of course, I believe the Lakers was top 5 in defensive rating that year too. I mean, I know we had Trevor Ariza. I don't think he had Ron Artest by that point. So I still say he was the best perimeter defender on that team in 07, 08. And then if we even get to the playoffs, I mean, that playoff run up until the finals, where in the finals he really stunk it up. That run through the Western Conference, that's one of the best runs I've seen in a while. I think he beat that first round was Denver, who had 50 wins, swept them. I think he averaged 30 plus on 50% shooting. That next one against the Jazz, averaging over 30. I believe he averaged 6 or 7 assists on 50 plus. And then the Western Conference Finals against the Spurs and the beloved Tim Duncan that everybody loves to fucking dick suck, cooked him, got him up out of there, destroyed them, had Greg Popovich scratching his head because in Game 5, 17 points in the fourth quarter, 39 points on the night.
Hey, Phil, can I say something?
Yeah, go. What's up?
The play-by-play playoff monologue is just to galvanize Kobe fans to rehash those old memories.
I understand that.
That's why I said,
Phil, my boy.
Phil, I know that's not the only thing you said, but you turned into Scap Attack for a second.
Don't do that.
What I'm saying is, when we look at a season, I don't segment the season and break it up into the moments that I like.
Yeah.
You have to good, bad, or indifferent. The entire season is what tells me who the best player is.
For sure.
Some people might not think the regular season means that much, but it still tells us who the best player is. And the regular season holds the most weight because the regular season is the largest portion of games. It's the biggest sample size that we have.
That's great.
The playoffs is a much different sample size. The playoffs can do two things. It can over exemplify a player and give us a version of that player that we don't traditionally see, or it can undervalue a player based on certain matchups. Like Scap Attack knew what would happen with Shaq sometimes when teams would load up on him, and because Kobe Bryant would then kind of revert into being the team's leading scorer, he kind of used that against Shaquille O'Neal, because in the playoffs, teams would just load up on Shaq with this crazy defensive pressure and would force Shaq to have to facilitate the others because they weren't going to let Shaq beat him. And so he would use that. So that's why I say use the whole thing, because if you use the whole thing in the totality, you can't get fooled by a few playoff series where teams want to send triple teams at Shaq the whole time, and now Kobe has to be the lead scorer. Because if you look at the totality of these seasons, if you look at the totality of these seasons, full seasons, it's hard for me to look at, it's like some of the seasons that we had just talked about before. It's hard to me to look at what LeBron was doing, and even one of those seasons what D-Wade was doing, and say that Kobe was a better player in totality. He might have had a better playoff run, right? He might have had a few series, and I think even that Utah Jazz series, that's a series where Paul Gasol doesn't get enough credit, because that was a series that what happened? They were sending those crazy, stupid doubles at Kobe.
But he was burning Gasol too.
But what I'm saying is Paul Gasol helped.
He essentially
was the man of the hour, because he's when they went to Dublin and sending those odd weird zones at Kobe, Paul Gasol, everything that he did elevated. He averaged 14 rebounds a game and like 23 points per game. He normally averaged like 18 and 11. So when Kobe needed him to elevate, he elevated everything up, and he had to do, and because Kobe actually deferred to Paul Gasol, credit needs to be given where credit is due. That's also credit to Kobe as well. But that isn't those playoff pictures don't paint the correct picture, because you're just taking a small portion of the season trying to paint a picture that represents the entire season.
But
that what he did in the playoffs does not represent the entire season. There were other players that, to me, painted a better picture and had a better case to be the best player in the league.
Playoffs don't matter.
I mean, but the playoffs do count. We're not going to sit here and act like it doesn't count.
I'm not saying they don't count.
I get you.
The biggest portion of the season is the regular season.
Is the regular season. I agree.
This is why the league MVP award is far more significant than the finals MVP. The finals MVP. Why have we seen why have we seen throughout NBA history guys that are 6th and 7th men can win the finals MVP? Because over a short period of time, the payoffs can paint a picture that makes them look weak. I'm great, right? So you got Dennis Johnson. You got Andre Iguodala winning finals MVPs.
I know,
they would never sniff a league MVP, because over the course of 82 games, which is a far bigger sample size, they cannot keep that going.
We're not going to sit here and act like the playoffs.
No, Frank, if you're going to come in, the first thing you need to be telling me is what season was Kobe the best player?
Hold on. I still got one more. I ain't done with mine, though. I still got a couple more things. I ain't done that season.
We already cooked that year.
That season was great. 07, 08. I ain't even done, because he had the assist percentage 25%, turnover percentage 9%, and he was one of the highest usage players in the NBA. So again, that goes to his playmaking, which was, again, I wouldn't say elite, but it was well above average, and it was actually a career high, I believe.
He was the best player on the best team.
Hold up, Lamont. Hold up.
He was the best player on the best team.
Hold up. So wait. So you telling me that the analytics did show that his play impacted winning positively, correct?
No. What I'm saying is
just answer, bro. Just the analytics show.
Hold on. You can't tell me the answer and then get mad when I start to answer. I'm not gonna warp the analytics and frame them into a special way where I put Kobe on top. The analytics show not only did LeBron James that year have a far better stat line, average more points, rebounds, assists, better field goal percentage, but he was number 1 in PER, number 1 in value over replacement, and number 1 in win shares.
Who won that?
Right? The only thing that he suffered in that year was elevating his team. They only won 45 games, and they did not have the winning success that Kobe did. But when you look at Kobe's individual stats and individual impact towards winning in his analytics, he is behind LeBron James in PER, value over replacement, win shares, points per game, rebounds per game, assists per game, and field goal percentage. The only thing that he did better than LeBron that year was his team won more games.
This is inconsistent. Listen, you're being inconsistent.
LeBron over Kobe all time, but if we're gonna act like those years, Kobe isn't ahead of LeBron. That
he was not better than LeBron James that year. LeBron James was the best player in the league that year.
You're talking about 08, 09?
07, 08. LeBron James was the best player in the NBA over Kobe.
Hell nah, nigga.
You have
Hell
to.
nah.
You're a Kobe fan.
You didn't know
I don't even have Kobe in my top 10, but you don't got a cap.
This is what the numbers say. There's no measurement that will tell
Lamar, this side, no, you out of.
No, hard. Come back when you actually give me something tangible that tells me Kobe was better than LeBron. I implore anybody, give me something tangible that visibly shows me. If I got Phil giving me assist percentages and all types of stuff. I'm giving you metrics that directly show impact towards winning, and then your overall individual stat line. LeBron James's stat line wasn't like one of those Kobe years where he had a great stat line, but you at the bottom of the league in analytics. LeBron James not only had a far better stat line, but he has the best impact on winning in the NBA.
He did, Lamont, but he didn't win until he got with Dwayne Wade.
Oh my
until
God,
the
bro. Hold on, Frank. You must have missed it earlier when we said when I use the term winning, it does not mean winning a championship. Winning can be a lot of different things. Only y'all idiots think winning means winning a championship. A 60-win season is winning, even if you lose in the first round. A 50-win season is winning, even if you lose in the second round.
Lamont, LeBron James that year was
bro, Frank, we'll let you get to your take. But y'all be sitting here talking to me like I ain't studied this stuff a million times over. I really don't care who comes out number 1. My favorite player is Brandon Roy. I don't care who comes out ahead. But when the numbers and how we properly are supposed to use these numbers to measure greatness are applied and LeBron James come out on top, I have to give him credit. If Kobe, there's only one year where somebody got it right, where Kobe actually came out on top. But it's still even arguable that year. Y'all feelings tell y'all Kobe was number 1 those years because he had the run to the championship. That's feelings. Come on, y'all. Yeah. Give me something measurable. Give me something that I can work with.
I'm no longer muted. My point was LeBron.
I don't want points. I want facts, things that are measurable.
Or if I'm gonna be put
give me things that are not feelings based.
No, bro. If I'm gonna be put on mute, I just won't talk. So
this is a conversation where you need to come with real facts.
Then you can't. No. If you're gonna
no.
If we're gonna have a conversation,
are you coming with facts? Okay. I did this show for 4 years. No, I did the show for 4 years, and I let people come up here without facts.
I'm trying to talk. Let people. You're not letting me talk.
No, because them days is over with, Frank. Sorry. If you're not coming up here with facts and real measurables, you ain't got nothing to talk about. Because if you come up here telling me Kobe is this best player in the league, but you ain't got no measurables, because y'all are misapplying analytics. I've seen these silly Kobe fans take analytics. You're comparing analytics across eras. You don't know how to apply analytics correctly. You don't know how to use them correctly. Y'all don't know which analytics are impacts towards winning. You don't know which analytics hold more value than others. You don't know when to use them. You're taking playoff analytics and saying this is what makes it. Bro, y'all are completely confused with how to use half the stuff y'all talk about. You got guys like Nahari coming up here talking about that man is just talking about he was a great screen pro protector. I don't know what the hell the man is talking about. I don't know where he gets all this stuff from. What the hell they be talking about? Y'all just be saying anything. Those days are over with, man. come with real measurables. This is not a very hard conversation. Give me tangible evidence that Kobe was the best player in the league in whatever year you select. Now give me the evidence.
The evidence is this. In 09, right? LeBron had the highest box plus minus of all time. Fine, cool, great. But he didn't win. He didn't win due to his team. Now, if you want to say who the best player is that year, I guess he is the best player stats-wise. But the stats don't tell the full story, Lamont. It's also about, did you win? People want to see who won. Nobody in freaking 30 years is going to go back and say, 20, and say 2009 Bron James, this all-time great player. Like, nobody's going to care. People want to see who won, and that's it. And you're getting literally not look.
Can I ask you one question, Frank? Can I ask you one question?
Of course, bro. Yeah, man.
When did I ever bring up box plus minus? And
why
do you think? And why do you think?
You're talking about numbers.
Hold on. No, I'm not. Hold on, Frank.
Y'all
got to listen very carefully. I said I chose the 3 analytics that are traditionally used and are the most accurate at determining your impact towards winning. Box plus minus and defensive box plus minus are horrible analytics to use in this particular context. Box plus minus and defensive box plus minus generally, and this is not from me, this is from Scott Mossman, the guy that created Synergy, are generally only accurate when you're talking about a 1, 2, 3, a very small game sample size, and you're looking for very specific things out of a player. It is not a metric to use when you're looking at the overall greatness of a player. The reason why I chose PER, value over replacement, and win shares is because if you go throughout NBA history, and let's say, for example, we say 1996, Michael Jordan was the best player of the year. It just so happens that Michael Jordan was number 1 in PER, value over replacement, and win shares. If we say Shaquille O'Neal was the best player in 2001, well, it just so happens Shaquille O'Neal was number 1 in PER, value over replacement, and win shares. Those 3 metrics generally just happen to be who we most commonly say the best player in the game is. It just all of a sudden, for the first time ever with Kobe Bryant, he's getting labeled being the best player over guys like Dirk, who probably should have got awarded to, over guys like LeBron, when all he's doing is just shooting bad turnaround fadeaways at a very inefficient rate. Mm-hmm. And because he's won you guys over with his style of play, you guys overlook. We literally had somebody come up here and say he was the best player in the league when his team was 34 and 48.
Are we talking about 09, 010, or are we just talking about?
I'm just giving you examples of. I didn't use box plus minus. I use analytics. I use analytics. I use analytics that traditionally I used analytics that most.
I know you
almost.
Did.
I use analytics that almost always tell us who the best player in the world is.
Pointing.
You being the best player in the league at that time.
I'm sorry?
Give me one measurable that told you that we should go look at. Outside of you just saying so because you like this fadeaway, give me any measurable.
That's not why you're putting words.
So why was he the best player in the league?
Why was Kobe?
Because it wasn't impact.
That's why. Because he won. That's why.
But his impact towards winning was not bigger than LeBron's.
Lamont.
He essentially won because he had a better team and a better coach.
LeBron was better that whole year in the regular season. In the playoffs, Kobe was better because he won.
Hey, Johnny, I don't think he understands what these analytics
No,
mean.
I do understand. It's not
because the analytics measure.
I don't have to agree toward everything.
You know what the analytics measure? See, the analytics are actually. Okay, Frank, you say you don't care, but I'm gonna educate people. The analytics measure the analytics, whether you win the championship or not. Hold on, Frank. Whether you win the championship or not, the analytics help us. But the analytics basically tell us how much should we value your stats. So, for example, if you have a guy averaging 30 points per game, but the team is 18 and 50, I guarantee you he's not going to be number 1 in the league in PER. I guarantee you he's not going to be number 1 in the league. He could be averaging 45 points per game. But if his team is 18-50, I guarantee you the analytics are going to reflect him being low in win shares, low in value over replacement, low in PER. And that's going to tell us, oh, your stats aren't really translating toward winning. There's a lot of things that the best player needs to do. It's more than just filling the stat sheet. That needs to translate somehow. It needs to impact winning. LeBron impacted winning more than Kobe that year. So when we say who's the better winner, even though LeBron didn't win the championship, he was the better winner that year. His stats impacted winning more.
He got 66
Kobe
wins.
just had a better team.
He lost.
Kobe just had a better team.
Is Kevin Garnett better than Kobe in 08?
No way.
Why not? He won. He won.
Kevin Garnett's team was better.
Oh, my.
LeBron, okay, Kobe's team was better, but it goes back
I'm literally
to my
telling you the same thing.
Wait. It goes back to my previous point. LeBron couldn't close the deal until he got who? Dwayne Wade, who taught him how to win. And even that first year, he choked.
How did Dwayne Wade teach him how to win
now,
when
guys,
he went to the finals
my favorite
before
player,
Dwayne Wade did?
No. Don't start talking now. My favorite
I can start talking now. You don't tell me what to do.
No. Don't start talking.
You up here sounding like
my favorite player
fool.
is
the man
LeBron,
went to the finals before he even met D-Wade. How is that?
My favorite
hey, Lamont, that's why they hate me, Lamont. I asked one question and ended the whole conversation, Lamont.
We're not gonna sit here.
I asked look how mad he got, Lamont. Lamont, look how mad he got off one question. Off one question, he got upset.
Get him off the panel, man.
Lamont, I don't want. Hey, Lamont, I don't want to bring down. I don't want to bring down your viewership. I just wanted to pop up and ask a simple question because I've noticed something today that I've been noticing for a while. I think the real beef with LeBron James isn't LeBron James, and I've heard a lot of them say this. It's us, the fans. They really don't. No, they don't want us to celebrate and praise LeBron the way they have been doing Kobe and Mike. That is, to them, that's blasphemy. Like, you can't. Like, if we sat here and said the things that I've been hearing about Kobe Bryant, the way, and say that about LeBron, bruh, I would get called every name in the book. Clutch Sports is sending me checks, blase, blah, 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 blah. I don't get how y'all think that we're just supposed to accept how y'all feel about Kobe and Mike, but y'all don't let us have those same feelings for the players that we like. It don't make no sense, bro. It really doesn't. It's sad, and I'm glad that most of these guys are dying of heart attack at the age of 36 instead of 50-something because they need to get up out of this life because I'm tired of it.
My biggest thing here is...
Oh, go ahead, Lamont.
I'm going to let you go, Cliff. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
My biggest thing is,
and I said this before. I said, because somebody came up here and said that the year Kobe was 34-48, he was the best player in the league. Hey, Johnny, do you know if LeBron James was ever 34-48 and somebody said he was the best player in the league, bro, somebody would try to find his IP address. They would try to find his home, and they would literally go try to fuck him up at his home or something because he said something so outlandish. So the thing is, when I say so, my thing for Frank, I'm gonna let you go. And I understand where you're coming from, Frank. I'm not gonna say I don't understand. What I'm saying is this.
That's all right.
When I say impact towards winning,
thank you, Lamont.
That means to me, if you have a bigger impact towards winning than another player, then you are the better winner than the other guy, even if the other guy wins the NBA championship.
Okay. That is a valid take.
And listen to what I'm saying, because you can win an NBA championship, and this is the biggest example. Kobe is the biggest example. Kobe, when they played against the Indiana Pacers, was historically trash and still won a championship. But nobody's ever going to come back and say, we're not counting. So what I'm saying is, Shaq should get the lion's share of that championship. Kobe's still going to get 100% of that championship.
Of course.
But does that make Kobe a better player or winner than, for example, another guy in the league at that time who was just much better across the board, more consistent throughout that whole year, just because Kobe's team happened to get to the finals and he played historically bad when he was there, and then they happened to win because they had the best player in the league in Shaquille O'Neal? No, you just happen to have the better team and the best coach. Does not make you a better winner.
You're making a separate point. My point is that when
That's not a separate point.
LeBron in 2009, right? He was definitely the top player in the league the whole year, right? And
that's what we're talking about here, the best player.
All right. That's a separate, all right. I guess you're talking about that.
You just said LeBron was the best player that year.
But he didn't close the deal until 2012. And that's what fans care about, Lamont.
But
and
you
that's
just
it.
said, but you just said Brown was the best player.
He was the best.
So his
player
whole
the
interpretation
whole
of being the best
until
player
playoffs
is
come
winning.
around.
No, remember, hold on. But Khalil, at the beginning of this, what did I say? I said Kobe fans have to try to segment portions of the season just to put Kobe at the top of something.
Yeah, I get where you're going. Just let me get my 2 cents real quick, Frank.
Go ahead, Khalil.
I honestly, if you was to say Kobe, and I like this video, I'm glad you finally did this, Lamont, because this is something that we've talked about for a while as far as breaking down his career year by year. Kobe Bryant was a scorer. So if you're going to say he was the best player unequivocally in the NBA, it would have had to have been, what, the 05-06 or 06-07 season, between one of those 2 seasons where he had his best points per game output. It would have to be, because any other season, like you mentioned, Dirk, you mentioned Shaquille O'Neal and some of those, Steve Nash, LeBron James, there were other players better, and that's what's so mind-boggling to me about these fans that put Kobe in this top 5 category. When you break down the analytics, the PER, the win shares, Kobe Bryant not even top 10 in any of these. And not to mention that he only got 1 MVP in 20 years. But these dudes are still trying to convince people, and this is how you know they don't even believe that. These dudes jump from panel to panel every single day arguing for somebody. If it was etched in stone that Kobe Bryant was a top 5 to 10 player, I think the general consensus will have him between 3 or 4 all the way to 10, but it's not. It's scattered all over the place, because a lot of these people, and you've always said this, and I saw Kobe's career from beginning to end. Kobe was great. Don't get me wrong. All of these guys is great. I mean, you had over, 4,000 or 5,000 players to ever play in the NBA. Kobe Bryant is still in the less than 1 percentile of greatest players of all time. So they think because you don't have him top 5, that somehow he trash if he fall in the bottom of the top 10, or even out of the top 10 to like 11 or 12. He's still great. He's just not better than a lot of these other guys, like a Michael Jordan or a LeBron James or a Kareem. His career don't stack up to that. Like, I'm not taking his peak where he peaked at and use that to summarize his whole entire career. No, you can't do that. You have to look at from when he first came in. When Kobe first came into the NBA, he was a bench player. I guarantee you, if you put Michael Jordan and LeBron James in that 1996 draft, they still get drafted number 1 over Nash and Allen Iverson and all these different dudes. Kobe Bryant wasn't ready yet. That's why he was drafted, 13? And he didn't start, but you had other players in that same draft that started. So people can't use that, they didn't start rookies during that time frame. Yes, they did. Allen Iverson started, didn't he? Wasn't he a rookie? So when you look at his career in totality, yeah, Kobe was a great player, but he don't have the accolades and stuff to stack up to the real greatest players of all time. He just don't. And these dudes constantly have to try to convince people that they are. You take LeBron. You measure his career up to LeBron. LeBron usurps him in every metric. But yet these dudes are still trying to convince you that somehow he's better than LeBron. They only do that. LeBron fans don't have to do that. We understand, okay, LeBron did this, he did this, and he did this. We can admit his faults, like 2011 was a bad turnaround for him in the finals. We admit that. We don't disagree with that. But these dudes will sit here, just like you brought up the Pacers series, Lamont, they'll sit here and say that he saved Shaq when Shaq got fouled out and he led them to that victory. Even though he still only averaged 15 points per game of like 35% shooting, they'll still say he saved Shaq somehow. So these dudes can't even admit his faults. So that's why it's irrelevant to keep arguing with these dudes, man. They stupid.
And let me tell
most of these Kobe fans are stupid.
For Grape T News's comment, and I'm glad Grape T News made this comment, because this comment right here actually kind of brings home my entire point. So in 92-93, Charles Barkley won the league MVP. But do you know why people still said Michael Jordan was the best player in the league? Because not only did Michael Jordan that year have the best stat line, but Michael Jordan's impact towards winning was far more significant. How do we know? Because Michael Jordan was number 1 in PER. Michael Jordan was number 1 in value over replacement. And Michael Jordan that year was also number 1 in the NBA in win shares. So, as I said,
ain't got a ring.
Those three metrics generally get it more correct better than the MVP award. Because everybody knows Jordan was the best player in the league in 92, 93. But you also know what tells the truth as well? The analytics tell the truth as well, even though Barkley won the league MVP. And the same happens with Karl Malone when he won the league MVP. Jordan, why did we know he was still the best player in the league? Because he was still had the most significant impact towards winning, right? Even though Barkley that year had a great stat line and had a hell of a year, he was third in PER, fourth in VORP, and he was fourth in win shares. Jordan, I told you, those three analytics, if you ever see a player that's first in all three of those, I promise you, you're generally looking at the best player in the league at that time.
I gotta
always translate to who the best player is.
Lamont, I got a question for Lamont.
Hold on, Lamont. Let me ask you this, Lamont. Between 2000 and 04, who had the better PER or VORP or win shares than Shaq?
What year was this? What year? 2003,
2000 to 04, those 5 years. Is that 5 years or 4 years?
Well, I have them broken up into each season, but in 2003, 2004, Kobe was outside the top 10 in PER.
But who was number one that year? That's what I'm trying to
number one that year was Kevin Garnett was first in PER, VORP, and win shares.
Okay.
And he was the league MVP.
Because I got Shaq as the best player from 2000 to 2004. From 05 to 07, I got it to be Duncan. From 08 on, it's LeBron. So I've never had Kobe as a top player in the NBA, but this also bodes to what we always say as LeBron fans, how the competition is just tougher. Look at all these names that Kobe Bryant has to face to be considered the best player in the world. If he was playing in 1996, he'll probably be better than Michael Jordan and be considered one of the best players throughout the 90s if he played through the 90s, especially if he played in the 80s. So it shows you how, again, the competition got very rough for considering who's the best player in the world, right? Because he has to deal with all these type of players. And on top of that, for me, I don't even need that. Because for me, Kobe's still top 10 without all this nonsense. Because these are all narrative-driven ways to make Kobe better than what he really was or what they want people to believe it. At the end of the day, his resume alone tells you how great Kobe Bryant was. The film study tells you how great Kobe Bryant was. So you can have him anywhere in the top 10, but when you try to put him up in the top 5 is obviously the issue. So at the end
but hey, Johnny, just like Gilbert Arenas said when he had that step attack guy on the show, when you look at all of these experts, guys that has better basketball opinions than all of us. Now, you and Lamont, I give y'all credit. I watch y'all a lot. Y'all are far more superior when it comes to basketball knowledge than me. I have watched it for a long time. I'm 43, but I'm more of a boxing guy. But I still study basketball. Ain't it funny how all of these pros don't have Kobe in the top 5? All y'all extreme Kobe Bryant fans, y'all are in the minority when y'all put him there. That's not the majority of people on the planet that watch basketball, because we not dumb enough to put him in that top 5 category. That's y'all.
No, but the truth of the matter is the people who have Kobe top 5 have Jordan as the GOAT. That's just the facts. They need Kobe to help them to validate their Jordan love. They use Kobe to say this is why Jordan's great, and they have to put Kobe in that category as well. That's the problem. Anybody who has Kobe in the top 5, guarantee you has Michael Jordan as the GOAT, and they're too coward to put Kobe better than Mike. Because whatever reason you got Kobe in the top 5, you can easily put him as the GOAT.
I got a quick question for Lamont. Regarding the whole Kobe Bryant thing and the whole analytics things like that. Lamont, if I was to ask you, what do you think is the top 5 greatest seasons of all time? It don't gotta be like, just give me 5 seasons that you can remember that are like some of the 5 greatest seasons you ever seen.
Kobe won't be one of them. Kobe won't be one of them.
What do you mean by
I understand that. I'm asking Lamont though.
What do you mean by greatest season? Because
like, what do you think is the greatest individual? What do you think is the 5 greatest? What do you think is the 5 greatest individual regular seasons of all time? Or you can do playoffs. Yeah, individual wise. Yeah.
You're talking about individual. Well,
individual. You can do playoffs, regular season.
Game.
So you got Will. You got Will. Okay.
It will have to be Jordan's 88 season. Would be
Jordan 88.
Hold on. Are you talking about? Hold on. Are you talking about how great the season was?
Or just how great. Yeah, I'm asking you how great the season was.
Because this conversation is not about great seasons.
No, I understand that. I'm just asking.
This conversation is about who the best player in the league is.
No, I understand that. I'm just asking you.
I don't know. I mean, I thought Brandon Roy had a great season. I thought he had some great seasons.
So Like,
I mean, Brandon Roy, the year he went up against Dirk with one leg, that was great to me. That's greatness.
LeBron
His
James,
last limb, one of the most historic games. I watched
season.
that game over and over. One of the most historic, even though they lost that series. One leg, his leg came back to life for one game. Brandon Roy had one of the most historic, one of the greatest things I've ever seen. I mean, I got to.
Brandon Roy was a dog. No, I agree.
You're not putting any real definition on it.
I want to know what year Kobe had that was better than Westbrook's double seasons.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just asking. So, like, when I think of like the top 5 great seasons, right? I think we all like we go to like 2000 to 2001 Shaq, right? When he was like the clear best player in the world, right?
Bro.
Hold on, no, I'm just let me finish, man. Let me finish. We go to that. We go to like we go to Jordan's years. You can make like 1991, 1993. We go to Will Chamberlain's years. We go to some of Kareem years. But when you look at the PR, some of the greatest quote.
What happened to that boy?
And he's gone.
That's 5 great seasons. They have the 5 highest PR seasons of all time. I don't think any of y'all would say Nikola Jokic. Hold on, let me finish, please. Let me finish before y'all interrupt me. Please let me finish before you interrupt me. Please let me finish before you interrupt me, please.
All right, go ahead.
That man said,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. When you look at the top 5 highest PRCs in NBA history,
why are you just using PR?
These are no. This is what I'm doing. I'm using PR. I'm using the quote unquote great advanced metrics.
No,
PR. It's hold on.
Lamont, he's trying to discredit greatness by saying that we can't call Joker or anybody who has a great PR season a bad season. A great season. That's what he's basically saying. We can't say Joker had a better season than Mike. He didn't have a better season than Will because he doesn't even want to recognize that this man averaged 30, 12, and 9 in a season. Like legitimately, he's ignoring that.
Don't let me finish.
Let me let him finish because I think he knows where he's going wrong. But
yeah. Hold on. So when you look at the top 5 greatest NBA seasons of all time, it's Nikola Jokic.
Come on, man.
Giannis has 2 of the top 5 highest PRCs in NBA history.
All right, your mic keeps cutting in and out.
My fault. But yeah, Jokic and Giannis have 2 of the top 5. Well, Giannis has 2. Jokic has a couple of the top 5 to top 10 highest PR seasons in NBA history. But what if I was to ask you niggas, what are the greatest seasons of all time? You niggas would instantly go to Kareem seasons. You would instantly go to LeBron seasons. You would instantly go to other. No. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. I'm almost done.
We're not even talking about.
Now he wants to use ignorant basketball fans. He wants to use ignorant basketball fans to make a case.
Ignorant is using stats and not putting the full context and the nuance.
Why can't Giannis and Joker? Why can't Giannis and Joker seasons? Why can't Giannis and Joker seasons?
The ignorant is saying Kobe Bryant didn't have impactful seasons towards winning because of his team situation and valuable replacement and PR. That's
Nahari. Answer the question, Nahari. Nahari. Explain why. And Yahari, explain why Giannis.
Move the goalpost when it fits your narrative.
Nahari, you're not because it's not moving the goalpost. You're changing the goalpost. No, you're changing how Lamont used the stat.
Then you're changing how you look. Impact towards winning. Then we actually go and break down a game.
Okay, hold on.
You are changing how Lamont is using the stat, and then you want to ignore the stat because you don't want to give Giannis and Joker their credit for having greater seasons than Kobe. Like, that's your problem. What makes Giannis and Joker's season so bad that you can't put him over any Kobe season? Go look up their stats. Go look up their winning. When are you going to do that? Why did you just go to the PER and say, well, it can't be great because Joker and Giannis are up here? Because you're going by names. You're going by narratives. And you're going by what people would say. If I was in a circle full of flat earthers, am I going to be the only dumb one because I'm the one that believes the earth is globe and everybody else around me believes the earth is flat? A statement is still a wrong statement no matter where you're at. And who the fuck agrees with it?
My biggest thing to Nahari is this. Nahari.
I'm out of here, man.
No. So are you telling me Giannis had a better season than 2013 LeBron?
Oh, Nahari, I don't want to go down that road.
No. Are you
hold on, Nahari. I just want you to listen 1 second before you keep going down.
Are you telling me that Giannis in 2020 had a better season than 20?
Hold on, all right, man. Look, you talk so fast that you don't know what the hell we even talking about. And go James Kingdom. You actually muted yourself. No, this is what we're saying, Nahari. This is what I said, and I actually just used the example.
That guy's gone now, Lamont.
No, Nahari's right here. So Nahari,
don't start kicking me and
slow down. Nahari, slow down. You're not cooking. You just make yourself look dumb. Slow down. The reason why I said I was happy that the person brought up Charles Barkley is because Charles Barkley won the MVP in 92-93 over Michael Jordan. Now, I said, how do we know that Michael Jordan was the best player in the NBA? And even though Barkley won the league MVP, not only did Jordan have a great stat line, but he was number one in 3 very particular individual analytics: PER, value over replacement, and win shares. And what I told you, Nahari, was this: throughout NBA history, whenever you find a player who is number one in all 3 of those analytics at the same time, you are always 100% of the time looking at the best player in the NBA.
Well,
I just think it's inconsistent.
Hold on 1 second, Frank. Hold on 1 second. That's not inconsistent. What I'm saying is, I want you, don't just pick the analytics that you want to choose. I'm using all 3 of them because all three of them were meant. All 3 of these analytics were meant to be used together. It's only you idiots that take PER and you separate it from VORP and win shares. Frank, hold on, Frank. I'm just talking to people that misuse analytics.
But PER also won that year.
PER, VORP, and win shares were meant to be used in unison. They are meant to show impact towards winning, and they all have a very specific use. So there's a very specific reason I used those 3, and I didn't use box plus minus, which has flaws, or plus minus, which has flaws, or defensive box plus minus, which has flaws, or even defensive rating, or offensive rating, which have significant flaws. The most accurate analytics that we have are PER, VORP, and win shares. But it's just over the last couple of years. Hold on, go James Kingdom back. Say, it's just been over the last couple of years that people all of a sudden don't like PER, VORP, and win shares because you might not like them. LeBron James just have to be at the top of these lists, and y'all don't like it.
But
not my fault. So all I'm saying, Nahari, is don't hand select PER and say who has the best PER season. Who has the best season when they are number one in all 3 of those? Because every time we find a season like that and you find a player who's number one in all 3 of those, you are always looking at the best player. When Kevin Garnett was first in all 3 of those, he was the best player in the league at that time. When Shaq was, for 3 years in a row, was number one in all 3 of those, people say Shaq was the most dominant and best player in the league when Kobe was his sidekick during that time. When Jordan was the best player in the league, he was number one in all 3 of those. And you know when we started knowing LeBron started to take the mantle of the league? When he started to become all number one in all 3 of those. And if you're telling me in an NBA season where LeBron James is number one in PER, VORP, win shares, and has a better stat line across the board in every major statistical category than Kobe Bryant, and you're sitting here trying to convince me because of the playoffs Kobe is better, you must be out of your mind.
Well, can I go down the line without being interrupted?
No, all I'm saying is
get backstage, please.
Stay on topic and don't talk about great seasons.
I am staying on topic.
We're not talking about great seasons. Don't talk about PER alone.
We're talking about seasons where players were the best.
PER alone, because we're not talking about PER alone.
I'm talking about individual seasons.
No, well, I don't care about your individual seasons or great seasons. I'm only talking about Kobe's individual seasons. And
this goes back to Kobe. You just gotta let people talk, sir. Respectfully,
no, stay on topic.
I am. I can't. It's hard to stay on topic. Every time I make a point, every time I make a point, you mute me and you overtalk me. So let me. Let's have a conversation.
No,
we can have a conversation.
It's 2025. FYF ain't your microphone to spew stupidity. It's you either come with some stuff that actually makes sense. If you're going to use analytics, actually know how to use them. Don't use PER independent of other analytics when they they're all supposed to be used together, right? And don't just give me a guy that had a good playoff run and tell me I'm looking at the league's best player when we never use that as the sole determinant as the league's best player. And you're only saying it in this case because Kobe had a good playoff run, but LeBron just happened to be the best player statistically and analytically. And in the three major analytics that go to impact towards winning, he just happened to be number one in the league in all of them. You just don't like the outcome. So just because you don't like the outcome, don't get mad at me. I always keep telling y'all be getting mad at me because the outcome ain't favorable to y'all.
Okay, I'm not going to take too long on this. I'm not going to take too long on this.
Because Kobe had Phil Jackson, the greatest coach in NBA history. Don't get mad at me because during that time, Kobe had one of the greatest supporting casts in the NBA with a prime Andrew Bynum, with a prime Paul Gasol, a prime Lamar Odom, prime Ron Artest, prime Derek Fisher. Don't get mad at me because he had all these great players that could carry him when he was shooting 39% in the NBA Finals.
Okay. That's cool. That's cool.
Was doing all the heavy lifting. No,
that's cool. That never came out of my mouth. I never said that.
There's a problem with you and Frank. If y'all want to go to playoffs,
I didn't bring up playoffs.
I got a whole page here where we can talk about Kobe, how he had laid a whole bunch of eggs in the playoffs.
I never brought up playoffs. I never brought up playoffs of why Kobe Bryant was the best player in the world. I never brought up the regular season. I said in 2007, and I'm not going to break down the game again because you already heard me. I'm pretty sure you don't want to hear that again. But I already told you the reasons why I had Kobe Bryant the best player in 2007. It's not just purely playoffs. It's not just purely analytics. It's not just purely eye text. It's a mixture of everything. When we had players back in the day, like in the 70s, like, hold on, please, just let me finish.
Mix all of that and talk about LeBron.
No, I will. When we talk about I am going to.
Hold on. I don't care how much explaining you do. In 2007, 2008, there's no stat category where you can talk yourself out of LeBron. LeBron was better in every statistical category than Kobe, analytically and just regular stats.
I understand you. I understand what you're talking about, but now I understand that. But let me talk about the stats now.
I don't want
so when we talking about I just want let me go real quick. I'm not gonna take long. 30 seconds.
But what do
you
No. There's nothing that you're this is don't spew stupid. What measurable tells you Kobe was better than LeBron outside of
I'm trying to tell you that, but you have to let me finish.
Okay, what measurable? Give me a measurable.
Okay, so just let me. Can I just get my point across? No, then I'm going to mute my mic and let you. I'm going to mute my mic. It's your show. Just let me get it off real quick.
Give me one measurable.
Y'all looking like JDRs right now. Please just let me get it off.
One measurable. One.
All right. Please just let me. Don't mute me or do anything.
Bro, if you got
I just gonna finish my original point. I'm gonna give you I'm gonna finish my point. Give you the metrics.
Let him give us some knowledge, Lamar. He might tell us something we never heard before. Right, let's listen. Let's listen.
I gotta hear this, bro. I want to hear these measurables.
Ain't no measurables, man. When you niggas are moving the goalpost, please don't move me. Y'all are moving the goalpost, changing the topics when you feel like it, and constantly change and being inconsistent with PR, box score plus my VORP. All of these advanced analytics. When we didn't have these quote unquote super advanced analytics like value over replacement, VORP, PR in the 80s, 90s, we did not judge a player purely off analytics, and we did not judge a player purely off eye test. It's a mixture of both things. When you niggas are being inconsistent, because when I asked you niggas what were the top 5 seasons in NBA history, you niggas did not name Nikola Jokic, you did not name Giannis Antetokounmpo, who had some of the highest PR seasons in NBA history. Not only that, they were both top 5 in VORP and value over replacement those years as well. And they both had a high level of impact on winning. But see, y'all want to pick and choose when y'all want to apply context to certain people. You said Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the best player in the world. He does not have a higher PR than Nikola Jokic. He's not even close. He does not have a higher value over replacement than Nikola Jokic. It's not even close. But then you want to move the goalpost again to winning. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is winning, and he's anchoring a quote-unquote best defense, even though he's not even the best defender on the team. Y'all being inconsistent. You do not have to go purely off of analytics to judge a basketball player, just like you don't have to go purely off of eye test to judge a basketball player. Y'all are being nasty and removing context and nuances out of the game to fit your narratives. No better than JDRs. I'm done.
All right, now you just said a whole bunch of nothing, man. You still didn't answer my question. What measurable makes Kobe better than LeBron in 07, 08?
It does not measure 07, 08.
Outside of your feelings.
I'm not arguing 07, 08.
Outside of your feelings.
I'm not average. I never argue
outside of your feelings about how much you love Kobe's fadeaway. What make Kobe a better
I never argue 07, 08. But I argue.
Okay,
I'll
08,
tell
09.
you
What year?
why Kobe was better. I'll tell you why Kobe was better than him in 06, 07.
Whatever year you said.
Sure. Kobe Bryant, in my opinion.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Jack, because you already could. Because you already said Giannis had a better season than Kobe Bryant.
No, I'm not. No, I didn't.
But then when I said the same thing to LeBron, we picking and choosing.
I was going to ask, all right, who's been the best players in the NBA the last 5 years?
Who's been the best players in the NBA the last 5 years?
Yes.
Giannis. So since 2020. Giannis, Jokic. I would say Curry had a couple years, but I would say Giannis, Jokic. I would say LeBron.
Okay, what does PER VORP and win shares say between those same years? Who was the best player in the NBA?
Listen. I don't
know
care
how.
About, I don't
Answer
care
the question.
Who
was the best players between 2020 based off of PER? You just said that. You just said that we don't use that.
Don't ask me a question.
Wait, no, because I'm not Lamont. Because Lamont let me up here to cook y'all. Because I'm coming to cook you. You just sat here and tried to cook Lamont by saying Lamont is switching shit. Because Lamont used these same metrics to say who's the best player in the NBA at that time. Those same metrics say that Giannis and Joker are the best players in today's NBA. And you don't argue that.
They're accurate.
You don't argue that. No, Frank, you can cook because you get cooked too. You was over there saying Lamont got cooked. So I'm going to ask you this question, Frank. I'm going to ask you this question, Frank. Between 2020 and 2025, who has been the best players in the NBA? Name them. The top guy that's been number one.
Can't talk because he keeps on putting me on
why don't
mute.
y'all answer questions, man?
Answer the question.
I can't answer a question if I put on mute. And this
you can answer it now.
Answer the question. Stop talking and answer.
I'm trying to answer, but he's going to put me on mute. The answer right now, Jokic, right? Giannis, Jay, Tatum, 5.
No, the best player. Not the best player. Who's the best player in 2020?
Best player right now?
Best player in 2020. Who was the best player in 2020?
Oh. LeBron.
Best player in 2021.
Giannis.
Best player in 2022.
Jokic.
Best player in 2023.
Jokic.
Best player in 2024.
Jokic.
Best player in 2025.
Jokic. Done.
Does PER, VORP, and win shares state that Jokers are the best players or the players you named between those years?
Don't care about that.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Don't tell me what you care about because none of us care what you care about. Your emotions mean shit on FYF. It's called Fuck Your Feelings. Debate sports. How many times y'all don't get that? You can't tell us what you care about. We care about what knowledge you have, which obviously y'all don't have no knowledge. You try to call out Lamont for using VORP, win shares, and PER because Giannis and Joker are having phenomenal NBA peaks. And you refuse to accept their seasons as great NBA seasons because you can't find one Kobe Bryant season. Just one. It's nobody's fault. Kobe Bryant played in a tough era, and he wasn't good enough to outshine that tough era. It's nobody's fault. He's still better than Mike, and he still had a great career. Leave it alone, guys. We use real, tangible shit. Not what we feel, not what we think. Like Lamont said, he has to actually put this into game plans for his team. He's a coach. So if Lamont was stupid and believing all the stupid shit that y'all say Lamont believes in, that means Lamont should be a horrible coach. But he's not. Obviously, he's not. We watched him win a championship recently. We saw him blow a championship as well. But either way, y'all got to stop coming up here with the bullshit. It's fine to be a Kobe Bryant fan. It's fine to be a Michael Jordan fan. But if that's the case, leave everybody else alone. Let us all have our own fandom. Because you have yours. That's just the point. But I'm out of here, Lamont, man. I got to get up out of here. I can't keep cooking people on your show, man.
No, because you lied. You lied. Never once.
When I lied.
Never once did I say Never once did I argue. Never once did I argue. Never once did I argue Giannis or Jokic was the best players in the league because of the PR value over replacement. The reason I brought up those players
First of all, your phone, you keep going in and out. You just admitted that Giannis and Joker's been the best players for the last 4 or 5 years, and the same statistics that Lamar are using to say everybody else is better than Kobe says that. That's what you guys don't want to admit. The same stats that you are trying to discredit that Lamar is using is the same guys that you're saying are the best players with those stats.
No, I think I got a better way to explain it. Here's the best way to explain it.
Like, you niggas are the worst.
This is the best way to explain it for Nahari and Frank. Without analytics, Frank, you and Nahari both agree, like over the last 5 years, the two best players in the NBA, without looking at any analytics, I think we all can agree over the last 5 years, the two best players have been Giannis and Joker.
Yes.
Now, the one thing that keeps us honest, and it's been like this throughout, you can look throughout NBA history, is that the guys that are generally at the 1 and 2 and 3 position in VORP, if you're 1, 2, and 3 in all of those positions simultaneously, and you can kind of randomize the order, like Joker might be 1 and 2, like first, and he might be number 1 in PER, number 1 in VORP, or number 2 in win shares. But if you are commonly at the top of those categories for all, but it generally just it's funny that those 3 metrics also support Jokic and Giannis being the two best players over the last 5 years. So all I'm saying is those 3 metrics combined throughout NBA history have always shown us who the best player in any given season is, especially if that guy is number 1 in all 3 of them. And it's just all of a sudden now, when Kobe's not number 1 in those, like I think Kobe's had 1 season where he really ranked high in all 3 of those. That was the year where he averaged 35 points. That was the year where he was the best player in the league because his stats impacted winning like the best player in the league should, even though his team only won 45 games. That's the year where he's the best player in the league. All the other years, it's other players who outperformed him because their stats translated to winning much better.
But we also don't talk
Hold on,
about
Frank.
But we also don't talk about the top players in the league until they
Hold
win.
on, Frank.
That's not true.
Man, Lamar, why you lying on me, man?
Hold on, Nahar.
I'll lie on you.
Brother. You being inconsistent because when I asked you who the best player in the league was, you said Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Hold on, Herm.
Now let Nahar, let Khalil talk.
Hold on, I got him. I just want to say it real quick because Lamar lying. When I asked you who the best player in the world is right now, nigga, you said Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And then when the metrics say Jokic and Giannis are better, then you want to move the goalpost to defense and winning.
Hold on.
And then hold on. Don't mute me. Don't mute me.
All right. This is what you're doing. Is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander right now today? Is he top 3 in all of those categories?
I have no idea.
He's top 3. Hold on. He's top 3 in. Yeah. I think right now he's number 2 in win shares, right behind Jokic.
Nope.
Right.
3.
Oh no, I think he's top 3 in value over replacement.
Yeah.
He's top 3 in win shares. He's top 3 in PER. So what did I say I said when you find a player. Now I said it's unquestionable. If you have a player that's number 1 in all of those for an entire season, it's unquestionable that player was the best year. But sometimes there are years where it's kind of scrambled up and you can argue between those two players. But if you're giving me a year where Kobe is like 9th in PER,
that's what I'm going to say.
In shares, 5th in value over replacement, and you're telling me he's the best player over a guy over LeBron, where he's number 1 in all 3 of those categories, and he has a better stat line, you must be smoking crack rocks.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, Lamont. But listen, this is where the capping and the goalpost start. Because when I asked you niggas, when I asked that capping nigga, Johnny, who is so Giannis and Jokic had the 5 greatest seasons of all time. The nigga was quiet. When I asked you, you were quiet. But then those analytics matter for them to be. But then those analytics.
Hold on. Hear this right here, Nahari. This is what you're doing. You asking me a question that I need to go research. You think we all sit around just programmed in our mind who had the best season of all time and we have it constructively laid out where we don't get anything wrong. Of course, if you have somebody that on the fly, we just gonna say something out. That's why I say you be asking questions on like you sitting there Googling all the information. So you might know who your best team of all time is because you're pulling up all the same measurements and stats and analytics that we're talking about now. Of course, if I researched it and applied my criteria correctly, I could probably come out more accurately with it. You asking me I don't sit here and pretend like I remember every season and all this stuff right off top of my head. But I guarantee you, if I researched it, I could come out with what's what. So if you ask me on the fly, I'm not going to pretend I got all that stuff up here. I'm not going to be like Scap Attack. I got it memorized. That ain't nothing special that you got something memorized. That just means you obsess over a player and you memorize a lot of stuff about that player. That's all it means. So again,
Lamont, that's kind of
I guarantee you, if I research it and I apply criteria, I could come up with the greatest seasons of all time, and it would be very hard to argue against it.
Right? So the reason why Jokic is better right now than Shea is because Jokic already won. Like, yeah, Shea will win the MVP.
Hey, Frank, stand down. I want to hear Khalil. Khalil try to.
I'm talking about any. I think the best player in any individual season, it can change season to season. Just because you were the best player last season, don't mean you walk into the next season as the best player when games start being played. So if Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is showing me right now, and look, obviously he has obviously he has a lot of work to do because he still has to. Because at this rate, Jokic's going to be the best player in the league. If the season ended today, we would have to concede and give it to Jokic.
Well, that's
right.
Just by
I don't think too many people would argue us in that. He's number one in value over replacement, PER, and win shares right now.
Exactly.
But what I'm saying is, when I say Shai's the best player in the league, I'm saying it on an incomplete season. So if somebody said Jokic was the best player in the league right now, do you really think I'm gonna argue them heavily against it? I'm not gonna fight you too hard on that because you know what? We're dealing with people in the same conversation. The problem with Kobe's analytics take him completely out of a lot of these conversations. He don't even belong in the best player conversation in some of these years. That's the problem with Kobe. But y'all be putting him in conversations that he don't belong in because y'all like his game. When the guy came up here and said when he was 34 and 48, he didn't belong in that conversation, right? When his PER, VORP, and win shares are in the trash can, he takes himself out of the conversation.
That's part of the problem.
It's too accurate of a stat to be wrong. You can't tell me tell me a time in NBA history where all three of those stats combined. Frank, if you can show me one time in NBA history where when you combine PER, VORP, and value over replacement, it's been wrong. And it's put somebody at the top of the NBA that don't belong.
It's probably right, but
it's always correct. When you combine all three of those and use them together, you always have the right answer.
Fine.
You can't, I want you. I compel anybody. Find one time in NBA history, one where somebody who is high in PER, value over replacement, and win shares, and I'm talking about top three, is definitely not one of the best players in the league, and is not even questioned.
Lamont, 100%. But we as fans also want to see guys win.
Y'all going to your eye test with Kobe. Y'all eye test is telling you Kobe the best because y'all fell in love with his game.
I gotta ask you a question, and I'm surprised they didn't mention this because I think it's a guy, I think it's a player that we could mention that possibly, even though he got all those metrics, that he probably was never the best player in the NBA. James Harden is a unique conversation to be had because when it comes to the metrics, PER, value over replacement, all that, especially ever since 2020, he's top 5 in all those categories.
He went against tough teams too because he had to
top
play.
5
when James Harden was at the top of the league, he was one of the best players in the league. He was top 5, hands down.
Now, but did you ever think that he was the best player in the NBA?
Bro,
no.
James Harden made it an argument. When James Harden was at his peak with Houston, it was some serious conversations. When he was going toe-to-toe with the Warriors all those years and he almost beat them, people was having some serious conversations about where James Harden ranks. Right? It was James Harden decline that took him out the conversations. He dropped off so bad, people yanked him out of a lot of these conversations. But a prime James Harden, you looking at one of the greatest scorers of all time. You're looking at one of the greatest playmakers of all time. The only thing you can really harp on with it is his defense. But outside of that, James Harden, for a stretch there, had some of the. You talk about peaks, and if you want to go on peaks and stuff, James Harden had one of them. And I guarantee you, I guarantee you, during those years, it will be reflected in his VORP, PER, and win shares. I guarantee you, he's going to be 1, 2, or 3 in the NBA during those times.
I'm telling you. Hold on. 2001 Shaq is not even top 10.
You cannot find me a time when those analytics point you in the wrong direction. You cannot find me when you use all of those analytics combined. You will never be in the wrong direction.
I'm telling you, I'm using all those analytics combined, and Jokic and Giannis have to file some of the greatest seasons of all time.
I'm not talking
by
about
those analytics.
Hold on, no hurry. I don't give a damn about a greatest season. I just want to know who the best player of that season was.
So you telling me? No, I'm using the analytics.
No, we ain't talking about greatest seasons.
No, yeah, we are talking, but we talking about
who was the
years.
best player. How you can tell me what we talking about? Hold on. Everybody on the panel, can y'all all please tell Nahari that we're talking about the best player, not the best season? Two different things.
Best player, yeah.
It's
so,
best
okay, so I'm gonna ask you a question then. If we was to put 2013 LeBron,
you don't even know what we
if we were to put, I'm gonna do a little hypothetical. If we were to put 2013 LeBron with those exact same numbers in the 2020 season with Giannis, with the exact same PR, VORP, and value over replacement, and you put him in that same season with Giannis, would you say Giannis was a better player?
This is Nahari. Let me educate you. This is how people use analytics incorrectly. Analytics are not meant to be thrown around. You take some guys' analytics from this year and compare them to the analytics another year or in another era. When I'm comparing Kobe's analytics, I'm comparing his analytics that season to other players' analytics that season. When you start trying to say, oh, I'm going to pluck LeBron from 2013 and I'm going to stick him over there in this era where the pace is different, the teams are different, and everything is different, and you want to compare his analytics from one year to another, you're using analytics incorrectly. It just tells me you don't know what the hell y'all doing. Y'all take any of these analytics, y'all play with them, and y'all start toying with them to come up with conclusions that don't make any sense. Stick within the
conclusions don't make any sense. The analytics
stick within the year.
You're not making any sense by your.
Okay, Nahari, just listen, bro. You want to talk, and you just talking. Why would I take LeBron 2013 and compare his analytics to somebody in 08-09 or in 2015? If I'm going to compare LeBron's analytics, I'm going to compare his analytics to other players in 2013. I'm not going to compare his analytics to another player in another era from 2013. That makes no sense. That's not.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense to compare.
That's not how they're meant to be
used. You pick and choose. Hold on, Herm. Let me get it off, brother.
Bro, nobody's picking and choosing. I don't even think you know what you're talking about.
Too much.
You don't know what you're talking about, Nick.
Okay. Well, then we both don't know what we're talking about. Go ahead, Herm.
But the reason I asked Lamont that, because when Harden had those historic seasons, this was around the time LeBron was still doing what he was doing, taking those Cleveland teams to the finals against them KD Warriors. The reason I asked Lamont, you ever thought James Harden was a better basketball player than LeBron James at that time?
No.
So that's the tricky
part.
But
Herm, I guarantee you, if I pull up VORP, win shares and value over replacement, I guarantee you LeBron James's VORP, win shares and value over replacement are going to be just as high, if not higher, than James Harden. You want me to pull it up?
Yeah, go ahead and pull it up right quick.
Probably not, actually, bro.
Hold on. I guarantee it always. Okay, we'll find out. I'm about to pull it up right now.
In 2019, I'm pretty sure Harden was scoring 36 a game.
It's not about scoring. That's stats. I'm talking about VORP, win shares, and value over replacement.
Value over replacement.
Yeah, those are three metrics you're talking about, and I know Harden was at tops of those things, and I know Harden still wasn't better than no damn LeBron James, despite him being tops of those categories.
I'm about to tell you right now, Herm. I'm pulling it up right now.
Who do y'all believe was the best player in 2017?
I mean, that's what he's looking at now.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now. So
Lamar, who's the best player in 2017?
I got James Harden's numbers for 2017. James Harden in 2017. In 2017, 2018, James Harden was number 1 in PER, number 2 in value over replacement, and number 2 in win shares. Let me pull up LeBron's numbers.
And James Harden's got no rings either.
Hold on. Let me hold on. Why did they not give me LeBron's numbers? Hold on.
LeBron was 6th in PR in 2017.
Hold on. What are?
Because that's the.
Telling me he was the 6th best player in the league in 2017.
I don't, bro. But they're not meant to be used independently. You got to use them together. You can't just take one and say
Russell Westbrook was also top. Was Westbrook?
That means Russell Westbrook.
Now let him look it up though, y'all.
Exactly.
Let him look it up first.
Russell Westbrook was also top 5 in PR.
Hold on, hurry. When Russ was at his prime, he was one of the top players in the NBA. No matter how you like LeBron, though. Okay, man, shut up. Because the only thing that I said was, without question, is when you have a player who is number one in all of them. Almost 99% of the time, when you have a player that's number one in all three of those categories, you're looking at the best player in the league. That's what I'm saying.
But yeah, that's what you're saying. What me and Nahari, I believe.
Hold on, let me pull up LeBron's numbers for that year. So
okay.
No, yeah, let him finish, Frank.
Sure.
I slick trying to help y'all. Too,
I thought. All right, it's not giving LeBron's numbers.
Yeah, that's odd. Too. That's odd.
This is back on my.
Yeah, Frank, I'm trying to help y'all.
No, what I'm saying is, for Herman, this is what they're doing. They're trying to use it as absolutes.
No,
what I'm saying is, the only time it's an absolute is if you've run into a player that's number one in all three. But what I'm saying is, it generally points you in the right direction of what players need to be in the conversation and what players don't need to be in the conversation. Whatever team wins the championship does not always point you in the direction of the best player.
True. That's true.
The Miami Heat would have beat the Los Angeles Lakers in the bubble. Y'all telling me y'all would have said Jimmy Butler was the best player in the world? Nobody in their right mind would have said that.
Well, the Miami Heat had no chance because of their team.
No. I don't care about if they had a chance. What I'm saying is, y'all try to too many times. People they try to equivocate winning with the best player. It don't work like that. It's your win. It's your impact on winning that makes you the best player, not just winning a championship. You can't win a championship with a trash coach and no players. But we can see your impact on winning. Your impact on winning. When Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the league MVP, damn near averaging a ridiculous amount of points and rebounds per game, but he had nobody else on his team. He was voted the league MVP by the players. He was the best goddamn player because of his impact towards winning, even though he didn't have a squad.
Well,
so what year? Hold on. What year were we talking about with James Harden?
2018, 2019.
Okay, so here, 2018, 2019. LeBron James was 6th in PER, 10th in value over replacement, and he was 13th in win shares. In 2018, 2019, LeBron James, I'm almost positive if we look at all the names, was not the best player in the NBA.
Based on stats, right?
No, just based on looking at where LeBron James fell in 2018, 2019.
You're looking at stats.
PER, VORP, and win shares. I'm not even looking at stats. I'm not looking at no stats. I'm just looking at those three analytics.
Lamont, I'm on your side on a lot of things.
Hold on one second. I want to let's pull up who was number one in these categories, because James Harden in 2018, 2019 was.
He was top 3, but I don't think he was number 1 in 2018.
No, James Harden in 2018, 2019, he was top 3 in PER, VORP, and win shares.
Yeah, that was.
And this might be the years where KD might have been the best player in the league. This might have been that KD time. So, and I guarantee you, but the thing is, you have to research this. So if somebody were to tell me, if I saw this and somebody said LeBron wasn't the best player in the league in 2018, 2019, I would have to concede. No matter what my feelings were about LeBron, I would have to concede.
I don't agree.
Because analytics don't have feelings.
He keep it the same energy.
People have feelings. Analytics don't have feelings.
I don't agree.
It's y'all people that have feelings. No. But if you feel LeBron James,
I have LeBron James as my GOAT.
You feel LeBron was the best that year, but unfortunately the math ain't mathing for you.
James Harden. Okay,
This ain't basketball, man. This basketball.
The best that year.
No, basketball is, man.
He was going against the better teams in the Golden State Warriors. That's why you
Basketball's
lost.
basketball.
Who was number one? Okay, give me the players. If y'all going to talk about this, y'all need to be given the list of players that are number one.
Russ was number one. Russ was number one in PR. Russ also had a higher value of a replacement than LeBron in 2017. And Russ also had.
Hold on. He said we were talking about 2018, 2019.
No, that's what he's talking about. I'm saying I'm looking at the 2017 season where Russ had a higher PR than 2017. 2017 Russ had 2017 Russ had the highest PR in the league. He also had a higher. He also had a higher.
Hold on, one second. It's a little different. All right, shut the hell up sometimes. I got the numbers in front of me. LeBron James, it's a lot different in 2017, 2018. Because LeBron James is number 2 in PER, he's number 2 in VORP, and he's number 2 in win shares. So he's now in the conversation, right? So now he enters this conversation with the Russell Westbrooks and the other guys. Because now when we look at these categories, no, he's not number 1 in all of them, but because he's top 3 in all of them at the same time, we need to have a conversation. Y'all are not giving me any seasons where Kobe was in the top 3 in these categories.
We're talking about.
He's put himself. He's not. He's eliminating himself from these conversations because he's played himself out. You guys are trying to put him in because your feelings want to put him back in.
No, because Kobe won. LeBron hadn't won yet. You can't be talking about
winning doesn't make you winning championships doesn't make you the best player in the league.
You're 100% right, but you don't.
Why we keep talking about winning if winning championships don't make you the best in the league?
Wait, okay, you're right, but you don't enter those conversations until you win. LeBron.
That's not true.
Giannis.
No, Frank. I'm not these Jordan fans. I'm a big believer in. I understand it's largely about organization where you start winning championships.
100%.
So you can be the best player in the NBA, and I will give you full credit for it, even if you don't have a championship. Do y'all really think around 2007 when LeBron James went to the NBA Finals, do y'all think Greg Popovich and Tim Duncan and the Spurs were running around saying LeBron was the best player in the world for nothing?
LeBron had no chance there, bro.
And hold on. You're talking about his chance of winning. I asked you a different question. Greg Popovich and Tim Duncan and them in press conferences were saying LeBron James was the best player in the world. So why were they saying that?
And LeBron said
even though they knew they were going to beat him.
That's funny, right? LeBron
the Spurs just had the better team. There's a difference between having the better team and being the best player.
Lamont, LeBron said himself at that time that Kobe is still the best player in the world because LeBron knew that he couldn't close it out yet.
Hold on. What y'all doing is this right here. Of course, Kobe's the OG and he's still in the league. You're going to pay your respects. Pay your respects. So y'all confused. No, bro. Don't do that. Y'all always, this is what y'all do. Y'all take, it seems like anytime LeBron James says anything, not one, not two, LeBron James, you know how stupid some of y'all are with LeBron. LeBron James said not one, not two, not three. And y'all literally held him to every championship that he pointed his finger to. When he says that, he's just basically saying, we're going to win championships. You guys hold him. Y'all literally take his word as gospel. Y'all really make it seem like he's really a goddamn king. Because anything that he says, y'all take it as the gospel.
Well, he's the best player of all time. So
man, stop it, man. Like me, I gotta stop.
That's the fact.
I get that LeBron James is gonna be top 5 conversation, but I'm not stupid enough to say that every single season that he's played, he's been the best player in the NBA. Just like y'all pretend with Kobe.
But those years, it was Kobe, though. That's
what years? What year? The year you select because of your feelings? That's you selected that because of your feelings. You have no measurable that supports it. Do you have anything that supports Kobe being the best player other than your feelings?
I'm choosing experience there. I'm sorry. That's it.
Okay, so you have anything that says Kobe was the best player that's measurable?
I guess you can call it my feelings, but if it's my my feelings, I'm taking experience there. Yes.
So the problem is I just don't trust some of y'all eye test.
That's fine. I feel
just because the Lakers were on national TV more and you watch the Lakers more than you watch the Spurs or any other team or whatever, I can't give you credit for that because you didn't fairly evaluate all other players. Everybody at that time, because Kobe was more popular, we watched more Kobe games. Y'all didn't spend time breaking down the games of other people. So it was easy to gloss over and look over the other guys. This is why we have to go back and revisit history because of the fandom of the 90s and the 2000s. So now when we revisit history, we got to go give Tim Duncan extra credit because he was more dominant than we gave him credit for in the time. Kevin Garnett, when he was the best player in the league, he was more dominant that year than we actually give credit. We have to revisit it because of all the fandom for Kobe and the Lakers. I'm not. Y'all just need to be students of the game and stop falling in love with players.
Lamont, by that logic, who's a better player right now, Anthony Edwards or LeBron James?
It's going to fall into analytics. That will give me the most accurate answer. If you're looking for, if you're looking for a feelings answer,
who do you think is better, Lamont?
Hold on. If you're looking for a feelings answer, or if you're looking for
the right answer.
If you're looking for a breakdown so I could accurately rank it, I would always rely on PER, VORP, and value or replacement. I could pull it up right now. And at the end of the day, no matter what it is, I'm going to side with whatever the math says. No, we don't know.
We all know that if we're going into game one right now of those finals, we're all taking LeBron James, bro. And that's just a fact. And that is just a fact. We're all taking Bron right now. Ant-Man is 23. Bron is 40. I'm trusting Bron, bro.
Okay, the numbers. Let's see if the numbers support what you said.
I don't care about the numbers. That's the problem.
Hold on. Here's this right here. Hold on.
That is your problem.
Hold on. Hey, y'all. Frank, see, here it is right here. See, Frank.
I'm right here. Yeah.
Who do you think has the higher PER? LeBron James or Anthony Edwards?
Well, Ant-Man is shooting bad.
It's LeBron.
Okay, but that's okay. But
who do you think has the higher win shares?
Sure. Okay.
No, Frank. Who has the higher win shares? LeBron or Anthony Edwards?
I used one player.
Who has the higher win shares, LeBron or Anthony Edwards?
Or Victor Wembanyama.
Okay, hold on. Don't switch players because you don't like the answer. Who has the higher win shares, LeBron or Anthony Edwards?
I was using the example of old versus young experience. Experience matters.
But hold on. So you just said you would take LeBron over Anthony Edwards based on your eye test. So now I know you have somewhat of a brain.
Based on experience.
No, hold on. Okay.
Oh my God.
If you're talking about who's the better player, LeBron James has a higher PER. LeBron James has higher win share. And they're tied with the same value over replacement.
So what?
That tells you your answer right there. That's why you would take LeBron.
The
math is always right.
Experience. Ant-Man has no freaking rings. LeBron has 4. That's
you know what experience does? It makes your analytics better.
Experience
makes your analytics better.
Experience guides teams to where they have.
Hey, do y'all notice, y'all? Why? Hold on. Let me ask y'all this: why is Victor Wembanyama not top 3 in these analytical categories? He's younger. He makes more mistakes. He's not as efficient sometimes. But when you deal with seasoned guys like Nikola Jokic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is now more seasoned. Giannis is seasoned. You don't find rookies in these categories because these analytical categories together don't make mistakes. These analytical categories together will not put a rookie somewhere he doesn't belong. It's reason why. Y'all the ones that make the mistakes.
Lamont, going into the finals right now, would you rather have LeBron James or Victor Wembanyama?
That's a different question.
That is what fans care about.
That is a different question.
But that is what the fans care about. That tells you who's better. That's it. It's that simple. That's how we think.
That's what tells you who's better.
I think that's how a lot of people think. Herm, no? Herm, yes or no?
Because there's a ton of coaches that will want the youth and the legs.
I guess Herm isn't there. I guess
there's a ton of coaches that don't want somebody that could potentially be an injury liability. You can't expect everybody to think and see the game through the way you do. I know a ton of coaches that would take Anthony Edwards over LeBron James right now.
I am telling you what people are thinking. People think
I can tell you right now
that they want.
Frank, I can tell you right now there's a ton of coaches that would take Ant Edwards over LeBron James going into the playoffs based on how they see the game.
So that's crazy to me. That's
just because you see it differently. You think the way you see the game is the end all be all?
No, I don't. But I think that coaches would agree that they'll take the experienced vet over the young buck who can only shoot threes and hasn't learned how to properly get to the rim and draw fouls yet.
So
I think that they'll take
that might explain
that's it.
Why his advanced analytics aren't as high as LeBron's right now.
Again, Lamont, you're just bringing up analytics again. It's not all about analytics, bro. That's your Lamont. That is your problem, and that's why.
You can say that's my problem. Y'all don't understand that the analytics.
That's why you continue to get cooked on your channel.
Analytics.
Keep bringing up.
Hold on 1 second, Frank. Analytics are more accurate. Analytics are always more accurate than what you think.
Are analytics the end all be all, Lamont?
No, what I'm saying is. Tell me a case where the
analytics.
Yes. Because you cannot cite me a time where analytics are wrong.
Bye, guys. Peace.
Cite me any time in NBA history where the analytics are wrong. Just one. Y'all don't like analytics when your favorite player doesn't fall in line with those analytics. Because your love for that player, you loving him and loving his game, you want to elevate him, but the analytics and the measurables don't support the elevation. You saying Kobe is the best player when LeBron James is averaging 30 points per game and is number one in PER, value over replacement, and win shares, that's just your feelings. Get out your feelings. Don't fall in love with players. Accept the results for what they are. Y'all be fighting against the grain. And there's a time now. The analytics no longer support LeBron James being at the top. That's why nobody ranks LeBron James at the top now. Who still has LeBron James as the best player in the league? But everybody here said that Nikola Jokic was the best player in the league. Guess what? He's number one in PER, value over replacement, and win shares. What a surprising coincidence. Oh, when Giannis wins the championship, he just so happens to be number one in PER, win shares, and value over replacement. What a surprising coincidence. When Jordan is dominating the 90s, he just so happens to be number one in PER, win shares, and value over replacement. What another surprising coincidence. Y'all pretend like these numbers don't be accurate. Oh, with Kobe, y'all got to do a ton of pretending because them numbers don't be lining up correctly with Kobe. So then y'all have to start making up narratives and stuff. So this is when you have to go to the moments in the playoffs. Oh, Kobe did this in the playoffs. He did this in the fourth quarter. And so you have to try to sell people on moments. Y'all can't sell them on a full season. Thank you, Johnny. They don't know how to use them. When Scap Attacks was running around using analytics for individual series or analytics for a playoff run to decide who's the best player on the Lakers, that's a flawed way to use analytics. Sorry. They were never meant to be used in this manner. People have now abused it. But I don't never hear y'all getting on the people that abuse and misuse the analytics, especially when they're talking about y'all favorite player. I've never heard any of y'all talking about Kobe when talking about Kobe. I've never heard you guys correct somebody and say, no, you can't use analytics that way. But when he's talking about your favorite player, you hate him all of a sudden. We got Willie says, they ran A. Johnny off TikTok again. Hey, Willie, you said the next time I was live, you would hit the link. You said the next time I was live, you wouldn't be scared. That's what you said, Willie. Really, you said in the comments the next time I'm live, you would not, you wouldn't pretend like you on a construction site working. You would hit the link. Be a man of your word, Willie. I just dropped a link, casual. What up, what up, Big Chest?
What's up, Lamont?
Man, what you been up to, man? See, everybody done ran off the show now, man. Willie on the construction job. Yeah. Willie can't. He all of a sudden can't hit the link. What's going on, man?
Not much, bro. I'm in my last year of school, bro. We almost done. You know, I got my associates a couple weeks ago. You know, you can see it in the profile pic, but you know.
Yes, sir. I see you out there, man. Congrats, man.
Oh, you graduated? Congratulations, my brother. Salute to you.
I remember when you first started college. We got Judah here too. Oh, this is perfect. We can get Judah and we can get Willie on the panel at the same time because both y'all be hiding in the comments.
Yeah, Lamont, real quick before you allow him, we still on for that bet we had, right?
What bet we had?
We had $100 bet. We had $100 bet that the Warriors would not make the playoffs. I said that they would not. You said that they would. $100 bet.
Yeah, I got them making the playoffs still. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm not betting against Steph. Hell no.
All right.
Oh, hell yeah. That's good. That's hell. And then with the play-in helping me too. Shit. Hell yeah, they making the playoffs. Steph is not missing the playoffs. I promise you that one.
All right, man. We'll see. I mean, you know I'm good for it, man. I pay up my bets as soon as they happen. So you will get your $100
here too. Mr. Miles.
I'm glad you did this conversation though.
Where's Willie at? Willie said he's not talking my language. Let Lamont lie. I'm pushing the link. Don't need. Oh, so now Willie not pulling up. Oh man, that is crazy.
What is the context that you use in VORP, win shares, and PER for?
I said VORP, PER, and win shares are all directly tied together. They are all meant to be used in unison. They're not meant to be used individually unless in special circumstances. So for example, the special circumstance where you can use them individually is like head to head. Like when you're talking about head to head or something like that. But when you're like trying to determine who the best player is, and we're talking about a large body of players over a large number of games, the best combined analytics to that almost 99% of the time, if they don't give you who the best player is, it's going to point you in the right direction of what players you should be looking at is the guys that are top 3 in value over replacement, win shares, and PER all at the same time. And if you have a guy that's number 1 in all 3 of them at the same time, that's generally the best player 99.9% of the time. Now, there's going to be some one-offs where it's still going to be arguable, and you might want to fight against it a little bit, but you're still arguing 1 to 2 players. So that's all I'm saying.
Like 2019.
If that was the year that happened, I believe it happened with James Harden.
Yes, it happened with James Harden. It also happened in 2017 as well.
And the thing with James Harden is people are going to be less receptive to accepting that because a lot of people didn't like James Harden's style of play. So to sit and Steph Curry was the player that everybody loved, and KD is out there, and you got LeBron still out there killing people. And so when you see when you see James Harden, who caps off that list like that, at the end of the day, and even if you want to argue it, even if you don't want to accept it, James Harden being the best player that year, he's still in the conversation. You can't remove him from the conversation that particular year, right? If you want to say it's Bron or if you want to say it's Curry, that's fine, but you still got to put Harden in that conversation right with him. You can't eliminate him. What I'm saying is with Kobe's metrics and analytics, he's had some years so bad analytically where he's eliminated himself from the conversation.
But hasn't that been like the notion when it comes to Kobe Bryant that advanced analytics is not his friend? Has it
Well,
not been like the argument that most Kobe fans that have him in the hierarchy of GOAT conversations, they typically say advanced analytics are not on his side?
well, it's just funny to me that we only use that excuse for Kobe. But I've never heard anybody say, damn, I think Russ is the best player in the league, even though the analytics ain't on his side or whatever. It could be any player. I don't know
I'm
what
about to say
player might have.
Hakeem.
So no, I'm not saying Hakeem. I don't know. I haven't looked at every player's analytics. I'm talking about when we're looking at best player in the league. Those three metrics combined have always throughout NBA history pointed us in the correct direction. All of a sudden, that logic stops when it comes to Kobe Bryant, because all of a sudden, that same philosophy that's been correct 99.9% of the time with the Jordans in the 80s, it's been correct. And when we go through NBA history and we apply it, we generally come out with the player we believe is the best. All of a sudden with Kobe, he don't have to live up to this standard. Oh, the analytics just know. Kobe's numbers just don't have as big an impact towards winning as most fans want to pretend that they are. That's why. When you talk about empty calories and empty stats, Kobe is the king of that. But that's what the analytics say. But Kobe fans that are so in love with his game, they say that's disrespect. Even though analytics say, well, Kobe, you got a lot of empty calories going on here. These numbers don't have the impact on winning that your fans are saying. The
problem with the argument, and I get what you're saying. As far I get the genesis of your argument. The problem is, one, the advanced analytics don't count towards some of the players that played in past years. It does not calculate it properly because it doesn't contextualize rule structure, defenses, and
we're not talking about we're not going that far back.
But even for the modern era, like in 20, it's not just a one-off. Like it's not just like 2019 or 2017. It also happened in 2015. Anthony Davis is sitting here at the top 3 in PER and VORP.
Was he number 1 in all 3 of them?
He was third. He was third in VORP, and in PER he was first. Actually, yes.
What about win shares?
And in win shares he was tied with Stephen Curry for third.
So who says Anthony Davis was the best player in the NBA?
Do you believe that?
I never said he was the best player in the NBA.
Do you believe it was James Harden in 2015?
No, because you're giving me a guy who was third. That means there are other.
But do you believe it was James Harden? Because it was the only 3 components that are consistently in there.
Who had a better combined analytical combination?
Probably Russell Westbrook.
I mean, you can't. You giving me names. I know it was more than Russ. There's a lot of great players in the league.
But
don't hand select the ones that you want to give me. Give me all the players in the conversation.
Okay. I'll give you all the names within the consistent
I'll just
5.
pull it up myself, man.
Is James Harden, Stephen Curry, Chris Paul, Anthony Davis, Russell Westbrook.
Okay, so hold on. James Harden. Who else?
James Harden, Stephen Curry.
Steph Curry.
Chris Paul.
Well, Chris Paul. Okay.
Anthony Davis.
And
Russell Westbrook.
And there are no other players, no KDs, no LeBrons. I'm gonna include them because I want to look at them all.
I think in win shares is probably DeAndre Jordan. Yes,
Russell Westbrook.
He's 5th.
Okay, I'm gonna put LeBron in just in case. I'm gonna also put Kevin Durant.
LeBron is 11th in win shares.
I'm gonna put it in.
Oh, okay. He's 6th in PER.
What year is this we talking about?
This is 2014-15 season.
2014-15 season.
So that was what, LeBron's last year in Miami?
No, that was LeBron's first year with the Cavaliers.
So that's 2015-16 season.
That's 2014-15. 15-16 is when they came back 3-1.
Okay, so here it is right here for all of those players. James Harden for this I don't think you gave me the correct. Okay, so right here, Steph Curry was number 1 in the league in VORP. He was 2nd in win shares, and he was 3rd in PER. That's better than Anthony Davis.
James Harden was 1st in VORP at 8.1.
Hold on. No,
Stephen Curry at 7.9.
Oh, I didn't put James Harden. Oh, yeah, I did put. What year are you talking about?
2014-15 season.
So right, I'm on Synergy right now. It says 2014, 2015, James Harden's win shares, he says he was second in the league at 7.4.
No, you just said VORP.
Hold on.
And even in win shares, James Harden was first.
Okay, my bad. I'm talking about VORP. So let me just go through it all so we don't get these confused.
Okay.
It has James Harden that year. It has him first in win shares, second in VORP, and fourth in PER. Steph Curry is top three. Steph Curry's top three in all of them. Steph Curry is number 1 in VORP, 2 in win shares, 3 in PER. So it's looking like Steph Curry might win out in this. When you go to Chris Paul was third in win shares, third in VORP, and 5th in PER. And when you go to Anthony Davis was first in PER, third in VORP, and 4th in win shares. Steph Curry's still the best on this list. When you go to Russ, second in PER, 4th in VORP, 5th in win shares. And then when you go to LeBron, he was 6th in all three. 6th in all three categories. So LeBron's
That's not true. He was 11th in win shares.
Bro, I'm just telling you what it says. It says win shares 10.4, 6th in the league.
Yeah, he's 10.4. He's in a 3-way tie with Kyrie Irving and Tyson Chandler. I'm looking at it.
Okay, I mean, so it's still not top 3. So at the end of the day, the person that has the strongest argument, and I'm almost positive that the statistical measurement and the winning will support this, that the person that has the strongest argument that year to be the best player in the league is Steph Curry.
Do you think that 2014-15? Do you think that's
let me pull up the stats for that year. Now what are the stats for those players? Let me get it out of synergy. Told you, when you combine all three of those metrics, you don't get a wrong answer too many times. It could be arguable,
but answer the question. Do you think Stephen Curry is the best player in 2014-15?
No, it's not about what I think. What I'm saying is, if it's only not really arguable if you're number 1 in all three. I said if you're top 3 in all of them, you're in the conversation.
But do you?
I'm asking you, was Steph in the conversation?
No, not in 14-15. No, he was not better than LeBron James. No. I would not argue
his impact on winning was higher. Now, LeBron James might have had a better statistical, and LeBron James might usurp him in winning that year, and he probably didn't usurp him in winning, LeBron James did not have a more significant impact on winning that year.
Because his team was not as better as the Warriors.
The analytics don't incorporate all that. The analytics do not lie.
Okay, so it sounds like you need to stop leaning so heavily on the analytics.
No, I'm not going to stop leaning on it because your personal bias or what
personal bias.
What you personally feel about what happened that year is how you personally feel. The one thing I know, is, and the one thing that I like about analytics is analytics are blind. It does not care who you like. It doesn't care about names. It just outputs and inputs. Now, what we can do is you might say, well, I like LeBron at being 6th in all three of those. I'm going to throw him in the conversation because I feel he belongs in it. That's how you feel. Right. And there might be other men and casual. You weren't here at the beginning.
Listen to me. I need you to listen to me clear.
No, I need you to listen.
No.
No, listen. We only got on this diatribe about analytics because they didn't like Kobe's analytics.
Don't mute me again, Lamont. Don't do that.
That's fine. You got to listen.
Watch that shit.
We only went down the road. of analytics because they didn't like Kobe's analytics. That was not the only measurement that I used. There was a number of things that I used.
Let's listen to the other measurements.
So there were plenty other things that I used to tell the tale. Right? Here, I'll pull it up right here. I got my thing right here. So, for example, when somebody said that Kobe was the best player, we had somebody say that Kobe was the best player in the 04-05 season. So the first thing that I looked at was obviously Kobe's stat line, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to have a great stat line to be talked about. You can't be walking around with a crazy stat line talking about you in the conversation. So 04-05, we had somebody say that's when Kobe was the best player in the NBA. Kobe averaged 27.6 points per game, 5.9 rebounds, 6 assists on 43% shooting from the field. The 43% shooting from the field kind of worries me as far as your efficiency, but let's move along a little further because maybe, numbers and your stat line, it don't always tell a true story. When we talk about that year as well, Kobe's team, they didn't do so hot. Without Shaquille O'Neal that year, they missed the playoffs. They finished 34 and 48. Kobe had an extremely high usage rate that year. It was abnormally high. So now we're looking at his usage. We're looking at his team output. We don't have no playoffs to go off of. 34, 48. Take that how you want. When you look at accolades, well, he didn't really have any accolades. He was all NBA third team. Okay, so not making an all NBA first or second team. Well, that's kind of alarming that you say he was the best player in the league. He didn't even make the first or second team. So that's another. Agree. Okay, we go to other accolades. Did you win the most significant individual accolade, finals MVP or league MVP? Well, no, we know he didn't win that. So then we go to the last thing, the PER, VORP, and win shares. Well, maybe his numbers had significant impact towards winning, even though he didn't really fill everything out. Well, nope, it also happens so in this year that Kobe Bryant did not rank in the top 5 in PER. He did not rank in the top 10 in VORP. He did not rank in the top 10 in win shares. So he had a really good stat line. None of it amounted. Correct. None of it amounted to much winning. The team was horrible. They were also bad.
2005, correct.
They were also bad defensively, right? So we're talking about a Kobe Bryant where, yes, he had a stat line, but even his stat line was better than other people. So a lot of people fell in love with his stat line. They didn't care about the winning. They didn't care about the fact that he didn't elevate the play of his players around him, right? They didn't care about the fact that the NBA at the time, the voters who weren't using analytics, did not put him on an all-NBA first or second team, right? He extremely high usage rate, abnormally low efficiency. The PER, VORP, and the win shares support all of that because he did not do well in any of those categories. But they did those same numbers did look good for guys like Tim Duncan, who was number 1 in win shares. He was number 1 in VORP. He was number 2 in PER. He was the finals MVP. He impacted winning. The Spurs won the championship that year. He averaged a double-double. He shot 50% from the field. I would argue that Tim Duncan could have potentially been the best player in the year. More than likely, he probably was the best. In 2004, 2005, yes.
Okay, yes.
Also, who has a case that year, who I said has a case that year, would be guys like
Kevin Garnett,
Steve Nash, and Dirk Nowitzki. Because when I talked about Dirk,
does not have a case for being the best.
Listen to what I'm going to tell you why in a second. When you talk about Dirk Nowitzki, number 1 in PER, obviously not as strong of a case as Tim Duncan, but he had a similar stat line. Actually, had a better stat line than Kobe, much more efficient. Team-wise, they won a lot more games, and he was much better as a razor for the guys around him.
The only person at this point, I'm not
going to lie. I already concluded that Tim Duncan was the best player in the league.
Lamont, based off
Kobe does not. The point casual is Kobe's not in the conversation.
What are you talking, bro? Nigga, calm down.
Is Kobe in the conversation?
Calm down. 1, 2.
Is Kobe in the conversation? Yes or no?
By your argument, Kevin Garnett is the best player in 2005. We can move on to the
Kobe,
next year.
No, well, I'm talking about 2004, 2005. Nobody.
Yes, 2004, 2005 is Kevin Garnett.
2004, 2005. Nobody won more than Duncan in combined. When you combine all of these elements, nobody did more winning than Duncan, right? Accolade wise, Duncan was at the top of the league. When you talk about the 3 primary analytics, Duncan was 1 in 2 of those categories. He was 2 in PER. So he fits the bill.
You know who was first in every single one of them that you pointed out? It's Kevin Garnett.
Ooh. Kevin Garnett was not first in 2004, 2005.
In 2004, 2005 season, he was first in VORP at 9.1. He was first in win shares at 16.1.
Are you on Basketball Reference?
First in PER with 28.2.
Are you on Basketball Reference?
Yes.
Yeah, you need to get synergy. I'm not on Basketball Reference.
Bro, where's Kevin Garnett in any of these? Where's Kevin Garnett in any of these?
Kevin Garnett is in any. Kevin Garnett. I actually have Kevin Garnett as the best player in here. Let me pull it up here.
It was the year before, really.
Hold on. The year before
we're talking about 2004, 2005. He's
right here. No, you're talking about 2003, 2004 is the year where Kevin Garnett was probably the best player in the league. He was first in PER, first in VORP, and first in win shares. That's 2003, 2004. And he was the league MVP. So the league also thought that as well.
And I'm seeing, what's crazy is I'm seeing the exact same thing. He was first in PER 29.4, first at 18.3 in win shares, and first in VORP at 10. And the next year, he was first in every single thing.
No, I don't have him the first in everything that next year.
It ain't about what you have him. He was.
Well, it ain't about what you have him either. I'm just telling you what I got from Synergy. Now we have. So at the end of the day, if you want to say that Kevin Garnett and Duncan were in the conversation, we'll rock with that. This whole conversation is about, is Kobe in the conversation? So can you answer that?
Can you move to a different? Can you move?
Let me ask you this question
next year, because
let me ask you a question. Herm, based on what we've said about Duncan and Kevin Garnett, whether our numbers are accurate or not, Herm will help us move on. Based on what we've been saying, it just sounds like Kevin Garnett had a hell of a year, and Tim Duncan had a hell of a year. Based on what we've said, Herm, is Kobe even in the conversation in 04-05 to be the best player in the league?
Watch out, OG. Watch out, OG.
That's the whole purpose of this conversation.
Come on now.
That's the whole purpose. Who belongs in the conversation?
The players that belong in it. Nobody's saying that he does, that whether he does or not. My whole
that's what this whole show is about.
Lamont, you keep cutting me off. I ain't cut you off while you going on your entire soliloquy like 4 or 5 times.
But get on topic though.
Nigga, I'm trying to talk and you keep cutting me off.
But I want to talk about
stop talking.
Don't tell me about things that are not on topic.
I'm telling you, the whole reason why I'm here in the first place is because you are holding Kobe to this statistical box where he has to hit the mark in PER, VORP, and win shares. And you making it seem as if those aren't some of the most flawed advanced analytics in the entire scope.
When did I do that?
When the white boy was up here with no shirt on, and when Nahari was here the whole time.
Okay, so they were only crying about analytics, but they didn't. You see that they didn't fight me on, like, so. For example, the year that Nahari said that he thought Kobe was the best player in the league. I'm going to go you this list, and I didn't even have to get to analytics before he got destroyed, because it's not just about analytics. I'll go to the year for you. It's right here. He said he thought Kobe. He said he thought Kobe was the best player in the league in 2007, 2008, solely because Kobe won the MVP. But in 2007, 2008, LeBron James outclassed Kobe Bryant in every statistical category: points, in major, that's not analytics, points, rebounds, assists, steals, blocks, and efficiency, field goal percentage, 30 points per game, 7.9 rebounds, 7.2 assists, 48% from the field. He also was number 1 in the league in PER, VORP, and win shares.
That's advanced analytics right there.
Hold on. That's just me moving on to just the second thing. There's other things we can talk about. Because when you talk about the year, LeBron James had a hell of a year that year. The only thing Kobe did, I said when I look at everything that was done that year, it looks like Kobe received the MVP because he was the best player on the best team.
Hey, Lamont,
he was not the best player in the league. He was not better than LeBron.
Nari said he did not say 07, 08. He said 2006, 2007.
Even if I go, it's even worse in 2006, 2007. Like when I go to 2006,
it actually isn't.
So when I go to 2006, 2007, LeBron James, right? He scores 3 less points than Kobe, better rebounds, better assists, better field goal percentage, so better efficiency. He's number 1 in the league in value over replacement. He's number 2 in the league in win shares, and he's number 3 in the league in PER. Kobe, he's 4th in the league in win shares, 5th in value over replacement, 3rd.
He was not more efficient. PER. Yeah, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Who?
LeBron was not more efficient than Kobe in 2007. That's a
Kobe
lot.
shot 46% from the field.
That's not efficiency. That's accuracy. Kobe Bryant shot 58% true shooting. LeBron James shot 55.2.
I'm just talking about field goal percentage. I'm not using
field goal percentages. So now you're picking and choosing what advanced analytics you want to value. That's crazy. And I would think a head coach like you would actually value true shooting because it's the most accurate way of being able to value your scoring ability, your 3-point shooting. And
I've never in my life, casual, I promise you, and I've talked to so many coaches in NBA history. I've looked at a ton of stat sheets. Bro, I have never heard a coach walk in any film study, any stat sheet, and ask the assistant coach, what was his true shooting percentage? I want to know
What was your field goal percentage?
That's
the
wonderful.
True shooting percentage. First of all, know how to use it correctly. Y'all use it. Y'all use it for any circumstance. True shooting percentage.
What circumstances do I use? What
when you're
circumstances
going,
do I use it for?
when you only for true shooting percentage should only be used head to head. And it was designed when it was first created. It was designed to compare players of the same position. Right. So when you have two,
it was not
guards,
designed for
hold on.
What?
Casual. I'm gonna teach you.
Oh yeah, it sounds like you capping.
True shooting percentage was created. The way it was supposed to be used. It was supposed to be used. I mean, casual. I mean, you can learn. I mean, I did a whole thesis on this. I did a whole master's
like you
thesis
just
on
chatting.
I know.
You're talking to the wrong one when it comes to value and true shooting.
Okay, so I'm telling you, I did a whole thesis on it. I can read my thesis and bore you, or I can summarize it. So it's true shooting percentage when it was created. It was designed to compare players of the same position. Because what happens when you have players of the same position, like when you have two centers. When you have two centers, let's say you have two elite centers. Two elite centers generally do what, Kerm? They generally shoot very high field goal percentages. And so if you want to dive deep into the numbers and you want to see who is the better offensive player, how can we further break this down, right? Over the course of a game. How can we see who's more efficient? Because I can look at any center, like if I'm looking at Shaq, or if I'm looking at, two centers that score a lot at the rim, they're both shooting 60, 70% from the field. But if I truly want to see who's more efficient,
you think that?
And it was also to determine who was more versatile, because what does it incorporate? True shooting percentage incorporates free throw shooting, 3-point shooting, right? And your 2-point shooting all combined together. And so it puts all these things. So now we can see. I can almost, without looking at it, we all know that more than likely Hakeem Olajuwon is probably going to have a higher true shooting percentage than a Shaquille O'Neal. Why? Why would he have a higher true shooting percentage, Casual?
He would have a higher. Ask the question again. I'm sorry.
Okay, so a guy like Hakeem Olajuwon who plays center, just like a Shaquille O'Neal, why would he have a higher true shooting percentage than a guy like Shaquille O'Neal?
Because he probabilities he's more efficient around the rim, or his mid range is more efficient overall.
Thank you. You said it with the mid-range.
That also does not.
And
take
that's what true shooting percentage was meant to be compared with.
And also that's
it wasn't meant to be used league wide.
And also, you asked me a question. And also that's before taking into account the quality of defenses, the defenses that each player is taking on. So yeah.
Okay.
But unfortunately, that's not true. Shaquille O'Neal actually was historically more efficient, true shooting wise, than Hakeem Olajuwon. But you know who Shaquille O'Neal wasn't more efficient than? And well, real quick, what do you think is Shaquille O'Neal's best year?
I don't know. I'm not talking about Shaq. I'm talking.
What do you think is Shaquille? No. Let's have this conversation.
Casual.
What do you think is Shaquille O'Neal's?
You derailing the whole conversation.
You're asking.
I'm not asking about nothing other than Kobe.
What is Shaquille O'Neal's best offensive season?
Damn, you want to make me think?
I don't know. We're not talking about Shaq.
Oh, okay. Well,
I think it's the 2000.
Hold on. First,
tell us
what's the direction? How does this lead back to Kobe?
I would say 99, 2000 as well.
How does this lead back to Kobe?
This leads back to Kobe because Kobe's not even his best season in 06, 07, not even his best scoring season. He shot better true shooting wise compared to Shaquille O'Neal. So your logic of it was meant to go position to position, that's absolute bullshit. You
said Kobe had a better true shooting than Shaq, right?
Kobe had a better true shooting than Shaquille O'Neal in
2000. Thank you. That's exactly what I said.
If Shaquille O'Neal is literally
do you
in the
understand?
Posting, he's
do you understand anything that I just said?
Okay.
True shooting percentage is always going to make a guy like Kobe because it incorporates other things like free throw shooting.
So then, how come a Dirk Nowitzki? How come a Dirk Nowitzki is? How come a Dirk Nowitzki is higher?
I didn't mention. I did not mention true shooting because it's not meant to. It is not meant to compare point guards to centers. Hold on, casual. If you're going to use it, at least compare two centers.
It sounds like you're not using it correctly.
Hold on, I didn't use it at all.
It sounds
I didn't even use it.
You coming up with this thesis.
Hold on, casual. You got to stop. You just chatting. You're just talking.
Sounds like you chatting.
Hold on, I didn't use true shooting because it wasn't meant to use comparing point guards to centers. It wasn't meant to. It was never designed to compare shooting guards to small forwards.
It was always, when it was initially created, it was designed to compare guys of the same position to each other. But
Based
now that
on
the
what?
world
Based
has been
on what
exposed,
logic?
now that the world has been exposed to this the more metrics y'all get exposed to, the more y'all just take them and misuse them. And that's why people say y'all
Based
run
on
rampant
what
with
logic?
these analytics. So no, it's not my logic. This is what Scott Mossman, the guy that creates Synergy, talked about. How
Based
y'all
on
misappropriate
what
all of
logic?
these analytics, and you can start comparing Kobe's true shooting percentage to Shaq's. That's not how it's supposed to be used. You
Based
compare
on
Kobe's
what
true shooting
logic?
percentage to Jordan, another shooting guard. Why would you compare Shaq and Kobe's true shooting percentage? That makes
Because we're
no
comparing
sense whatsoever.
them as
No,
overall
you can. That's a
scorers.
misuse of true shooting percentage.
Well, that sounds like that's your opinion, brother. That sounds
No,
like
that's
that's
a
your
fact.
opinion.
That's a fact.
Can you
Just
prove that?
Just
Can
because you
prove
found
that?
a brand new analytic and you want to use it rampantly with any type of player, don't mean you're using it correctly.
Who said you
just
use it
found
with any type of player? You use
y'all
it with
see
the
this
high
stuff
volume
on Basketball
scorers.
Reference, and you think, wow, his number's higher than this player. Let's compare them. No, that's not how it works.
It sounds like you
It sounds
doing
like
a
you just
whole
don't know
bunch
what
of
true shooting percentage
waffling.
is.
Sounds like you waffling, brother.
Because that's why when I started this, I did not use true shooting percentage. It wasn't meant to be used that way.
But because you're picking and choosing what
No,
advanced
I pick
analytics
and
you want to
choose.
use.
No, but I explain why I chose those three. I explain why.
And
I explain. Hold on,
those
casual.
are
Just
the
go
most
rewind and watch
flawed.
the beginning. I explain why I didn't use box plus minus. I explain why I didn't use defensive box plus minus. If you don't like that, then go to your channel and create a video as to why we should use it. It would be a stretch. I would love to hear why you would use it in a broad comparison like this, when we're comparing across position. I would love to know why you would use these box plus minus, just like somebody came up here. Why would you use that
box
across
plus
the position?
minus?
No,
I
but
don't use box plus
because
minus.
somebody came up here and brought up more
That ain't got nothing
analytics
to
than
do
I
with
was
me,
using.
Lamont. Go and
So
argue with somebody else with that. That ain't got nothing to do with me, brother.
All I'm saying, you casual, is don't introduce metrics that don't belong and we're not using them appropriately. Use them inappropriately somewhere else. Don't use them inappropriately in front of me.
You using yours inappropriately as well.
How am I using VORP? PER. So you use PER wrong when you use it independently and you're not using it in head-to-head. You use VORP wrong when you just try to use it independently, and these metrics were designed to be used together. When PER was initially created, it wasn't designed to be used as this mass comparison with league-wide with a whole bunch of players across eras. So when you see people saying, yeah, Jordan in the 90s had a higher PER than LeBron in this era, it just was not meant to be used that way. Analytics were never meant to be used across eras. It never looks right. It never going to get panned out right. People just like to see their guy at the top of a list. And when their guy is at the top of a list of an analytic, they just like to say, wow, like when you heard Scap Attack saying, Kobe, his win shares per 48 was number one. He's using it wrong. He's just finding Kobe at the top of a list, and he's just saying Kobe's at the top of this list, and he's comparing it to other people. He does not know how to use them. Y'all don't know when to use them. Y'all don't use them correctly. Y'all try to use them too broadly.
What I'll ask you.
I've reduced this down to
what
3.
Are the flaws?
And the reason why you know, and this is how you know the reason.
Using VORP and win shares?
The reason why you know the analytic I have is correct, and when somebody made a comment,
that's not what I was talking about either. But
when somebody made a comment in the chat about Jordan and Charles Barkley,
that ain't got nothing to do with me, brother.
That right there summarizes why when you use these three in unison, you get a more accurate result on who the best player is. Because when Barkley was MVP in 1992-93, Jordan sat atop the league, number one in PER, number one in win shares, number one in VORP. When we asked the other two guys up here earlier, who do you think the best player's been over the last 2-3 years? And they both said Nikola Jokic. Well, it just so happens that Nikola Jokic is number one in PER, number one in VORP, number one in win shares. It always translates. And when you give me a player where these numbers don't translate, then you brought me a bad player.
Because those are cumulative stats. But and mind you, that has nothing to do with what I said to you. But what is the flaws with using VORP and win shares?
When people use them independently.
That's not the only
for example, this is what happens. So when most people don't know what VORP is anyway. Most people don't know what PER is anyway. Most people don't know what win shares are anyway. What happens is they'll just take and they'll separate one of these analytics, and instead, and if you are going to separate them, you need to be using them in very small sample sizes. If you're going to separate it, don't use it league-wide across hundreds of players. If you're going to use it separately, you need to be using it in condensed names. Like if you're going to separate win shares, we should be talking about 3 to 4 players. If we're talking about 100 players or 400 players in the NBA, you're using it wrong because we need to group these 3 together now to get a more accurate result. That's why when the dude came up here earlier and he was like, such and such player is PER. I was like, if you just use PER alone across NBA history, it's not going to look right. I mean, it'll kind of look right to a certain degree, but you'll still have some flaws. But what you start to do is you want to narrow that down to the most accurate names. Give me the players that take that lead in PER, VORP, and win shares combined, and that reduces it down to a very accurate list that tells you who is the best in the league at that time. Don't skip years. Don't span it across 10-year periods. Use it within a year. Don't compare somebody's PER from this year to somebody's PER to this year. That's not how it's meant to be used. That's the unfortunate reality of it.
The problem with the flaws that you didn't. There's far more flaws. For instance, overlapping.
Okay, then explain those flaws. Explain
overlapping concepts, and they're very
explain the flaws.
PER measures a player's per minute efficiency.
I know what it measures, but explain the
flaws. I'm trying to explain.
You don't have to give me a definition. Give me the flaws.
I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
I just said, if you know the flaws, right? They're all algorithmic. And there's a professor just actually did a report on the algorithmic flaws. I wouldn't expect you to know that. What are the flaws in using those 3 analytics measurements in unison? What is the
you don't have to explain? You don't have to expect anything from me because
what is the flaw?
You keep cutting me off.
Okay, what's the flaw?
I would like to finish.
But I don't need you going on a long diatribe trying to tell
you're filibustering. You're doing more talking
you're going to filibuster
than I am, and you ask me to explain.
Okay, what is the flaw? What's the flaw?
I could have sworn the way that this goes is
what
you
is
talk,
the flaw? You listen. Don't filibuster and Google. What's the flaw?
No. I would like to explain, and I would like for you to stop talking.
Don't give me a long definition of what they are.
Can you do that for me? Can you do that? Don't tell me what I can and can't do after you ask me a question.
At the end of the day, we got to progress this along.
Okay, so let's progress it, and you stop talking and let me talk.
No, we can't progress it because you're a bullshit artist. Don't bullshit.
The flaw.
Just get to it.
The flaw is overlapping concepts and redundancy.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Does not get taken. Okay,
what does that mean?
When I start to explain, can you
what
not cut me off, nigga? PER measures a player's per minute efficiency, correct? Win shares and VORP account for contributions to a team's success.
Stop reading off Google, my guy.
Brother, I'm trying to talk and you cutting me off, brother. You cutting me off. Did I do that to you?
I'll pull up my thesis to help you out. Hold on.
That's fine. Pull up your thesis, but shut the fuck up while I'm talking. Thank you.
Bro, man.
When it comes to win shares and VORP, compared to PER in their calculations, it's very redundant. Because when you're using them together, the metrics double count aspects of players' value. That's the problem. That's what I mean.
What metrics double counted? What metrics double counted?
Efficiency.
No, it's not.
Efficiency. Yes, it does. What? Oh, yeah. Oh, so you just don't know what the stats you are that you're reading. Those stats are quite literally player efficiency rating. What the fuck are we talking about here? It quite literally goes off of efficiency.
You are a bullshit artist, man.
It's quite literally in one of the names. All of those stats, when it comes to advanced analytics, it's trying to read how efficient you are overall.
Bro. Oh, I'll tell you
in different aspects.
I don't think you know it. I don't think you know.
I think.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
It sounds like you've been chatting for the last 3 hours, but here we are. Context and role sensitivity is also an issue too. I think team in context like personnel. I think that's also an issue. Difficulty of defense is also an issue that it does not measure. That really is just any advanced analytic. Like that, it's hard to gauge how good a defense or what defenses do on a personnel to personnel basis. And then it oversimplifies fucking the complex basketball skills. Like all of that shit is, and that's off the top of my head. I think I'm missing something. But like there's so many things wrong with using those 3 stats, especially when you're combining both of them. They're just overinflating a player. So you're just gonna put niggas that don't need to be that
what player has it ever overinflated?
Jokic. Jokic.
So Jokic is not the best player in the league?
No.
Who's the best player in the league over
Giannis.
Jokic? You are smoking crack.
Giannis.
That's just your feelings.
No, that's not my feelings. That is what and you know what? You watching this season and you're only looking at stats because if anybody that has watched the Bucks and the Nuggets on a game-to-game basis for this season, it's very clearly Giannis this year. And last year.
Based on what?
Based on quite literally watching them, his impact defensively.
Based on your eye test?
Shit, you know what? Let's go advanced. Let's go analytically. Let's do
Jokic is number one in all the analytics.
Let's do that. No, he's not number one in every single analytic. He's just in the one that you guys value. So let's do this. Let's do this. I'm interested. I want to play this game. I want to do this because I've been meaning to talk to you. I've been meaning to do this. I'm glad we're having this talk right now.
Hold on.
So let's do this.
Jokic is the best player in the league right now.
He's
been the best player in the league for the last 3 years.
Based off of what?
And at the end of the day,
based off
the analytics tell us if you want to put anybody in the conversation, Giannis is at least in the conversation. So I won't even fight you on Giannis because the analytics do tell me that he's in the conversation.
So now you're not gonna fight me. Okay.
No, because I said that before. I said if the analytics can do one or two things. It can put you in the conversation or it can take you out the conversation. The one thing I got to give Giannis credit for is that you know who's right behind him in the same analytics? Giannis Antetokounmpo.
It's actually Shea Tatum.
No, hold on. No. Shea is third in all three of them.
Oh,
Giannis is second in all three of them. It's
no,
literally
he's not.
crazy.
It's actually Shea. It's actually Shea. Shea
we
is
just
right
pulled him
behind.
up.
Shea is right behind.
Shea is third in all three of them. We just pulled it up.
Shea is second right now in VORP, and he's second right now. He's second right now in PER.
Bro, he's third in all three of them.
In VORP, he's tied with Nikola Jokic for 4.3.
No, he's not. He's third.
And in PER, he's behind Nikola Jokic for 30 points.
You got to stop, bro. We just literally pulled it up. He's third. Two people pulled it up.
Nigga, we got to pull the camera. All right. PER.
As of January, go to NBA.com, my guy.
Okay, so
that is not you going to keep going to basketball reference. Go to Synergy or NBA. At least NBA.com is partnered with Synergy.
Right. Let's go to NBA.com.
We just had it up. Two people. Shea is third. He's third in all three. Giannis is second in all three. Jokic first in all three.
Let's see.
And at the end of the day, no matter how you mix it up, they all three belong in the conversation of who the best player in the league is. If you're giving me somebody, for example, if you want to say KD, well, the problem is with KD is he's probably eliminated himself out of that conversation analytically, right? If you want to get pointed in the right direction, because he doesn't meet that standard. The guys that right now who are playing the best,
I have no problem with that.
No matter how you mix it up, Giannis, Shai, Jokic, you might be able to throw one or two more names in there with it. But Giannis, Shai, and Jokic belong in the conversation.
It's only Giannis and Jokic.
Hold on. Do Giannis, Shai, and Jokic right now today, based on how all three of them are playing?
Right now today,
all three of them belong in the conversation. Let's say there's an MVP race. Who's the last three in the MVP race? It's going to be Giannis, Jokic, and Shai. They just so happen
that doesn't mean that you're the best player in the world.
No, I didn't give you a best player. I said no matter how you mix it up. Let's say all three of us on the panel pick a different player. Herm has Shai, I have Jokic, you have Giannis. The best thing about it is that those three combined analytics put all of those players in the conversation for all of us. So now we can have a conversation about all of the other things. Now we can start debating the nuances of winning and losing and team and defense and all those things. Impact on defense, impact on offense. We can start debating other things. But these three analytics generally point you in the direction of who belongs in the conversation. When you start trying to put players in the conversation who fall outside of those three metrics, you're just throwing your favorites in.
That's not throwing your favorites. No.
So who else? So who else belongs in the conversation that doesn't meet the standard of the analytics that we're talking about?
As of this year, it's only Giannis and Jokic. There's only two. Actually, for the last 3 years,
but
there's only Giannis and Jokic.
And who's been number 1 and 2 in those primary analytics?
It's been between Giannis and Shea for who's second.
Hold on.
For the last 3 years.
Who has been 1 and 2 in those primary analytics over the last 3 years?
Jokic has been 1, and it's been between Giannis and Shea for number 2.
No, just say Giannis. Because you said it's between those
I think in 23. Actually, I think in 23, I think Embiid was there. He was. Yeah, he was.
Might have been.
Yeah,
I don't know if he was in all 3. I haven't even checked.
He was healthy. So the
main thing is, somebody said the Lakers losing right now. So the main thing, y'all, is when you go to these analytics, y'all better be careful how y'all using them. Because when you hear people just throwing them out there just to say somebody's better than another, y'all get blinded by how they're using them. People use them wrong. Nobody uses them correct.
That's why I mentioned James Harden earlier, because he was a unique situation to where
him, Jokic, Westbrook in 2017, those type of players abused the advanced analytics that you are speaking on.
I don't know. No, what happened with Russ is
Harden only has like 2 years that he was really.
You know what happened with Russ?
I think 2020.
What happened with Russ and Harden is they had historically great years that threw off what we normally see. And so every blue moon, because what Russ did, we will never see again. The way James Harden was scoring the ball, he's going to go down in NBA history as one of the greatest scorers of all time because of that run he went on. So there's always going to be players that throw a monkey wrench into what we normally see. And when they have those historically great years, you're going to have anomalies, and that's okay. That just tells us when we see these anomalies, we got some great players in this league where you can have guys like Russ just burst out on the scene and be historically great. When you have guys like James Harden who can burst out on the scene and be historically great. But when you level things out and you go on a year-by-year basis throughout NBA history, we don't normally see those anomalies. We can point out those anomalies when they happen. We can kind of separate them and say, okay, you're the outlier. But across NBA history, we don't have a lot of those outliers. Jordan has been number 1 in those. When Shaq was the most dominant player in the world, he was number 1 in all 3. When Tim Duncan was at the top, he was number 1 or 2 in all 3 of those. When Kevin Garnett had his year run, he was number 1 in all 3 of those. Right? The best players, it's hard to disguise it. Like, it's hard to tell me. You cannot come to me and say, yeah, the analytics don't favor Kobe. No, Kobe's game just don't favor winning basketball.
Again, I'll just say this one more time. My problem with the stats is just you're not aware of how flawed these stats are. That's my only issue. If you want to use these stats, my brother, go ahead and use them. As I understand some of the stats that I use, they are flawed in their own aspects as well. But then you can't sit there and understand that they're flawed and then also turn around and say, I can't value the eye test.
Everything is a probability.
The eye test is also valuable as well.
I didn't say it was 100% perfect. I said 99%. I said 99%. 90, the majority, let's just say the majority of the time, it's going to point you in the right direction. So when I say it points you in the right direction, that means it's probably going to give us some names that we can now start talking about those names in any given season. But if you start bringing me names outside of this group and you're telling me, oh, this player, analytics just don't favor him. Well, that's just not how analytics work, right? Because especially when you combine all 3, right? All 3 have a specific use. All 3 are not going to be biased towards you. And when you consistently fall outside of the scope for all 3, that's a you problem. And that's your game problem. And that tells me right there, we need to be giving more credit to your coaching and the guys around you, as opposed to just giving you all the credit, because your impact on winning isn't as significant as you think it is.
Where do you have?
You cannot.
What do you
cannot
cheat. A play like Kareem all time? What do you have a play like Kareem all time?
I got Kareem top 5.
What do you have a Julius Erving?
I think I had him top 25.
Are you aware that they're like the just accumulative the VORP, PER, and win shares, they were like literally like nip and tuck on a year-to-year basis during the 70s?
Okay, what does that got to do with my ranking?
Like how far
my ranking?
How
that's
far,
not my criteria for how I rank players.
No, but so what is your criteria for how you rank players? Like, what is the use of these advanced analytics?
You talking about you talking about an all-time ranking list? That's completely different, and we know that when everybody does
And
an
they're within
all-time
the
ranking
same.
list,
They in the
you
same era.
introduce
So
biases. I'm talking about if you systematically go through every single year of Kobe's career and you really look at the numbers, when you also look at not just numbers, when you look at winning, right? When you also look at your impact on winning, Kobe is extremely overrated. He's had 1 year where I could unequivocally say, not only you were the best scorer in the league, but those numbers had a direct impact on winning, and it was extremely high. That was the year he averaged 35 points per game. That was his highest PER, VORP, and win shares. Extremely high impact towards winning, even though the team didn't do so great. And I don't punish him because his team did so great. And I can still say he had a high impact on winning because the numbers say so. But outside of that, he's going to be fighting tooth and nail to try to say he's the best player in the league.
So how do you take into
outside
account,
of your feelings?
Do you take into account those stats for do you take it into account those advanced analytics for postseason?
No, when I did this right here,
You just did it for regular season.
I said I did it primarily for regular season, and for the postseason.
Okay.
I said what happens in the postseason, and I use Shaq as an example. I said the postseason does not mirror the regular season. So what throws numbers off in the postseason is defenses. So, for example, there are some playoff series where even though Shaq was the best player in the world because he was getting triple and double teamed, he had to facilitate and they had to run the offense through Kobe, and he was the leading scorer. And then his PER in the playoffs, now his win shares and his value over replacement. Now his start to edge out Shaq's in the postseason, but that's a much smaller sample size. And we know that teams who are desperately trying to win a series, they're going to try to key in and do all this gimmick stuff to slow up Shaq, which opens the door for Kobe to do a little bit more. Does it take away from Kobe? No, it was still great, but we're still talking about the overall large portion of the sample size, which is 82 games. The playoffs throws them with teams changing up things on the fly just to win a playoff series is harder. It's harder. So I say Kobe was the best. Kobe was the best closer for that team.
But Lamont, that doesn't really add up because like you're adding context to why certain things could look a certain way in the postseason when you're not doing it for Kobe in the regular season.
So why do things look a certain way for Kobe in the regular season?
For instance, 2006. Let's talk about 2006. 2006, he was second in VORP, right? He was fourth in win shares behind Chauncey Billups in a better situation. LeBron James.
2005, 2006, or 2006, 2007?
No, 2005, 2006.
Okay.
He was Billups, LeBron, Dirk, and
bro, I already said that was his best season. I said that's when he was the best player in the league.
Okay, so let's go to 2006. Let's go to 2007, 2006, 7.
No, but okay. You chose that year, and you got to realize I gave him credit when everything was in the line.
Okay. And you much appreciated for you giving him the credit he deserved. In 2006, 2007 season, he was fourth in VORP. Same team from
he was fifth in
the year
VORP.
prior. Okay, fifth. He was fourth in win shares.
Yeah.
And he
third
was
in PER.
fifth in it says fifth in PER. Well, he's tied with Duncan, so
he's tied with multiple people, so I say third.
Okay, that's fine. Why what would be the case for him not to be the best player then?
Well, for that particular year,
mm-hmm.
I pointed to two players. More so one player than the other, but two players have a case. But in this particular year, I said there are two other players that are at least in the conversation. It's not definitive for anybody. But there are two players that are in that conversation. One is Dirk Nowitzki.
You might want to ban old dude that's spamming Dreamers Pro, by the way.
And two is LeBron James. So those were the two players that I felt like, along with Kobe, belong in the conversation. Because a lot of people make it seem like
say the names again.
I got Dirk based on statistical output, based on analytical impact on winning. And then based on his team's overall winning, based on what his team did. And so even though they had a first round exit, I still consider winning 67 games in the regular season. That's historic right there. They got upset in the playoffs. So you can, but when you look at his analytics, first in win share, second in VORP, first in PER. Outside of points, he was 6 points behind Kobe, but rebounds, assist, and he had better efficiency than Kobe. So there's a couple different things. So then you start arguing. But the one thing that his analytics show is he belongs in the conversation with Kobe that year. We can start debating and arguing the other nitpicky stuff that most people debate. My thing with 06-07, what I'm saying is not definitive for Kobe in 06-07. We can argue everything else, but looking at what LeBron was able to do and Dirk was able to do, no one can say it was definitive. And then also in 06-07, when you look at the winning for Kobe, being 42-40, your team is struggling, right? Was your impact on winning as
But
significant?
You gave the context for defense and quality of teams. Like you gave that context for the postseason.
In the playoffs?
So let's do it. Let's do it for the regular season. Him playing with
but they're
Lamar
both in the
Odom,
Western Conference.
Luke
They played
Walton,
exact
Smush
same
Parker.
teams.
Yes, but the difference is Dirk Nowitzki is playing on a roster that is filled with really, to tell you the truth, like some of the best rotational pieces that the league had to offer at that time, playing with a Josh Howard, playing with a Jason Terry, playing with a Devin Harris, playing with an Eric Dampier.
That's not what impact on winning is. Impact on winning is not how many games you win.
Impact
on winning is not deep playoff runs. Impact on winning is not a championship.
But do you not agree that your impact is influenced by the team,
the
teammates that you have around you?
Because when I say impact on winning, I'm not punishing you for having a bad team. When I say impact on winning and what analytics do, it tells you based on the 42 wins that Kobe was able to pull off, how impactful was your statistical stat line in helping the team garner those wins. But it's not about how many games you lose. It's not if you win 60 games, there's still impact on winning. If you win 34 games, you still have a certain impact on winning. All right. If you there was the year that I said Kobe was the best player. I don't think his team did that much winning that year. But at the end of the day, he still had a significant impact on winning based on his analytical impact.
It's the same logic, though.
It's not the same logic.
It's the same logic, though.
You think you're saying the amount of games that they won and how bad his teammate? No, it's not. Kobe's individual impact towards winning.
That's not what I said, Lamont. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
That's why I don't talk about Smush Parker and Kwame Brown. Has nothing to do.
What I said was, do you not agree that traditionally, the talent around you does not influence how impactful you can be?
That's your mental approach. If you allow, for example, the talent around you to make you have a bad attitude and you play bad, and that ultimately starts to impact your ability to have an impact on winning, that's a you problem.
Wow.
And that's still a test. That's also depending on how you want to word it or rework it. That's an impact on your ability to be great, right? Because we know that Kobe did not like playing with the Smush Parkers. He did not like playing with the Kobe Browns. It was said that he mentally checked out in the playoffs and quit on his team. So if that is your mental approach to the game, it does not surprise me. It does not surprise me that you had so many years where you truly were not in this conversation. If that is your mental approach to the game.
So now, so you also value articles and interviews.
No, what you do is, so for example, if Kobe had a year where he was first in PER, first in VORP, first in win shares, and there were articles that came out and said Kobe's a cancer to the team, I'm gonna be like, that's bullshit. Just like the Miami Heat with Jimmy Butler. When you look at how he impacts winning for the Miami Heat, and then for all the stuff that I'm hearing come out of Jimmy Butler, I'm hearing people say he's toxic, he's a head case. I said, you cannot do that much winning. You cannot have that type of impact on winning and you toxic. In basketball, it don't go hand to hand. And so if that was being said when Kobe had significant impact on winning, I would call it bullshit. But the problem is, there's so many times throughout his career, we can correlate moments in his career where things were being said off the court with bad analytical outputs.
So you don't think two things can be true at once? You don't think that Jimmy Butler, much like Jimmy Butler can be a headache and he could be toxic and he could be very crazy. and they could still be winning games.
You know, let me tell you why.
Why?
Basketball is basketball. Toxic is toxic. It never works.
Okay.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
like for example, like just last year, the team I coached, we had a dude that was nice, right? And I had to ultimately make an executive decision. Do I just write it out with the talent because he can go give me 25, 30 a game? Or do I excommunicate him up off this team? And I had a learning lesson. The year I lost the national championship, I can get any player up here. And actually, the funny thing about it is me and one of my players was just talking about this last night. I should get him on the call. He said, and he was telling me about a toxic player that's on his team now. And he was talking about when you remove that element, they were able to upset one of the best teams. Actually, let me get him on the call right now because we were just talking about this last night. And we were just talking about the player that I kicked off, where when you remove that toxic element, it makes the game of basketball so much easier to play. And so I don't know why basketball works the same no matter where you play it, but there is no winning going on when you have somebody as toxic as what they say Kobe was at times. I mean, this is what Phil Jackson alluded. It got so bad what Phil Jackson said, I can't coach this guy.
I'm not gonna lie. As many articles as then or interviews have come out about Jimmy Butler actively like going out of his way to make niggas uncomfortable, and they still make the postseason and they still make deep postseason runs, finals
I think it's
appearances.
cap.
I think that two things can be true at once. But that like if you don't believe that, again, that those type of things are subjective. So I'm not going, the things that I don't value, I don't expect for you to not value them or value them. Like, you do what you do. All I have to say, the only reason why I came up here was
Let's see if
just
I get them
to
on.
talk about the VORP, the win shares, and the PER, and how they are flawed, heavily flawed, and that you should be aware of it. That's all I came up here for.
No,
And also
number is
just
perfect.
to say no, and that's facts. But that's why the eye test does matter. And also being like very understanding of the nuances of the game when it comes to how defenses cover you, what defenses you have, what are your strengths and weaknesses on the defensive end and offensive end, your ball handling skills, those type of things. Like, you're not gonna be able to see on the stat sheet or advanced analytics. Like, you don't see on the advanced analytics that KD struggles with going into traffic. But every time we see him in a postseason where he goes against defenses like the Memphis Grizzlies in 2013, or the Golden State Warriors in 2016, or the Boston Celtics in 2022, actively have people that could be able to attack that left hand when he gets into traffic and he gets pulled every single time. That isn't something that you see on the
generally
stat sheet,
don't
but you
see
can be
those
able to
types
see
of
that.
players top three in all three of these categories either.
But my argument has nothing to do with anything that you have going on with your all-time.
No, what I'm saying is you can eliminate eye tests. You can eliminate all this extra stuff that you want to check, because you just got to understand that if you are top three in VORP, PER, and win shares, you probably don't have a bunch of hoes walking around in your game. Or if you do, you're probably having a historically great season and you're on a hell of a run, like we talked about with James Harden and Russell Westbrook, who we know both have significant holes in their games at times.
And that's why they could never have an argument for being the best in the world.
No, they only crack that conversation because they're what I described as anomalies. And we are easily able to point out the anomalies. And even in the moment, people pointed out the anomalies. Like, the people still didn't believe in James Harden when he was on his historic run. No one believed in Russ when he was out there getting all those triple doubles. We understood
they weren't that good.
But we knew he was on a historic run. But so all I'm saying is, when we see Jordan at the top, when we see Shaq always top three in these categories, when we see LeBron always top three in these categories when he was really in his prime, when we saw D Wade when he had his 30-point year in top three in all of those categories, you don't fall in the top three of all of these categories on accident. When you say it's flawed, you got to show me a time in NBA history where somebody fell in the top three in all of those categories and they weren't on a historic run and it was flawed. You can't.
But it's not. Again, I think it's not a absolute.
You can't call it flawed and then not show me flaws.
Lamont, Hear me. I'm being so serious. It's not an absolute, brother. It's like when you're using VORP win shares and PER, the fact that it does not contextualize your role on a team, the degree of difficulty that you have when it comes to scoring, because you have floor spaces or you don't have floor spaces, those things don't get taken into account. And so not Shay, Giannis, for example. Giannis is getting beat out by not Luca, Jokic routinely when it comes to player efficiency rating or VORP. But it does not contextualize that it actually is impressive the fact that he's even close enough to Jokic when it comes to finishing at the rim. With like in 2023, for example, he got beat out by Jokic when it came to VORP and PER.
Who?
Giannis. He got beat out by Jokic. But it does not contextualize the quality of team that Jokic had
What year was
to the
this?
quality of team that Giannis in 23.
Yeah, I thought Jokic was the best player in the league without seeing the analytics.
Well, if you think that that's one thing, but I'm talking about just basing it off of that.
Nobody bases it off that solely.
I'm talking about basing it off. I'm not saying you're basing it off of it solely, but that's a large part of the case that you've been making, correct?
No.
Okay.
We started this every time I started it off with Kobe. I talked about obviously you just got to start with your stat line. I'm a big believer is you are what your stats are, right? We'll get to everything else later, and I don't even hold Kobe's inefficiency against him. Right?
He wasn't inefficient.
Then we get to winning, right? I don't hold you going 34 and 48 against you because you still have to have some impact on winning to even get to 34 wins. So there's still some impact to winning. Unless you win 0 games, you give some type of impact on winning. Like your numbers have to translate to something. I can't hold it against you that your team is bad and you can't win 70 games. That's not your fault. But your impact on winning does not count how many games you win or lose. It just counts how impactful are your numbers towards whatever you did win, right? That's winning. And so the more winning you have, the better. Then we can also talk. We were talking about other things. Your ability to raise your teammates around you. We were talking about obviously playoff runs. We also talked about obviously all NBA's first teams. We talked about how dude said Kobe was the best player in the league, but he was all NBA third team. That don't mix well to me. That don't look right to me. But everything else, none of it also supported it either. So, I mean, Kobe really only has 1 year where he's without a doubt the best player in the league. Every other year is arguable. And in most cases, it's clearly somebody else that definitely outperformed him. That's all I'm saying. And so for people to put him in this GOAT conversation, I honestly don't see how. And I think it's mostly because of just fandom and because they like his game and his style of play.
Oh, no. Yeah, no. Him being in GOAT conversations, I don't agree with either. So let me put that on the record. I did not come up here to cape for Kobe. My only thing is just the advanced analytics. That's all. If you don't have him, if you don't think he's a GOAT, cool. I don't think that nigga is anywhere near the GOAT conversation. I don't think that nigga's better than Tim Duncan. I just finished watching your dude McDuff this past weekend in a debate over Tim Duncan versus Kobe Bryant. So I definitely don't think Kobe Bryant better. But I do think there is a such thing as like accurately depicting a player's value individually. Like the team success or team impact, that doesn't all fall on the shoulders of just one star. I think that the only players that get attributed that type of credit is literally the top 3 GOATs of all time.
Yeah, I don't think we discredited or took away from anybody's case if they won or lost, or they went farther in the playoffs than others. That had nothing to do with it.
It sounded like that's what you were doing with Kobe when we got to 07, when we got to 06 and 7. You were talking about what he did as far as they only won 42 games.
I brought up 06, 07 with the guy that was talking because he said Kobe was one of the best defensive teams in the league. And I said, no, they were one of the worst defensive teams in the league. That's why they were losing games. They weren't losing games because of their offense.
No, I'm talking about with me. I'm talking about me. White nigga with shirt off was chatting. I'm talking about with me. With me, you brought up the 42.
Yeah, they were bad. They were a bad team because they couldn't defend that year.
Yeah, they were horrendous. They had Kwame Brown
Their
as
offense was
their rim
fine.
protector.
They had a top 10 offense. Their offense was fine.
Yeah, they were a 7. It was because they had no rim protection whatsoever in the
Hold on
league
one
where you
second.
need rim protection. But yeah. But yeah, no. Yeah, that's my only issue. But y'all in the chat are fucking wild, by the way. But yeah, that's all. By the way, you getting I'm gonna get you in a debate. On take debates with Sturdy and them. Because this is getting out of hand. Oh, and stop caping for Ajani. Stop doing that. Because Ajani just be chatting and you be out there helping him. Stop being Bob Barker for him. Outside of that, salute to y'all guys. I'm going to bed. Peace.
All right, y'all, my bad. Oh, man. Bad shooting games. I didn't talk about no Kobe bad shooting games. LaMarcus Jones, man. What y'all talking about? He says, I'm pretty sure KD, Russ, and James Harden punked the Lakers in 2012 playoffs. I don't know what y'all look at Najee there. Yeah, look, man, we had a hell of a stream, y'all. We about to shut this one down anyway, man. Appreciate everybody that pulled up. Main thing is y'all look, man. I know y'all Kobe fans. Y'all gotta y'all gotta with the main thing with Kobe, man. Y'all gotta stop. That eye test is what's killing y'all with Kobe. And analytics helps get the fanboy out of you. People that want to harp on eye test. I mean, one, there's probably only 500 people in the United States whose eye test you can actually trust. There's only a handful of people that know how to watch the game to a certain level. And really break it down to a true level. Right? So when you got extreme casuals like Frank and them coming up here talking about their eye test, if you can't tell me what a dig is, if you can't tell me where the slot is, if you can't, if you can't tell me what a pill switch is, if there's certain things that, that there's so many things that happen in the game of basketball, and most people just care about the end result of a play. Did you score? Did you make the shot, or did you miss the shot? No, Frank Marathon, if you're right. So when people say they eye test, if you're not a Hall of Fame coach, or if you're not an NBA coach, or if you're not a trained scout, your eye test means absolutely nothing. That's just you being a fan watching the game from your TV. Most people don't, and that's why we have, that's why do y'all think like when these scouts are doing, when these scouts are scouting hundreds and hundreds of players to join their team, do y'all really think they sitting there watching hours and hours of film of everybody? No, they use stats and analytics so they can come up with a list. If they need a certain type of player, they're going to use stats and analytics to do what? Let me find an elite three-point shooter, right? If I need a stretch big, I'm going to use stats and analytics. Find me an elite big, and I'm going to use stats and analytics to find a group of players, and then I'm going to then start watching them or use other more finer analytics like Casual was talking about, like true shooting, to kind of whittle my list down and find the guy that I want. That's how these stats were meant to be used. It was not meant to be used in this manner. Like if you ever hear somebody comparing Kobe's true shooting percentage to Shaq's, even if they compare Kobe's true shooting percentage to Jordan's, that's not how it's supposed to be used. That's wrong.
And you can't cross errors with it. You can't do none of that. But and Frank, Harden at his peak was literally looking like one of the best players in the league. But because Harden was never consistent with it from day one, right? It seemed like Harden he left OKC and he turned into prime James Harden because he just surprised everybody with it. Nobody was really a true believer in it. Right? And for them to truly, believe in it, he would have had to have a stretch of 20 years doing it. So that was the problem with Harden. Like he went historically great, and put himself in certain conversations. He did win an MVP, so I believe he did have a time frame where he was in the conversation. You can't take that away from him. And the analytics supported him being in the conversation. But that's the day and age we live in, y'all. That's why y'all got to be careful. RT the Brand says the title is a little triggering. I mean, it's not triggering because it's kind of facts. Ever since Kobe's passed, people have been elevating him higher and higher and higher to the top. And I've never seen nothing like this. I've never seen a player stop playing basketball and he continually goes up in rankings. Right? I mean, prior to his death, you can literally pull up rankings on ESPN, Sporting News, Fadeaway World. And prior to his death, there were so many rankings that had him 8 to 10, 10 to 15. And that was a normal occurrence for Kobe. Kobe passes away. Now, all of a sudden, you see Kobe 6, 7, 8, or no, 6, 5, 4. Now he's in some people's top 3. And it's just like, how is he going up? He's not playing basketball. Right. So much so that now we were having literally delusional conversations. The conversations got diluted so much that people can no longer just say, yeah, Kobe was a sidekick to Shaq when Shaq was at his prime. And we're only talking like a 3 or 4 year stretch when Shaq was able to maintain that prime Shaq level. Like Kobe played 20 years. We tell Scap Attack, yeah, Kobe was a sidekick for 3 years behind prime Shaq, they react as if that's a bad thing. Do y'all know how many superstars today would be sidekicks next to Shaq? That's not a bad thing to say. But when you start elevating the player so high, you got to go to desperate measures and means just to try to keep them in that conversation. And the higher they push them, the more absurd their arguments have to be. Because as they push them to the top 5, well, yeah, of course, if you put them in the top 5, there's going to be an expectation that you cannot be a number 2 for 3 of your championships. So y'all got to stop pushing them so high because his career, his accolades, 1 MVP, does not mirror that of most people in the top 5. And so what y'all also see now is people have now redefined what being in the top, now it's not, now the top 5 is top 5 most talented player. This is the most talented player I've ever seen. This is the best basketball player. That's a different conversation. Tracy McGrady's better than Bill Russell. Should I rank Tracy McGrady over Bill Russell? It could be argued Joel Embiid's more talented than Bill Russell. Who's going to rank Joel Embiid over Bill Russell? If you want to do it by talent, okay, you got to take that somewhere else. But if y'all incorporate, you cannot pick and choose when to incorporate a player's resume. They can't. In one sense, they say championships mean something, but you don't want to count Bill Russell's championships. And it's just weird how you pick and choose when to use resume and when to use talent. And I think that's what makes a lot of that's why when you hear a lot of their lists just sound completely mucked up and screwed up. He says Grant Hill was better than Kobe till he got, but RT the brand. You got to think, before Grant Hill got hurt, you could easily debate and argue that Grant Hill was a top 5 most talented player in NBA history if you're just going off sheer talent. But when you start to just go off sheer talent for one, well, you better damn sure start going off sheer talent for other. But then what happens, y'all, is when they start going off sheer talent, well, damn, look at all the players of the day. So now they have to try to clean it up. We can't. So then they'll say, so what have they done now to try to mitigate all of the talent? They're trying to convince the world that no defense is being played. And these guys aren't that talented. They just scoring. They just scoring because the defense is bad. Look at leftover takes. Leftover takes, you got to catch up. You behind in the stream and nobody on the ropes. People just don't know what they talking about. People, like I'm gonna set up a live stream. I'm gonna bring dude name. His name is Scott Mossman. Right? If any of y'all got Google, I want y'all to Google Scott Mossman. He created probably like 70% of the analytics that y'all use. He created the algorithm in the analytic form because he created synergy. Now, it's sad that we have to bring the guy that created synergy onto the panel just to explain to you guys how to use certain analytics and when to use certain analytics. We got Force of the League. Says Stockton don't get cleared by none. There are a few PGs better, but nobody clears. But at the end of the day, it's Stockton's resume, right? But what are people doing now? Like players of the day now have gotten so great that people sometimes don't even want to accept a resume. Look, do y'all know what Russell Westbrook's resume is going to look like when he's done? Russell Westbrook going to have one of the nastiest resumes. He's going to have literally his resume when he retires is going to be one of the craziest resumes for point guards. Like, you won't be able to take it. Like, you're going to have to rank him. If you do it fairly, and it wasn't all this narrative around Russell Westbrook where people are calling him West Brick, and we haven't completely killed this man's name. Russell Westbrook should go down as a top 5 point guard. But he won't never get it because this entire era, all they done is they just spent time trying to figure out ways, how do I tear this player down so we don't have to rank him? They're going to hold Westbrook to a championship standard when y'all didn't hold all the point guards in NBA history to a championship standard. Yeah, I know Easy 06. And if you truly think about it, Oscar really didn't win a title in his prime. Oscar had to team up and essentially create one of the first super teams to win a championship with Kareem. He couldn't win nothing as the number one doing it by himself. And it wasn't towards the end. It might have been his last year in the league where he got one. I know he was definitely towards the end of his career. He says Derrick Rose was the first Westbrook. No, I wouldn't say that. I think their games are still a little too different. Yeah, and you're right. Derrick Rose did not rebound like that. And it's just like fans today penalize Russell Westbrook because he's nice with the rebounding. So also, what is the narrative y'all heard with Russ? He'd get 12 rebounds. They say, oh, they just giving him rebounds. And see, this all ties back into that last episode where I talked about viewership being down. Every time a player do something great in this era, all these 90s fans do is try to tear it down and tell you guys it wasn't as good. LeBron with the scoring record, oh, that's just longevity. Anybody can do that. Russ with the triple doubles, oh, they ain't playing no defense. He just stat padded. Steph Curry with the threes. Oh, he just chucking threes. They don't play no defense. Boy, they got an excuse for every which way every time they see something great. No, Kevin Durant will cook Larry Bird. He said, stop it. Westbrook got rebounds because Steven Adams let him get him. No, that's not what happened. Westbrook got rebounds because he's a superior athlete. He's a 6'4" guard with physicality. He can go and rebound amongst the trees. He had a hell of a nose for the ball. Rebounding is a skill. You don't rebound on accident, nor in an NBA game with the pace of a game, nor do you just let the ball drop so somebody else can grab it. That might have happened once or twice during his tenure with OKC. But because the media will put it out there to you that it happens all the time, y'all just fall for the okie doke. I'll drop the link one more time, but we're about to get out of here. Yeah, Westbrook is a rebounder. You don't rebound is one of the hardest things to do. Y'all know how many games I played and I went with only getting 1 or 2 rebounds because it's hard to rebound with the Giants and with the big Giants down there. Rebounding is not easy. Talking about he just give them rebounds. Yeah, y'all don't think somebody would have swooped in and just took that ball? Y'all the other team don't see him. If I see a team and y'all just letting Russell Westbrook get rebounds, and I know y'all not gonna rebound, we about to out rebound you. If you don't hit the link, I'm about to get it out here. I'm gonna shut it down. We got 105 left. Appreciate y'all pulling up though. Yeah, Stockton wasn't shit. He's not the talent that CP3 is, but Stockton's resume is nice though. Lamont, you think you will end all the end all be all the basketball debates? I pulled up so I can handle you. What? You didn't pull up. And no, I don't think I'm the end all. I just do a lot of research. So I know when people are BSing. I know y'all Kobe fans know that he don't really have a strong case. Y'all feelings put him in the case. Your ability to get enamored by moments and moments give him a case. The totality of his career don't give him a case. Right? Especially the way most Jordan fans talk about LeBron when you're always talking about bad moments. Kobe's had a shit ton of bad moments, choke moments, missing shots, quitting on the team, demanding trades, demanding for some of his teammates to be traded, clashing with coaches, getting coaches fired. If we want to go down the road of just negative narrative stuff, well, we got a whole encyclopedia full of stuff we can go at Kobe with. But because Kobe is passed, nobody really attacks him in that particular manner no more. And because LeBron James is alive, he's open season. We can attack everything. We can attack his son, Bronny James. We can attack his wife, Savannah. We can attack everything with LeBron. He's open season because he ain't passed yet. Jeru says, FYF 2003, 2002 Kobe Godmo. Yeah, Kobe was really good in 2002, 2003. Still don't mean he was not. He was still a sidekick. Yeah, Mike is just a troll, y'all. That's a fake account. He says, check your Cash App. Oh, salute to Khalil, man. I check it. I haven't got a let me see. I haven't got a notification yet. It takes me a little longer now to get those notifications, man. But Khalil, let me check now, Khalil. I definitely want to give you your flowers. Khalil's one of the OGs. Salute to Khalil. Khalil, I'm definitely get back out to Ohio, man. I haven't been out there in a couple years now, man. Normally it was like a yearly thing where I would go out to Cedar Point, man. I haven't been in a couple years. So, but let me check it for you. And I'll find out here in a second. But y'all, you know, Khalil, I'm gonna hit you up this time, Khalil. Now that I know you got the plug on everything, Khalil, I'm definitely gonna be hitting you up. You got the plug on everything out there. But I gotta catch you, Khalil, when you're not working though. We gotta get you when you on one of them days off, man, so we can really kick it. Uh-oh, we got a fake profile up here, man. What's up, man?
You mean to tell me you ain't got Kobe top 10?
No, I got him top 3.
Hold on, what's your list? I heard something else earlier.
No, I got Jordan, Kobe, and Bryant.
Bro, see, you trying to be funny, bro. What's your list?
Jordan, Kobe, Bryant.
See, you trying to be funny. See, you can't. Bro, what's your list, bro?
Hold on. I tell you my list and then you get mad.
No, I ain't gonna get mad. Hold on, what's the list?
Jordan, Kobe, Bryant.
Bro. See,
so now
so you was up here for all
list.
these hours, but now that someone come to talk about the list, now you want to play. See?
No, I don't have Kobe. I have Kobe at I have him at 22.
So who's the players ahead of him? I know you don't got him at 22, but
I got Pippen ahead of him. I got Dr. J ahead of him. Oscar Robinson. Who else I got? I got John Havlicek ahead of him.
Bro.
What?
Bro, you a troll, bro.
Nah, no. I thought you the one was trolling in the comments, and then you come up here and expect me to have a real basketball conversation with you.
This is a real conversation.
Bro, you was trolling in the comments. How can I take you seriously, man?
All right, that was in the comments. I'm up here now.
All right, what do you want to talk about then?
I just said, what's all the players you have ahead of Kobe?
I have Kobe at 11.
Okay, so who's the player?
I don't have the exact order. I can give you my top 5. I got.
I just need the players you have, not the order.
I'm trying to remember. I got Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, Bill, Wilt.
Heck no.
I got Tim Duncan, Shaq.
Okay.
Magic and Bird, both over Kobe.
That's not too bad. You said Bill Russell and Wilt?
So I got Bill and Wilt.
Oh no.
I know, but the thing is, if you don't want to put Bill and Wilt in your top 10, I'm fine with that. You know why? I don't expect everybody to appreciate their greatness.
Hold on, unless you got Steph ahead of Kobe?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Steph passed him.
Wait, when did he pass him?
When he won that championship, that last one.
So why? Because he got a Finals MVP?
No. One, impact on the game overall. He's completely changed the way the game of basketball is played with his ability to shoot the 3.
I mean, he was a part of it, but
he was the reason why.
He Warriors is the reason and Klay Thompson and they system changed.
I know. That's so his impact on the game. One, I don't think his 3-point record is going to be broken for a long time. So historically,
I disagree. I think they shooting so many threes right now that it's going to be somebody who may not be as good of a shooter that's going to break
it. May be. It may be. But until that day happens, Steph Curry is the greatest shooter of all time. We have not seen a guy be able to shoot the basketball better than Steph Curry. So when you talk about your impact on the game, Steph Curry has done something. Steph Curry is the greatest at something. He is the greatest shooter of all time. He's completely changed the way the game of basketball is played. He has a unanimous MVP. He has 2 league MVPs over Kobe's 1, right?
But the
championships.
You could make the argument Kobe could have had 2.
Yeah, but he don't. He got 1.
But that's media awards. We talking about on the court.
Well, I can't count coulda ones. Well, I don't know how to count
awards. We talking about on the court.
But no, an MVP is an MVP. Ain't no coulda won.
Media. That's not.
But
on the court.
I've never seen an award called I coulda won. I could have been. You got it or you don't.
So if Steph ahead of Shaq, Shaq has 1 MVP.
Well, Shaq's over Kobe because of the dominance. So right, Shaq changed the game. Shaq had rules changed. So they completely took out illegal defense and brought back the zone defenses all to stop Shaq. You can attribute the majority of that rule change to Shaquille O'Neal being so dominant. For a stretch, he was the most dominant player in NBA history, right? So when you talk about being the best at something, when you talk about Kobe Bryant, there's nothing you can say he was the most dominant at, nor is there nothing you can say he was the greatest at. He wasn't the greatest scorer. He wasn't the greatest shooter. He's not the greatest defender. He's not the greatest passer. He's not any of that. He's not the greatest playmaker. He's not nothing great. He's not the great. He's just good at a lot of different things. And he really threw a monkey wrench in his career with the Colorado thing because that stifled his ability to get more accolades than he probably should have got.
All right, so who you think's the better scorer, Steph or Kobe?
Kobe.
So even with Steph shooting and all of this changed the game with the 3-point, Kobe's still the better scorer.
Yeah, because it's not a skill. So I did 2 rankings, all right? I did my top 10 all time, and then I did another list, the most talented of all time. So if we want to just talk skills, I had Kobe number 2 behind Jordan all time.
Hold on, it's not the skills, it's overall impact. So
yeah, but I don't incorporate skills into your resume. Your resume is your resume. Because you can't get.
What is your greatest list based off of?
But you can't build a resume if you're not nice. So everybody that we talking about could hoop. So they all got skills. You ain't about to have you ain't gonna tell me no bums in the top 10. Everybody can hoop. Everybody got skills in their era.
Hold on. So let's get back to the impact. So let's two-way impact. Steph was a liability most of his prime on the defensive end.
That's not true, but Kobe's a better defender. That's a skill. That's not your resume. That's not your resume. That's a skill.
To like 2021.
Bro, but that's still skill. That's not your resume. My top 10 is based on impact, resume, awards, accolades, things like that, things that we can see, tangible things that are measurable. I'm not about to. I did a separate ranking for skill that talks about defense and your ability to be versatile, two-way, talent. I got Kobe number 2 all time. If you're just talking about talent.
All Steph has is 1 MVP over him. Not all NBA, not all-star, not all defense, not championship, not finals MVP. So
but that's not the only criteria.
Stuff, Kobe's still higher.
That's not the only criteria.
So Steph is the greatest.
Steph is the greatest shooter of all time.
More skill.
Steph is the greatest shooter of all time.
And then
Steph has bigger impact on the game. Steph has more MVPs. So because I broke it up into categories. So let me ask you, who has the bigger impact on the game of basketball, the way the game is played? Steph Curry or Kobe Bryant?
Steph.
Okay, that's 1 for Steph. What out of the 2 players, who can say that they're the greatest at something? Greatest shooter, greatest defender, Steph or Kobe?
Steph, but that's just one aspect.
I know. That's just so now it's 2 for Steph Curry, 0 for Kobe. All right, when we go to the most significant individual accolade you can get in the game of basketball is the NBA League MVP. Who has more league MVP, Steph or Kobe?
I disagree with that, but I mean,
I do too. But somebody has more than the other. Who has more?
Steph, but this is media awards, not.
It ain't looking good, is it, man?
Oh no,
but that's my criteria.
Hold on.
No,
I just accolades. Who has more Finals MVPs, more All Defense, more All Star, more All NBA, more scoring titles. Everything.
You didn't let me finish. So when we go to accolades, which is the stuff you just mentioned, we got to give 1 to Kobe. Kobe has more accolades. He has more RBAs and all that stuff. Yeah, you're right. But even if we stop there, it's still Steph. Steph's had a greater career. His career is going to be unmatched. And he's still playing. That's the problem too for Kobe. They still adding on to the resume. And it's getting ugly for Kobe, man. The only thing Kobe can do is go down on these lists.
So hold on. So what's your skill top 10 list? You said you did 10 different lists.
Oh, hell yeah. The skill top 10 list. So the skill top 10 list, I had Jordan, Kobe, Bron. I can't remember who I had it for. But it was mostly all guards because you can't put too many big men up there, because they kind of limited. But it was I think it was all guards. I had Akeem in there. Who else did I have? I had Jokic in there. It was mostly guards and I think a couple bigs.
We already have skill out the way. Kobe's ahead of Steph, right?
As far as talent, Kobe's a better player. As far as career, I think Steph's had a better career.
Why? Because of one more MVP?
No, more significant impact on the game. One more MVP. Those are two big categories, man. Like the
On the
dominance is
game,
going down as the greatest
on
shooter
the
of all time.
offensive end, liability on the defensive end.
That's skill. That's a whole different conversation.
What?
Bro, if you so basketball is like I can't punish you if you were struggling to defend. If you still walk away from the game as one of the most dominant players or one of the best players we've ever seen, that's all I can judge you on. I can't judge you because you got cooked in one of the toughest eras to defend of all time.
I mean, Kobe was guarding
Kobe would get cooked
AI,
in this era.
all of them guys.
Kobe wasn't doing nothing with no AI.
But
Kobe Kobe was not stopping anybody. Kobe never stopped Gilbert
He
Arenas.
wasn't stopping AI and T Mac, but he was far better than
Kobe
Steph.
was not stopping nobody. Like you can't we can think back on games where because Kawhi Leonard was so good defensively, we can think back to games where Kawhi Leonard put the clamps on people. If Kobe Bryant was this great defender, Kobe Bryant didn't stop nobody. He was not defending like that.
All right, so would you say the same for Steph? And who's another guy who's not the greatest at something like a Tim Duncan?
No, I got Tim Duncan as the greatest power forward of all time. That's the greatest. He's the greatest at something.
So as long as you're the greatest at anything, shooting, position, ball handling.
Bro, if you've done something so good at the game of basketball that when you walk away, we can say you're the greatest at that, bro. Especially if you're already in the conversation, man, bro, I got to give you extra points for that. That's not easy to do. You know how good you got to be at something? Imagine how good you think of something that you're good at. You know how good you got to be to walk away from doing anything in life and you can say you're the greatest of all time doing that. You know how many kids hoop? You know how many kids play basketball? And imagine when you stop playing basketball, out of the millions and billions of people that have dribbled a basketball, you can say, I'm the greatest shooter of all time. That is significant. When Jordan can say, I'm the greatest scorer of all time, right? When all these guys can say that, when Magic can say, I'm the greatest playmaker of all time. When Bird can say, Bird did some historical winning 3 MVPs in a row. There's so many things where it's hard to, some things it's just going to be too difficult to replicate. LeBron James is going to go down as all-time scoring leader in NBA history.
So speaking of being the greatest at something, you said Larry Bird's ahead of Kobe?
No, but I'm saying when his career, he did something in his career that we had never seen before, which was win 3 MVPs in a row. That was unheard of at the time. Now we've seen it. Now we're getting closer to seeing it now. But when Bird did it, especially for how short his career was, to be able to win 3, you know how good you got to be in a league with Isaiah Thomas,
let's say
Dr.
you don't
J.
win 3 in a row. Let's say you win 3 in 4 years. Does that make any difference?
Well, if he wins 3 in 4 years, it changes it a little bit. But I'm saying, do you know how good you got to be to win 3 MVPs in a row?
You got to be great. But remember, it was a less talented era.
You got to be lucky. You got to be healthy. You got to be great. You got to be all that.
But back then, it was overall a less talented era. Maybe not the top guys, but overall, it wasn't as much.
I agree, but I can't punish him for being born in the wrong era. I can only judge you based on what you did in your era. That's why I can put Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain in the top 10 because it's I can't punish him.
So a league with 8 teams and bums, 8 teams, and then he had the best players on his team.
He did.
So
that's not Bill Russell problem. That's the rest of the league problem. And look, I will agree with you. It was not a very competitive league to me. There are going to be a lot of people that disagree with that. But I can only judge you based off what you do when you play. So he won 11 championships. He's going to walk away as the greatest defensive player of all time. He could easily be also looked at as the greatest rebounder of all time. You never know, man.
After talking with people.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on.
Mingo Jester, what's good, man? We got Bismo. He says LeBron is an active user. Using what? Oh, he said Will and Bill won 3 in a row. I just don't think when Bird did it, nobody thought he would do it with Magic and them in the league. But hey, yeah, I'm about to shut this one down, man. I got to get up out of here, man. I can't be on here too long. I got stuff. I gotta get prepared for some stuff going on tomorrow. And I know y'all pulled up late, but I gotta shut this one down.
Yeah.
Who, me?
Yeah, because I didn't get it. Yeah. No. What I'm saying is Kobe scored 81. No. I ain't saying you cap. I said Kobe scored 81 points. Is that not historical? Yeah. Bill Russell might have scored 100, but Kobe scored 81.
But
oh wait, hold on. What y'all talking about?
But Kobe
not
can't
Bill
say
Russell,
I
Wilt
scored the
Chamberlain,
most points.
Not Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain.
Wait, what y'all talking about?
Russell, Wilt Chamberlain.
But is it the most?
But you got to understand something, Lamont. You just made an excuse for Bill Russell. He also won 3 league MVPs, but you made an excuse for Larry Bird saying, "Well, nobody thought he'd do it." That's the same thing, is it not? Yes, but he did it though. It's been done.
Okay,
but it's been done though. That's a hypocrite, bro. Yeah, it's a hypocrite. Come on, bro. We can't do that. Yes, it is. It's been done.
Are you telling me you got Kobe ranked over Larry Bird?
Yes, I do.
Everybody, hold on.
Based
you
on
think
what?
Larry Bird in a watered down era, just because he won 3 MVPs is ahead of Kobe?
I'm not saying.
I got Kobe.
No, I know that Kobe's a better player than Bird. I'm saying when you incorporate resume, I don't know how you put Kobe ahead of Bird when you account for resume.
What
and this my thing. And hold on, wait. This is my thing about Lamont. Then they don't even recognize all the stuff Kobe did for one. Then number 2, how could you not be the best player? Like I read Lamont's title. Lamont said he don't think Kobe was never the best player in the NBA. How could you not be the best player? Wait a minute. Let me finish. How could you not
give me a year where he was the best player?
Wait a minute. How could you not say Kobe was the best player in the decade when he led the whole decade in scoring?
Scoring don't make you the best player.
It doesn't matter. Kobe led the whole decade in 2000 in scoring.
Scoring don't make you the best player.
It's a part of it, is it not?
It's a big part.
No.
You just say how can you not say scoring don't make you the best when you just brought up LeBron? He got the all-time leading scorer.
No, my title says
you don't
Kobe
make
Bryant.
Bro, come on, man.
Let me tell you the title. I didn't say his career. I said Kobe Bryant, 20 seasons.
This just don't make no kind of sense.
Give me one season in the NBA where you feel Kobe was the best player.
Kobe led a whole decade in scoring.
Okay, give me one season.
What are we doing?
Okay, Mingo, just give me one. Just give me one season.
I don't have to give you a season. Dude led a whole decade in scoring. He had to be the best player in one of those seasons if he led a whole decade in scoring.
Hold on. Being the leading
scorer. What are we talking about?
That don't make you the best player. Being the leading scorer in anything don't never make you. Being the leading scorer.
Y'all sad, man. Y'all sad, bro.
Alex English. You know Alex English is the leading scorer of the 80s. Is he the best player? Was he ever the best player in the 80s?
But I think he was. I think he was. Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. It's a lot of people that disagree with you. It's a lot of people that disagree with you about Alex English.
You don't agree with that, Mike, do you?
No, I don't
it's a lot.
Yeah,
it's a lot. But that's y'all too. Y'all ain't everybody. It's a lot of people that disagree with that.
Are you really telling me you thought Alex English was at any point in time the best player in the 80s?
I'm telling you, it's a lot of people that will say he was.
Also, Jordan was in that era. No, hold on. Jordan.
It's a lot of people that will say Alex English was.
Hold on. No. It don't matter. Alex English is the leading scorer of the 80s. You said if you lead a whole decade in scoring, you got to be the best at some point in time. You don't got Alex English as the best at nothing.
I'm telling you, it's a lot of people that would say Alex English was the best.
Would not.
Yes, they will. I'm telling you. Yes, they will. You don't speak for everybody. You don't speak for everybody. I'm telling you, some people will say Alex English was better.
You want me to ask ChatGPT?
No, I don't. Come on, man, with ChatGPT, man. Come on, man.
Hold on, let me just ask it one time.
He was better than them.
Come on, man.
Was Alex English?
Oh Lord, here we go.
English, was he ever the best player in any NBA season in the 1980s. Okay, let's see what it says.
I don't think you believe that, bro.
I'm telling you, some people would say Alex English was better in the
Would you
80s.
say that? Not other
It
people.
depends on who you.
Say that?
It depends on who you talking to. I
Would
keep
you
saying it
say
depends
that?
on who you talking to. Yes, I would say that. But I can't really speak to it because I didn't see Alex English play. But some of the people that did see Alex English play
So
would
if
say
you
that.
wouldn't say that, that's all that matters.
No, it doesn't. Because I'm not everybody. I don't speak for everybody.
Bro, Minga Jester, you know that nobody in their right mind gonna say Alex English is ever the best player in the 80s, man.
How you know that? How you know that? How you know that? You don't talk to everybody?
We can stay on here for 24 hours just polling people. We ain't gonna never find nobody to agree with that.
Okay.
Well, some people trolls, they'll just click. They'll just say they agree with that. But
okay, hold on. Here's the answer. Here's what it says right here. It says final verdict. It says Alex English was never the best player in any NBA season during the 1980s. While he was an elite and consistent scorer, his lack of defensive impact, team success, and versatility compared to contemporaries like Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Moses Malone, Michael Jordan, Isaiah Thomas, Dr. J, kept him from reaching the best player status in any season.
Bro, wait a minute. Lamont, what you just read is cap. Because wait a minute, Lamont. What you just read is cap. It said that Alex English was not a good defender. Neither was Magic. Bird wasn't really that good of a defender either.
No, it didn't just talk about defense.
But it mentioned defense though. It mentioned defense.
Hold on.
And that's cap because Magic and Bird weren't really that good of defenders. So what are we saying?
Bird was a great defender.
Bird was not no great defender. Lamont, stop.
They cleared Alex English.
Man, this is wild. I can't believe we having this conversation, man.
You couldn't tell me one
year.
Just
to make a point, just to make up a point about Kobe, you really going this far, Mingo? Just to say Kobe was the best player.
No, all I'm saying is Alex English. Some people will say he was the best in the era. Some people will say that. It depends on who you. Yes, they will. It depends on who you talking to. That's just like you got different people saying who the GOAT is. You got different people saying who. It depends on who you talking to about this stuff.
Mingo, if somebody says he's the best scorer of that era, I'm not gonna fight you on that because he's the leading scorer of that era. But being the leading scorer and the best player are two different things.
Best scorer of that era.
He wasn't the best scorer
than Jordan.
He wasn't better scored than Jordan. That's what I'm saying. Because by that logic, we would have to make LeBron James the best scorer ever because he has the most points all time. And we know Mingo ain't doing that.
You know he up there. LeBron is definitely up there when it comes to scoring. He bought one, maybe two, maybe three. He up there. He definitely up there. That's what I say when people be coming with this. LeBron is pass first. That's cap. LeBron has never been pass first.
Bro,
dude averaged 27 points for his career. How did you pass first?
Hold on. But Mingo Jester, Kobe's the one that said he's pass first. Remember the interview they did? And they said,
yes,
who would you play with? He said, I'm gonna play with LeBron because he passed first. You said Kobe was lying?
Kind of a pass
he lying.
Player,
LeBron
he's just an efficient scorer.
Bro, how did you pass first averaging 27 points for your career?
Do you watch LeBron?
That makes sense. That's crazy.
Mingo, all you doing is explaining what makes him so great.
No, but he's not. But he's not pass first.
Still be looked at as a pass first player.
Bro, he's not a pass first player, bro. He's not. No, come on, bro. Y'all got to stop that. Y'all got to stop that, bro. Y'all got to stop that, bro.
He just didn't need to take up 27 shots a game to do it.
Y'all got to stop that. LeBron is not a pass first player, bro. Y'all got to stop that.
Did you watch him? Look at when he
first came. Did I watch him? What you mean? Did I watch him? Of course I watched him. I had no choice.
So even when he had those trash teammates,
hold on, let me ask ChatGPT.
He was still a pass first player.
Is LeBron James a pass first player? Let's see what it says, man. It says. Hold on, it's giving me a breakdown. I'm not gonna read all that.
And then I don't know the yellow one no more.
See what it says at the end.
You can't take it back.
Nah, Piercy. Pass first don't have nothing to do with scoring. See, I think that's where people conflicted. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I think pass first. I think it's your willingness to come off that ball and create for others consistently makes you pass first or not. And I think with Kobe, the play ended with Kobe. When Kobe touched the ball, it ended with Kobe. There was no, he's looking for his shot first. It's not much creating for others unless he's forced to create for others. LeBron James is probing. When we say you're a pass first player, it's because you're really probing and staring down the defense, saying, okay, if they do X, Y, and Z, I'm gonna, no matter what, I'm gonna make this decision. And I think that's what it is with pass first player. You always reading the defense, and you're playing to the defense, and you're not playing to your skill set. I mean, you're not always playing to score. Kobe was just score. LeBron is always survey, calculating, okay, the defense did this.
Right.
I'm going to attack here and score. Oh, the defense did this. I know J.R. Smith's going to drop to that corner. I'm going to hit him there. And it's kind of got him into trouble sometimes because in the clutch, he's overthinking the game. So what does he do? Instead of just saying, fuck it, I'm going to just bully my way to the rim and score. Let me kick this pass out to Kyle Korver. He clanks the shot. Oh, when he has Steph Curry one-on-one at the top of the key. But damn, George Hill wide open under the basket. Let me dime him off. That's what the defense gave me, right? It's not the passing that makes him pass first. It's just his inclination to survey and make plays and make the right play all the time. That's what makes him pass first, because he's always wanting to make the right play every single time. And it's kind of gotten him into trouble. It's helped him, but it's also gotten him into trouble sometimes. So I think that's the difference between a Kobe and somebody that's passed first.
Hey, wait, was he serious about Alex English being the best player in the 80s?
He was dead serious, bro, because where he got hung up on that point, man. He couldn't backtrack about it at.
So you telling me he was serious about? I thought he was trying to be funny.
Bro, nah, Mingo. Mingo they'll never really joke like that. Mingo be dead serious, man.
But like I was saying before, when you was capping for Larry Bird,
No, wait. You know what? I'll be honest about. If you want to go with Larry Bird, if anybody has Kobe over Larry Bird, I'm not going to be mad at that, because I've always said for the last couple of years, Magic and Bird, them boys should be a lot lower than what most people had them. And I think a lot of us, and I would include myself in that, a lot of us rank them high just because of their fame and who they were coming out the 80s, and not necessarily because of play. And I could be honest and admit that.
Well, you have Hakeem in your top 10, right?
Hell no.
What?
Hell no.
Wait, hold on. You don't have Hakeem?
Bro, hell no.
Wait, hold on.
He's overrated.
So you mean to tell me you have Steph Curry, Magic, Larry Bird, Bill Russell, no Hakeem?
Nope.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. How was Magic better than Hakeem?
He wasn't a better player than Hakeem.
So you only go off of accolades.
I just don't like Hakeem Olajuwon.
Why?
Bro, he was a bad teammate. Quit on his team. Got suspended for faking injuries. He's just a horrible teammate, man.
You don't have Kobe over him, do you?
Kobe, hell yeah. No, Kobe's way over Hakeem.
Wait, you have Kobe at 11. Where's Hakeem?
Oh, he down there in close to 18 to 20.
Oh no, you got guys like Jerry West.
Jerry West over Hakeem. Jerry West over Hakeem.
What? Hold on. You mean to tell me Hakeem one of the best defenders ever?
Overrated. Because you got to think about it like this. Hakeem, don't really have any real championships. He only got them because Jordan retired. So those are all fake.
Jordan came back in '95, didn't make the finals.
Yeah, I know. No, but we all know if Jordan don't retire, Hakeem don't got nothing on his docket. We all know that. He running around looking like Patrick Ewing.
They ain't had no big man to stop Hakeem. After
Hakeem was losing in the first and second round to bums. You didn't need no special thing to stop.
We talking about the years he won.
No, in the years they won, that second year they had to go get Clyde Drexler because they was about to not even make the playoffs.
And Jordan came back, couldn't beat Shaq and Penny.
That is true. Hakeem is nice. Hakeem is nice. I just don't rank him because I don't like him.
The Rockets and Hakeem went and swept Shaq and Penny. Jordan, he won one game against them?
We got Spiffy up here. Spiffy, what's good, man?
What's up, bro? What's the topic?
We just talking about Kobe if he was ever the best player in the NBA at any year.
2007.
I would say.
Let me see if you get it right. I think it's 1 year.
Yeah, I
where
would
it's
say
not even debatable.
that year he was dropping 40 and all them 40-point games, and he dropped
Yep.
81 that year. I would say that year he was
Hold
the
on, what
best
year
in
is
the
that? That
league.
year he dropped. That year he put 35 a game.
I think it was 06.
I think you're right. I think that's year 05, 06.
Yeah.
What about 07?
No,
that
he
was
got
LeBron.
swept. He didn't get swept, but he got he
Wait, who was the
lost
best
to
in
the
07?
Suns. He lost to the Suns.
Yeah,
Who was the
05,
best in
06.
07?
The one I got the best in 07. I got that as in 06, 07, the best player in the league. I got Dirk on my list.
So you just said
I
because he got
would get that to
switched, but
LeBron.
yet Dirk.
No,
Wasn't
that
that
was
the We
Spiffy said
Believe
that, not
year when
me.
he got walked down by the AC?
I
No,
give
Spiffy.
LeBron that 07 year when he got the Cavs to the finals. That's
No,
when he became the best player in the league.
no.
That's why I had that. I had LeBron on that year too. 30
LeBron,
points per
y'all
game.
remember how flawed LeBron was as a player?
Bro, that man, bro, you can't be 30
Bro,
points per game.
hey, bro,
and
why
flaws.
you always worrying about a nigga negatives? What about the positives?
Facts.
I mean, yeah, he was still a great athlete, could
He got
discriminate
his
and stuff,
team to
but
the finals
in the weak East, no
That wasn't a
competition.
weak East.
Oh, why do y'all always say the weak East? Was Dwayne Wade
Huh?
in the East? Was Dwayne Wade in the
Huh?
East? Was Dwayne Wade in the East? What, you can't hear me?
Bro, they just be talking, man. They don't know none of the teams in the East, but they're called a whole East week.
That's because they ain't watch basketball back then. You feel me? They ain't watch no ball back then, bro.
Because
But
back
it's
then, in
crazy.
the
So
moment,
I want to ask
Smithy,
them this: Do they
in the
ever
moment,
say, "Oh, hey Lamont, you gotta
Mhm.
ask people this: If the East was so weak, why they don't never say Dwayne Wade won a championship in 06? Or when he won that championship, why they never say he won it in a weak East? You never hear them say that. You never hear them
Wait,
say,
who?
yeah. When Dwayne Wade won that championship the year before LeBron went to the chip, you never hear people saying that the East was weak.
But
They
that's
never
because he
say
beat the
that.
team from the West in the finals.
What?
The reason they don't talk about the weak East because he actually beat the West team in the finals.
What does
that's
that
all
matter?
LeBron.
What do that got to do with him getting through the East? You talking
I'm saying
about the
that's why they don't
West?
mention it because if you get to the finals and lose to the West, then they say you just played a weak East. I'm saying that's why they don't mention it.
But do you realize who he had on his team?
Shaq.
Okay, LeBron had nobody,
No competition,
and he played against one of the greatest dynasties of all time.
and got swept.
Right. What's wrong with that though? Why y'all? But he made it. Kobe didn't make it. Kobe didn't do that.
Not that year, but
Kobe never did that.
did what?
Got his team to the championship by himself. He never did that, bro.
Well, that's
It's
narrative.
true.
He wasn't.
That's not no
That was a
fucking
great
narrative,
defensive
nigga. That's
team.
not no fucking narrative, nigga. He never did it, nigga. Fuck is you
That
talking
was a
about?
great defensive team. You talking narrative and by itself, but that's narrative. Because if that's the
No,
case, I could say
but don't
Kobe.
people don't
Hold
people
on,
give
Lamont.
Dirk credit for that? Like when Dirk got his team to the championship and they won it, like that's one of the
But
biggest
he
things
wasn't
that they
by
credit Dirk for.
himself.
No, he was the lone superstar or all-star, if you want to call him that.
But that was a
Who was? Hold up,
well-rounded,
hold up. Let me ask
all-around
him this:
team.
Who was on the
No,
Mavericks? Who was on the Mavericks when Dwayne Wade beat them, bro? Don't say
it
nothing,
was.
Lamont. Don't say nothing, Lamont. Who was
You
on the
said
Mavericks when Dwayne Wade beat them, bro?
it was Dirk.
Uh-huh.
They had uh, they had Jay Terry on that team, right?
Do you know who Michael Finley is?
Yeah, they had Mike Finley. They had who else they had? They had was Josh Howard on that team? Jerry Stackhouse, Keith Van Horn. I remember. Yeah, they had him.
You naming a bunch of nobodies.
Wait, what? We was talking about 2011.
No, nigga. I asked you when Dwayne Wade beat the goddamn
They had Eric
Mavericks.
Dampier
in his first championship.
Bro, do you know when in 06 Dwayne Wade beat the Mavericks, right? You know that, right?
Yeah.
Who was on that team?
I just said the players. They had Keith Van Horn, Jay
You just
Terry,
said
Jay Stackhouse.
2011. You just said 2011.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what? What year are we talking about?
06.
That's what I just said. They had Jay Terry, Jay Stackhouse, Eric Dampier, who else? Keith Van Horn, Josh Howard, who else? I remember Doug Christie,
Michael Finley.
Mike Finley. Right, they had all them.
Right. So why don't you say that Dwayne Wade got his team through a weak East? Why you don't say that?
The East was weak then.
But why don't y'all never say that?
But why do y'all pick and choose when to say when the East was weak or not?
Right.
I say it for that whole 2000s.
How was the
and it might
so
it
let
might
me
have
ask you this.
been.
Let me ask you this. So you saying was Gilbert Arenas and his team, they were sorry?
Yes.
Oh hell
They
no.
was sorry.
Bro, in the
Maybe
moment,
not sorry, but they weren't an elite team.
No, this is the way I feel like, Spiffy.
Bro,
In the
they wasn't an
moment,
elite
don't
team.
know that. I
They
hate when
wasn't no
niggas
elite
just watch.
team. It was,
nah,
Bro,
hey
did you
Mike.
watch
In the
basketball?
moment when we watch those teams play in
Oh
the
my
moment,
God, bro.
like watching the Wizards play in that moment back then, bro, didn't nobody want to just walk? Nobody thought the Wizards was just some push. Like nobody
They was
really wanted
not
to play the Wizards
trash.
in the
Yeah,
playoffs.
it was not trash,
Like in
bro.
the moment, like whatever
they
their
wasn't
record was, and
elite is
whatever you
what
think
I'm
about them
saying.
now, like nobody. There's a lot of teams in the East that like people disrespect, like some of them Pacer teams and whatnot. But nobody wasn't
So
really
the
trying to play
Detroit
these teams.
Pistons,
I'm
they
not
was
saying
ass.
every single team was
Hold
trash.
on,
I'm saying
bro.
the conference as a whole was weak.
Hold on, bro. Listen to me. Was the Detroit Pistons, they were sorry?
Nah.
All right, that's two teams. Who else was nice back then?
We find out.
You could say are you talking about just that year?
Nigga, I'm talking about in that span when from when LeBron and when D Wade won that championship and then LeBron went to the finals on.
Okay.
Yeah, the Pistons, the Raptors was
The
nice.
Pistons started
Right.
falling off then.
The Raptors was
The
good.
Raptors. No.
Yeah, the Raptors
They
was
only
nice.
Bro,
had
you
Chris
wasn't
Bosh on the
watching
team.
ball back then. To say
They
that
have
the
This was
elite
not no
team.
great team.
What do you mean great? They a playoff team. What do you mean?
A one-man show with Chris Bosh. That's all it
And so
was. It
look,
wasn't
Spiffy,
no great team.
this is the problem, Spiffy. When I'm looking at it, this is why people say it was weak. They say it was weak because it looks like a lot of the teams was competitive, and so it's like everybody had over 40 wins. So you had the Magic, the Wizards, the
Did y'all
Nets,
just say the
the
Raptors was
Bulls.
a great team?
No, we
The
said
Bulls.
it was a playoff team. What are you
So all
talking
these
about?
teams, like think about it like this. All
But
these
that
teams
wasn't
got
no elite competition. No Raptors
all,
with only Chris
That's
Bosh. Falling off
that's just
Detroit
one
hold
Pistons
team.
on,
with no
bro.
Ben
Hold on,
Wallace in
bro.
2007.
Hold on, bro. You never played a day of basketball in the NBA in your life. To
You
be
haven't
sitting up
either.
here. Right. And I respect the game. You don't. You sitting up here talking about these wasn't no great. These niggas are fuck you and
I
whoever
said
else
it
you
wasn't a
think nice
great
of.
team. I ain't say the players was just garbage. I said the team wasn't great by
The way
elite
you
NBA
talking,
standards.
it was just like that the East was nothing. That's the way you
Nah,
talk.
bro. I think
I'm saying,
they was better than we give them
especially in
credit.
comparison to the
They
West,
was
because you
way
said
better
Kobe
than
didn't
what
do that.
niggas
He
give them
played in a
credit.
far tougher
They was
conference
way better.
than the
They
weak
was way.
East.
Because you got
So
to
let
think
me
in
ask you
07,
this.
08,
Let me ask you
the
this. When
Celtics, the
LeBron went,
66 wins.
when
Yeah,
Kobe
they was
wanted
kind
to
of
get
nice.
traded, why did he want to go to the East if it was so fucking weak? When Kobe,
He wanted to
listen,
get he just
listen,
wanted to lead the
listen,
Lakers
listen,
in.
listen, listen. If the East was so fucking weak, why did Kobe request a trade to go to the East if it was so fucking weak?
Well, that would make sense because it's the easier conference if it's that weak.
Just because it's easier than the West don't mean that it's weak.
Bro, so you think the West was just this tough conference?
Yes, the West has always been tough. What do you mean?
So hold on, bro.
Hey, but look,
So
y'all, look,
when
Spiffy.
J
Hey,
Kidd
yeah,
was
look, hey,
leading
Mike,
teams to
Mike,
the
hey, Mike,
finals,
Mike. Hey, y'all, I gotta shut this one down. I got something just came up. I gotta get up off here, y'all. I apologize. I want to keep it going because y'all actually cooking. This, the craziest thing is, this been one of the best conversations we done had in a minute. You know, Mike. So make sure you, Mike, because I thought you was the troll, Mike. You came up here, you was actually cooking. I ain't gonna lie. You got to make sure you pull up a little bit more.
wait, hold on. I don't know when you ever do what when
So,
you live.
yeah, it's my the times I go live, it's kind of random, but you can always pull up on Fridays when Go James Kingdom go live, Sundays, and then I'm definitely gonna be live. I'm not gonna be live tomorrow, but I'm gonna be live Thursday. So my normal live days are gonna start being Monday. No, not Monday. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays. Those are gonna be my 3 live days. So those are the days going forward. You can definitely watch for me to go live them days. But nah, you can actually talk basketball. I thought you was trolling. Like, I know we don't agree on a lot, but
Well,
you
I
kind of
was
be cooking
trolling
a
in
little bit.
the chat, but yeah.
No, I get it though, but I'm saying like it's rare that like when people troll in the chat, they actually come up here and they actually can talk a little bit of basketball, like, you know. So nah,
Yeah.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you pulling up, man. Spiffy, you got anything new dropping?
Yeah, I'm working on it now. It'll be out in a little bit. Yeah, I'm working on it now.
I know you got signed with the label and stuff, but do they because I seen somebody online talking about like if you get signed to a label, like they make it so you can only drop an album like every so often. Like you can't just really drop like when you really want to drop.
See me. I can drop as much as I want. You feel me? But it be like I be wanting everything to be right. You feel me? Like I just don't be wanting to put out no any old just to be uploading music. I want it all to be like how when I released the last project, it was I feel like from top to bottom it was like a full project.
Bro, I
So
ain't gonna lie, bro. I was like, cause like over the summer, I started working out like a lot more. So I was going like these 3 mile runs, and I'm like, I just would start playing your album. I'm like, and it would go song after song, and I'm like, this one of the first times I didn't heard an album where I ain't really heard no duds. I think I might have heard like one song that I didn't really vibe with, but even it like I don't know, man. That motherfucker was just flowing, man.
yeah,
That's definitely underrated, man. I be trying to put people on to it. Like some of my players was like, "Who that?" Because I was playing it in the car when we was on our way to the game, so I put them on to it. But
What's the name of the album?
It's called Cross Country Trap.
Bro, hey, I'm telling you right now, Mike. I'm telling you, it's nice. Because I can tell the biggest thing I could tell is like I'm trying to think because your quality always been good.
Yeah, it's like
It's been like the way the music was kind of like organized, like with the hooks and like the way the music flowed. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
It just seemed like
I feel like that CD right there. Like I use auto tune on this CD from before I wasn't using auto tune, so it's like it give it like a better sound. I think that's what it really is.
no,
Like,
I like that's what I meant to tell you too. Like I love the auto tune because that switch up was nice.
mm-hmm.
But the OG Spiffy be going crazy too though without the auto tune. Don't forget that.
Yeah, I got some shit in the work right now. I got some shit in the
Man,
work
don't
right now.
let the old Spiffy go. Where the old Spiffy has some bangers too.
Yeah, I'm working with this guy named Rob Terrell right now, right? And
Yeah.
he worked with like Lil Wayne, and he worked with a couple artists, like OG artists back in the day. And like I'm locking in with him, and I'm about to really like try to take off in this music shit for real, like invest more for real. So
Yeah,
yeah, I'm about to
that's the
turn up a
thing
little
too. You
more.
got to put money in it too. That's the crazy thing. I was
Yeah.
gonna hit you up because I know I be doing editing and stuff for Gil, so I was trying. I need to do a promo song because he about to, he switched his channel up and it's No Chill Gaming. So I'm trying to come up with like a new intro for his game and stuff, and I'm trying to find somebody with like a fresh voice to do the intro, like
Yeah,
something
I'll come
clean.
up with something. I'll come up with something.
Yeah, but yeah, that's what I know. I was you went on a few. I was another rapper I was gonna hit up, but he he be flaking all the time. So I was like, let me hit Spiffy up, man.
Yeah, I'll come up with something for real.
Because with him, like you gotta PG, you gotta make it more commercial than normal.
Yeah, I know.
But I think it's still a way to get out there to more people too. Because he gonna throw your credits in there and everything.
Yeah, I got you.
So, but yeah, no, I hit you up on IG about it with more details.
Yeah, I was gonna say this too. In like a year or two, my little cousin, he gonna be in the NBA. My little cousin named Tyler Jackson. He in the same grade as Gilbert's son. And he top 50 in the country. He was playing for OTE, but he transferred now. This is last year. He out California right now, playing for SoCal Academy. And he remind me of like Kyrie, like Kevin Durant be talking about him, like all the East Coast
bro.
ballers.
Y'all in Baltimore, y'all be having like normally you have a certain style, like certain cities just breed certain types of basketball players. But man, I didn't ran into players from Baltimore. I didn't ran into shooters, drivers. I'm like, y'all got all these. I like, man, what y'all be doing out there, man? They did like training everybody to do everything.
Yeah, hell yeah. Because most
so you
people
still in Baltimore though, right?
Yeah, hell yeah. But I move around a lot. You feel me? But my store is in the city, so I'm mainly in the city like every day for real.
Bro, I'm so mad, bro. We like 2-3 years ago, not last year, but the year before last, bro. We had nationals in Washington D.C. and I'm so mad I forgot to hit you up, man.
Shit, I be around. I ain't going nowhere. I'm gonna be around.
Yeah, but it's rare that our team is like just there because I ended up hitting up LVZ, right? I ended up hitting up LVZ because the van that they gave us to shuttle our team to the airport was too small. I had to hit LVZ up. He had to come help me get some of the players to the hotel. So he ended up helping me out. So I linked up with LVZ. He was cool as hell.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm going to the Turpins game Friday. I've been going to a lot of games lately for real.
Bro, that shit, bro, it's addicting though a little bit, especially when you start sitting courtside.
Yeah, you know who Dark Queen is? Look him up. He played like Zebo. He like a big man. He played for Maryland. He played with Cooper Flagg. Him and Cooper Flagg was on the same team last year in high school. Yeah, hell yeah. He going top in the draft.
He with Maryland now?
Yeah, he played for the Terrapins right now. That's who I'm gonna go watch. Him. Yeah, Dark Queen and my little cousin, they was top. Well, my cousin was ranked #1 in the nation before he went. He was the #1 point guard in the nation before he went to OTE. But OTE, it was like the coach down there was like on some favoritism type shit and wasn't really playing my little cousin. So that's why my little cousin like transferred. You feel me? He was down there for a year and a half, but he's still top 50. But he was supposed to be in the McDonald All-American game. You feel me? But he going still do his thing. But Dark Queen was in the McDonald All-American game. Him and Cooper Flagg. Cooper Flagg and him, they went undefeated last year.
I seen your little homie. Remember you sent us the film of your little homie, the short dude?
Yeah, my nephew.
I seen him online with the Creator League, hooping with the YouTube.
Yeah, he fucked the nigga up for the money. Yeah.
I said, "Oh, that's little homie, man." I said, "So he did. He said, fuck it. If I don't go pro, I'm gonna go big doing something."
Yeah, cause my brother played overseas, and that's his son. So
I didn't know that.
he played just like him. You feel me? So my little cousin right now, he related to you on my mother's side. He like 6'2". Yeah, he like 6'2". He got it. He got everything. He could shoot. He worked out with Steph Curry in the summertime at the Under Armour facility. Like Steph Curry know who he is. Kevin Durant. All the NBA players know him, bro. So that's why I'm telling you now. He gonna be like how Rob Dillingham is.
Bro, you got to get him on the podcast, man. We got to get these interviews in before they pop off, and they don't want to mess with the little guy.
look. This what I was thinking, right? I was thinking about like starting like a little YouTube, right? And like how I be still into like the high school players and like the college players. I was thinking about starting a YouTube and just focusing on that. Like,
bro, I just started. The funny thing that you said that, I just started a channel called NBA Post, and a company reached out to me and said, we want you to just play all high school like circuit games, the shoe circuits and everything.
mm-hmm.
So they've been giving me the feed, like they've been giving me it's like a thing where I log into. They was like, look, these are the games that are live. These are the games that just ended. These are old games. They said you can put all these games. So they just had the Jordan Classic. I played them games.
Oh
so
yeah,
I just
you
been
talking
lazy.
about? I got that app too. My little cousin on there. You talking about? It's called Baller TV.
Yeah. So what Baller TV did basically was they basically said, look, we want to get our name out, and we want to showcase these games outside of Baller TV. So they're basically saying, look, we allow you to use our games to grow your channel because I'm not getting paid from them, but you play all them games on YouTube without getting copyrighted. So
yeah, I'll help you with that for real. That'd be something I dip in and dab in because I'm into that shit. Like I'm into that high school. Like since my little cousin, like he ranked like how Will was back in the day. So like I'm into that shit because of him. You feel me? So like I seen all the top players that's coming out like last year and this year. Like I seen all of them when I went down there to watch him play. So I seen like what's the little guy? AJ, I think his name AJ DeBosta or something. He number one in the nation right now. I watched him play. I watched only one I ain't see yet is Gilbertson in person. I want to see him. I want to see
that
him.
motherfucker, man. Every time I watch him play, I'm more and more convinced that motherfucker about to fuck the league up, bro.
Yeah, he's sick. Yeah, he got a pro game.
I don't know what Gil doing with him, but he make it look too easy. Like he don't when he play, it look like he going 50%, and he be fucking people up.
That's just
I can't
because
imagine
he going at his pace. That's all
bro,
it's
he making
about.
it. That's the thing. Like you know how when you watch high school, sometimes some of the dudes look like they just trying hard as hell. They
Yeah, because
trying
they
hard.
don't really got it. They don't really got
Bro,
it.
this motherfucker making it look way too. It's not supposed to look as easy as he making it look.
That's what I'm saying. So one day you get a chance, right? Type in my little cousin name on YouTube. His name Tyler.
I'm right now. I'm gonna look up as soon as I get off here.
His name Tyler Hype Jackson.
Tyler
2025. Yeah, his nickname Hype.
Yeah, I just put it in. It just popped up.
He averaged him and Carmelo's son play on the same team.
The SoCal
in AAU. Yeah, but in AAU he played with Carmelo Anthony. Like Carmelo Anthony came and got my little cousin, and him and Kyan play on the same AAU team.
All right, but hey, look, Spiff, I gotta shut it down. I gotta get off here. I gotta run and do some shit real quick. But I'm glad you pulled up. It's good to chop it up with you, man. We definitely gotta. I'm gonna chop it up with you more on IG.
Alrighty.
Definitely, man. Bro, appreciate you pulling up though.
All right, bro.
Yes, sir. All right, y'all, man. FYF Sports. Man, look, man. Another good stream, man. The Kobe fans let y'all down, man. They couldn't do it, man. Kobe fans couldn't tell me what year Kobe was the best in the league. I mean, if you can't tell me when he was the best in the league, he can't be top 5. That is it. That's it. He can't be top 5. All right. But I see y'all chopping it up in the chat, man. I appreciate y'all sticking around, man. Always showing me love, whether it's just sticking around, giving me more watch time and whatnot. So I appreciate everybody, man. Make sure y'all hit the subscribe. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell too, because some of y'all be joining the streams late and whatnot. I be wanting y'all here early when we really talking about the meat and bones of the topics, man, before the topics go to hell. But at the same time, man, I appreciate everybody pulling up. Another stream went a little longer than I wanted it, but I can't complain, man. Look, y'all, it's FYL Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. We're going to be back. More sports and news, y'all. But until then, man, it's FYF Sports. And we out, y'all.
Whatever.
Yo, shout out FYF.
Uh-oh, wrong intro.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. #1 sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all of the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep my life, you want is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored.
Missing the lake, I'm missing the draws again, a hell of pain. I got a lot to deal with and my mind is kinda slipping away. What's on the line, I made up my mind, so shit, I'll just taste it great. Whatever it is, whatever it was, it's never gonna be the same.